Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The cave had a big main road and many side paths that stemmed from it, one of which Yang Yi was prepared to venture into. The paths were usually narrower, only 1 or 2 meters wide, and some went high up. If danger arose inside, it was best to retreat. He proceeded along the main road, walking about a kilometer, when the terrain began to change. The ground was covered with a layer of cobwebs, dry and not sticky, like a carpet. The space around him was surprisingly large, with a width of several meters, and he understood why the spiders had dug such big holes. It was very dark, so he had to rely on the faint glow emitted by the mushrooms up above him, which made it difficult to see far. Yang Yi continued to move onwards. What he was in the dark about was that right when his right foot stepped on the ground covered with spider silk, the movements traveled along the silk deep into the cave. There lay a great big spider, twice the size of a giant one, with its head connected to its body. But unlike other giant spiders, its shriveled head was tilted to a side and filled with blood and flesh, its skin a sheen reddish-gray. Its limbs connected to the sides of the torso, not quite symmetrical to each other. The hands and feet were of varying lengths and didn't match the body, adding to the eeriness. After sensing the movements transmitted through the web, the eyelids of its head trembled ever so slightly. With no living spiders in sight, the more Yang Yi walked, the more his vigilance lessened. While he hadn't found a single living creature within the cave, he did manage to collect 8 samples of giant spider tissue, bringing the total to 9. The nightmare star could reach level 3. Suddenly, Yang Yi became tense, reaching for his gun and aiming it ahead. A great spider appeared before him, larger than any other spider he had seen. Its body was covered in a mass of red fur, with thorns like barbs on its exoskeleton and legs. It started exerting great pressure on Yang Yi. Seeing this living creature, your sanity decreases by 10. If his intuition served him right, the spider was the mother of all other spiders. It wasn't rotting, and perhaps it hadn't been dead for long, but the possibility of it merely pretending to be so rang clearly in Yang Yi's mind. He decided to shoot her. He initially wanted to shoot its head, however, he changed his mind. The research value of the carcass was high. If he were to damage it too much, Suna wouldn't let him hear the end of it. He reckoned it would be enough to verify its state by breaking its legs. Even if it were alive, so what? With its legs broken, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to him anyway. One powerful shot and it would be dead for real. Yang Yi aimed at the spider's leg. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the cave. The leg of the great spider snapped clean off at the root, oozing thick, dark red fluid. Is it really dead? Yang Yi stood still for a moment before firing another shot, breaking 2 of its legs. The spider still didn't move. At that point, Yang Yi cautiously approached, bringing the gun close to the spider and kicking away its severed limbs before daring to inspect its attributes. Name: Silk Spider Queen, evolved. Description: the queen of the silk spiders, responsible for laying eggs and continuing the lineage, possesses considerable intelligence, and is the leader of the group. Evolved. Yang Yi looked at the body of the spider queen. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. He took a photo for his journal and sent it to Suna. Do you want this creepy spider? If you do, I'll take it to the vending machine. Yang Yi asked. Moments later, he received a reply from Suna. I want it. I've already dissected the gluttonous giant. The only valuable part was its stomach. I'll be using its stomach fluid to make a potion for you to try. I guarantee it will whet your appetite. No need to worry. Do you want to try making something else? Yang Yi swallowed. I'll come over now. Send me your coordinates. Yang Yi glanced at the crystal ball, confirming there were no other players nearby before replying. I'm in the nest right now. I'll send you the entrance coordinates, and you can come in along the main road. All the spiders are dead, but you still need to be careful. If you find a living one, notify me immediately. After giving his instructions, Yang Yi sent the coordinates. Out of the blue, he felt an unusual sensation by his feet. Something was crawling towards him. Yang Yi immediately became alert and looked down. There was a fist-sized silk spider, its body still glistening with slime, as if it had just hatched from its shell. Yang Yi flicked it away and stepped on it without mercy. He hated having spiders crawl on him. With all those eyes and legs, he just couldn't stand it. More little spiders crawled to him from the front, each of the same size, and met with the same fate of being crushed. The eyelids of the spider queen moved again, the light was dim, and the movement was subtle so Yang Yi didn't notice. Yang Yi continued walking forwards until he came out from a hole, and most of his vision was suddenly taken over by a row of glowing red eggs, illuminating the entire space. The little spiders had probably hatched and crawled out of there. However, Yang Yi's attention wasn't on the spider eggs. Instead, it was attracted by a pile of stones in front of him. Each stone was enormous, with the largest boulder being over 100 meters long. They were all seemingly piled up naturally, but upon closer inspection, new discoveries were made. 8 long stones propped against an oval boulder, resembling a spider's body and its 8 legs, were all covered with dry vines and weeds, like the hairs on a spider's body. Once the idea took hold, the resemblance became uncanny. Yang Yi couldn't help but be drawn in by the sight, observing closely and making new discoveries. At the front of the oval boulder stood a stone formation. It bore no signs of being carved, it seemed to have been shaped by natural erosion, and the more he looked at it, the more it resembled a female figure, complete with arms and legs, sitting on the stone. Yang Yi immediately lowered his head, his cheeks tingling and cold sweat forming. He didn't dare to look again. You have discovered a mysterious statue, sanity -20. At the same time, whispering began to fill his ears, like a soft murmur, vague yet understandable. That offer, your. Yang Yi's brain felt as if it had been pierced by silver needles, the pain penetrating deep into his marrow. Tears started swelling up uncontrollably. At that moment, an activity log notification popped up, projecting onto Yang Yi's retina. Oath pre-mission triggered. Please offer your loyalty to the mother of 10-limbed spiders. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh. The spider's kiss will stitch your wounds and reconstruct your body. 2. Offer the flesh of your kindred, lure them to the island, and the spider's kiss will grant you power. 3. This is a pre-mission. Upon completion, you will become a follower of the mother of 10-limbed spiders. You may formally establish an oath at a specific sea and undergo metamorphosis, gaining extraordinary power. Extraordinary power, metamorphosis, mother of 10-limbed spiders. Yang Yi repeated this information to himself, realizing everything. The silk spiders were followers or kin of the mother of 10-limbed spiders, and they were also the guardians of this temple. The mother of 10-limbed spiders was a great being, a goddess. She bestowed her favor at times, implanting her offspring within the bodies of the fortunate, guiding their destinies. More whispers flooded into Yang Yi's mind, persuading him. Offer, your. Offer, your. Offer, your. Editor's note, see, if had conquerors hacky this wouldn't happen. Oath prerequisite quest, metamorphosis, transcendence. Any one of those terms alone would be enough to make players flock in droves, and such an opportunity was right in front of Yang Yi. All he had to do was offer up his own flesh, or the lives of 10 of his kindred, to complete the oath prerequisite quest and become a follower of the mother of 10-limbed spiders? What was there to hesitate about? All it took was cutting off 2 legs. The mother of 10-limbed spiders might even reward you with 4 legs in return, doubling the prize. So why hesitate? Thoughts like this were spinning wildly in Yang Yi's mind. At the same time, his sanity was slipping away. Strange whispers, your sanity drops by 10. Strange whispers, your sanity drops by 10. Yang Yi lifted his head and realized the statue had come to life. It had transformed into a gigantic, indescribably large black spider with 8 legs. Its body and limbs were covered in hair, but upon closer inspection, the hairs were actually the limbs of various creatures. From reptiles to mammals, from fish to birds, from insects to plants, and even grotesque limbs made of fungi. Yang Yi saw human hands and feet, eagle wings, lobster claws, octopus tentacles, tiger paws, elephant trunks, fish fins. In short, any limb Yang Yi could think of was present in the apparition, and as long as he looked for it, he could immediately locate its position. It seemed like a living biological encyclopedia, bearing the limbs of all creatures. Yang Yi felt dizzy and nauseous, but his gaze was drawn to the human figure atop the spider's head. It was a dignified young girl with 4 arms and 4 legs. The first pair of arms was slightly longer, while the other 2 pairs were located at her waist and the sides of her abdomen. Her hands were crossed, her posture holy. Her face had no mouth or nose, replaced instead by a chaotic cluster of eyeballs that roamed restlessly over her gelatinous face. Looking directly at the apparition of the great being, your sanity drops by 100. Warning, your sanity is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes stung, as if he were staring directly at the sun. No, something even more dazzling. His tears gradually turned light red, yet he didn't look away. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand, trying to aim. Among the 3 choices of the quest, he chose the third. Option 3, destroy the statue. The mother of 10-limbed spiders will withdraw her favor. The kiss of the spider status will be lifted. All spiders and spider-like creatures will become 100% hostile towards you. Sorry, but I, Yang Yi, have never believed in gods since I was a kid. And besides, you're just too ugly. Yang Yi's eyes widened as he stared directly at the apparition. His trembling hand holding the gun gradually steadied. Looking directly at the apparition of the great being, your sanity drops by 100. Looking directly at the apparition of the great being, your sanity drops by 100. He ignored these warnings, focusing solely on his aim, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Yang Yi had aimed at the spider's head. He wasn't confident about hitting the figure, but hitting that massive head was well within his ability. The apparition vanished, and the shot had actually struck the front end of the oval-shaped statue, shattering a small part of it. The humanoid figure on top of the giant statue fell, breaking into several pieces, no longer resembling the woman with 4 arms and 4 legs. As the dust settled, Yang Yi struggled to get up. Pa! He spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Just now, he had been blasted back by the recoil, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Fortunately, he had experience, and by rolling, he was able to disperse the force. His arm didn't dislocate again, though he did scrape some skin. Suddenly, Yang Yi realized he had lost vision on his left side. It was pitch black. At that same time, the entire cave began to shake, as if an earthquake had occurred. The statue collapsed as well, crumbling into pieces, like it had lost some kind of power, no longer able to maintain its previous form. Yang Yi sensed something was wrong. He hadn't injured his eye, so how could he be blind? He reached towards it. The feeling was strange, like soft jelly, 3 balls stuck together, sticky, and they seemed to be moving. What is this? Why is it on my face? Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, an overwhelming terror rising from deep inside, paralyzing his limbs. That thing, there was no way it was his left eye. He immediately checked his activity log and saw the message. Warning, sanity below 10. You may be contaminated by the abyss. You have unlocked the transcendence pathway, contamination. The contamination interface is now unlocked, allowing you to view your status. Yang Yi quickly opened the contamination interface. Yang Yi. Contamination level, 4%, a large human figure diagram, with the left eye marked in black. Contaminated area. Left eye, mutated organ, 3-eyed, grants 3 perspectives, allowing you to see most invisible entities. +2 perception. 3-eyed. Yang Yi didn't have a mirror, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare look at himself. At that moment, Suna sent him a private message. Yang Yi, are you dead yet? There was an earthquake on the island. Did you get buried alive? After reading the message, Yang Yi nearly choked. The woman really didn't know how to talk. If she were sent to rescue someone, they'd probably die of anger before being saved. Who asks someone if they're dead? If he were dead, would he have to reply, oh, sorry, I'm dead. I'm not dead. Yang Yi replied irritably. Good. I saw your sanity drop to 1 point, thought you might have turned into a monster? If you're okay, I'm heading over now. With Suna interrupting, Yang Yi's tense nerves relaxed a little. Suddenly, his left eye began to itch, like tiny needles pricking it, and then his left side vision returned, as if his eyeball and optic nerves had reconnected. But what he saw wasn't right. There was no color. The entire world had become dull and monochromatic, yet with incredible clarity. His left eye had 3 perspectives, like 3 eyeballs working together and sharing information. The first perspective seemed like thermal imaging, giving Yang Yi night vision and allowing him to see clearly even in the dim cave. The second perspective could zoom in and out, as if his eye had a built-in magnifying glass and telescope. He could zoom in to see the hairs on a spider 100 meters away and accurately judge the distance. The third perspective provided exceptional dynamic vision. Yang Yi tilted his head, dodging a web shot diagonally from behind. His left eye's field of view had become extremely wide. The 3 eyeballs protruded from the socket, rotating independently, allowing him to see attacks even from behind. But having such different visions between his 2 eyes made Yang Yi uncomfortable. It was like placing a colorless large world inside a small colorful world, with the 2 constantly interfering with each other, messing with his perception and making him dizzy. He could try to close his right eye and only use his left. That made Yang Yi feel a bit more comfortable. His left eye seemed unable to close, probably because it had no eyelid. However, there was no time to worry about that. Yang Yi turned to face the spider queen behind him. She had lost 2 of her front legs and was limping out of the passage. Yang Yi cleared his mind of distractions and focused on the enemy in front of him. It was the spider queen, who had just recovered. Although she had lost 2 of her front legs, it didn't seem to affect her mobility. She could still crawl with the rest. I should have just ripped all her legs off. Let's see how she'd crawl over now. Yang Yi regretted not doing so. He made his mind to cripple or kill completely whichever creature he encountered that might be playing dead. They stood about 20 meters apart, staring each other down. The situation was very unfavorable for Yang Yi. His flintlock gun was in cooldown, leaving him with only the sea serpent's fang as a weapon. Suddenly, the spider queen let out a screech from her crooked, withered head and charged at him like a tank. Perhaps due to the missing legs, her balance seemed a bit off. Yang Yi turned and fled, downing the red potion that enhanced his attributes while he ran. As soon as he drank it, his mouth felt like it was filled with molten lava. You have consumed an unknown potion. Your body feels hot, sweating heavily. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, perception +1, sanity -20, effect lasts for 15 minutes. The potion's details became visible. Name, Crimson Potion. Type, consumable/potion/unique. Quality, premium. Description, a potion created by the witch Suna. Tastes fiery, and drinking water during its effect is not advised. Increases all attributes except spirit by +1, causes excessive sweating and reddening of the skin, lasting 15 minutes. P.S. Attributes cannot exceed biological limits. The potion was effective, though unpleasant to drink. Yang Yi's sanity dropped to 1, putting him in a state of madness, and combined with the potion's effects, his attributes, except spirit, were all boosted by +1, making his overall stats as follows. Strength, 5 +2 +1. Spirit, 8 +1 to 2, steel will +1. Agility, 5 +1 +1 +1. Constitution, 5 +1 +1. Perception, 5 +1 +2. Madness, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1. With his perception, strength, and agility all reaching 8, Yang Yi felt as light as air, almost like he could fly. His spirit had also leveled up to 8, thanks to the vast amount of experience gained from his recent sanity losses. Yang Yi sprinted towards the shattered statue and hid among the debris. Rubble of various sizes was scattered everywhere, with some pieces towering over 10 meters high. While he managed to weave through the mess, the Spider Queen, due to her large size, found it difficult to get to him immediately. I need to kill the Spider Queen before the potion's effects wear off. Yang Yi's gaze was cold as he picked up a perfectly intact spider egg, fed it to his stomach pouch, and retrieved the silk gland and the dead spider's venom. It enraged the Spider Queen. Spider eggs were already in short supply in the egg chamber, with most of them having been crushed by the falling rubble. Seeing Yang Yi deliberately run towards areas with more eggs, crushing them one by one, drove the queen into a frenzy. She let out a piercing shriek and charged recklessly at him, no longer avoiding the smaller rubble in her path, smashing through it with brute force. Yang Yi remained calm. He had intentionally provoked her. He now stood beneath a massive chunk of debris, waiting for the Spider Queen's inevitable collision. Boom! A violent crash sent dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. The Spider Queen didn't hit Yang Yi directly. Instead, a nimble shadow descended from the sky, catching hold of a web and landing on the queen's back. At the last second, Yang Yi had used the silk gland to shoot webs to the top of the giant debris, pulling himself up. As the queen reeled from the impact, her head momentarily dazed, Yang Yi leapt onto her back. The sequence of moves was smooth, like a perfectly choreographed performance. Even professional gymnasts would be left speechless. But it wasn't purely skill, it was thanks to the third eye. The unique perspective granted by the third eye gave Yang Yi an extraordinary sense of distance and balance, allowing him to perform difficult maneuvers. It was almost like he had become Spider-Man. The combination of web spinning and the silk gland gave Yang Yi the ability to move in 3 dimensions. He climbed onto the Spider Queen's back, quickly making his way to her head. With the sea serpent's fang in hand, he firmly grasped the humanoid torso's head and sliced it off in one swift motion. The cut was clean, severing the spine with ease. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Dark red blood gushed out from the wound. Bubbles formed on the exposed skin, resembling burns, a side effect of the sea serpent's fang's fire poison, further intensified by the venom coating the blade. The shriveled head fell into Yang Yi's hand. The Spider Queen, now grievously wounded, let out a sharp, high-pitched scream from below. She still had a spider head. Losing only one wouldn't kill her outright. Yang Yi crouched low, but the enraged Spider Queen violently threw him off, preventing him from maintaining his balance. He was flung through the air, slamming into a pile of rubble, coughing up blood as the impact sent a sharp pain through his chest. Despite the pain, he kept his eyes on the Spider Queen, pushing off the ground just in time to dodge a mass of sticky webbing. If he had been caught, it would have been over for him. This monster is tough to kill, Yang Yi muttered, his frustration mounting. He had tried attacking her, but the queen's head was covered in an extremely hard exoskeleton, impenetrable even to the sea serpent's fang. He needed to strike at her weak spot. Yang Yi shifted his focus to the Spider Queen's eyes. She had 6 of them, arranged in 2 rows on her head, and Yang Yi could see them clearly. The first row had 2 large eyes, and the second row had 4 smaller compound eyes. Even though they were compound eyes, each one was the size of a fist, and Yang Yi was confident he could hit them. As he ran, he checked the silk gland's capacity and found he still had 86 units left, enough to use. He picked up some small stones at his feet, using the spider silk to bind them together with the sea serpent's fang, crafting a makeshift flail. Once finished, Yang Yi revealed himself and hurled the flail toward the Spider Queen's eyes. Thanks to the third eye, Yang Yi had become a sharpshooter. Whether using guns, bows, or even this meter-long silk flail, it would hit its mark. The first strike landed squarely on one of the Spider Queen's large eyes, causing her to pause. Seeing his success, Yang Yi quickly retrieved the flail and continued to move, not staying in one spot. Erg. The Spider Queen was on the verge of being driven mad by Yang Yi. The battle between man and spider continued. Yang Yi, using his small size and elusive movements, struck multiple times, eventually blinding 3 of the Spider Queen's compound eyes. With her eyes repeatedly damaged, the Spider Queen grew sluggish, frequently crashing into the massive pieces of rubble in her path. Despite her tough exoskeleton, she began to suffer injuries, especially on her abdomen, where the shell was thinner, leaving a deep gash. Yang Yi wasn't in great shape either. The intense running had drained his stamina, leaving him with only 12 points left. If this continued, he would have to start using his vitality to compensate for his energy. Then, with another sudden strike from the flail, he shattered the Spider Queen's last compound eye. Now, she had only one large eye left. Although she was protecting it well, her blindness was inevitable. Just at that moment, it seemed like the queen was pushed to her limit and had a breakthrough. Her tail curled upward, shooting a thick strand of web towards the ceiling of the cavern, and she quickly climbed up, using the web to ascend. Not only that, but she began crawling upside down along the ceiling, seemingly defying gravity. Yang Yi couldn't understand how such a heavy spider could move like that. And the ceiling was almost meters high, far out of his reach. He only had about 10 units of silk left in his gland, barely enough for one final attack. Editor's note: Spider-Man, Spider-Man. The Spider Queen moved across the rocky peak as if walking on flat ground. Yang Yi could only stare helplessly, unable to come up with a feasible plan. His attack range wasn't wide enough. The queen's abdomen lifted towards the ground, aimed at Yang Yi, and sprayed a mist of webbing in his direction, akin to rain. The web strands were sticky and clingy. If they touched him, escaping would be nearly impossible. The Spider Queen intended to limit Yang Yi's movements. Yet Yang Yi accepted it gladly. He acted fearlessly, stomping heavily on the web with both feet. Even though it was hard to lift his legs, he raised his head to look at the Spider Queen and pointed a finger at over here. Yang Yi taunted. In reality, he had no other choice. The effects of the Crimson Potion would last only 2 more minutes. If things continued the way they were headed, once time ran out, Yang Yi would fall into a state of extreme dehydration. At that point, even without the Spider Queen's webbing, he would lose the ability to move. Rather than let that happen, he decided to fight with all the strength he had left. "You're not coming down? I'm clearly stuck on your web," Yang Yi taunted again. His behavior baffled the Spider Queen, temporarily throwing her into confusion. But she quickly regained her senses and, with a roar, pushed off with great force, diving straight at him. Great, good timing. Yang Yi rejoiced. The Spider Queen's massive body loomed larger and larger in his view. Yang Yi could even see her mandibles, dripping with saliva, as she opened her maw to bite him. In Yang Yi's eyes, however, her descent seemed to slow down. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi threw his meteor hammer directly at her remaining eye. His prediction of her upcoming trajectory was so accurate it looked like the Spider Queen was charging right into the path of the meteor hammer. Due to the power of his enhanced dynamic vision from the three-eyed ability, he could predict the enemy's attacks and movements to a certain extent. Yang Yi even felt his thoughts being forcibly sped up by the three-eyed power, just to keep up with this heightened vision. Thud! The combined forces resulted in the meteor hammer completely destroying the Spider Queen's eye. Her body convulsed violently in midair, her actions distorted. What was initially a bite aimed at Yang Yi turned into a collision. Boom! The Spider Queen crashed into Yang Yi, sending him flying like a broken kite, smashing into a boulder and leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The impact was severe. It depleted over 50 points of his health. His ribs were likely broken in 4 or 5 places, and his left arm fractured in 3. If not for the heart-guarding mirror protecting his chest, the one blow might have emptied Yang Yi's health bar completely. But luckily, it didn't. He still had 16 health remaining, not even enough to warrant the triggering of his death prevention skill. "You should be blind by now." Yang Yi struggled as he reached for his waist, only to find that his regeneration potion had shattered, spilling all over the ground. Fortunately, he hadn't come unprepared. Yang Yi pulled a long-legged sardine out of his coat pocket, fed it to his stomach pouch, and retrieved a backup regeneration potion from inside, gulping it down in one go. Gulp, gulp. You drink the regeneration potion. Health restored by 20. Wounds begin to heal. The itching is unbearable. Sanity-20. A maddening itch spread across his body as his injuries rapidly healed. Enduring the grating feeling, Yang Yi's health recovered to 40 points. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on iNovelTranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. He stood up with difficulty, looking towards the Spider Queen. She was flailing about like a headless fly, blindly attacking the rubble around her. Yang Yi, with bad intentions, wanted to walk in her direction, but before he could take a single step, his nose suddenly itched, and 2 streams of blood flowed out. His vision immediately went dark. It seemed Yang Yi had gone blind. What's going on? He quickly opened his right eye, only to find that he couldn't see at all. Both eyes were affected. A notification then appeared, informing him that the Crimson Potion's effects had worn off. Yang Yi felt his throat burning, as if it had been scraped by knives, and he desperately needed water. He immediately crouched low to reduce his movements, then fumbled in his coat pocket and pulled out a rotting long-legged sardine, feeding it to his stomach pouch. From inside, he retrieved a water bottle and started drinking small sips. 2 minutes later, after finishing the 2 liters of water, Yang Yi slowly began to recover from his dehydration, though he still couldn't perform any strenuous activity. He listened closely and realized that the egg chamber was eerily quiet. He could hear a pin drop. What's going on? Unable to see anything, Yang Yi didn't dare move recklessly. After an unknown amount of time passed, Yang Yi finally remembered to contact Suna. "Suna, come in quickly, I think I've gone blind." "Blind? Yes, I can't see." Yang Yi typed fast. Without sight, all he could do was check logs and chat. The system log was soulbound, so he could still operate it without vision. "How did you go blind?" "I'm not really sure." Yang Yi recounted what had happened to Suna, but he didn't go into detail about the mother of 10-limbed spiders. He simply mentioned the strange things along the way, like how he drank the elixir, lost all his sanity, and then his left eye mutated, making his vision go strange. That huge spider was pretending to be dead. "Be careful, even if I've rendered her just as blind as myself." "Oh, that? She's already dead. I was just looking for a place to cut into her, but her exoskeleton is too tough. My dagger can't slice through." "Where are you? Lend me your short sword to try." Suna had already arrived a while ago, meaning Yang Yi had been hiding for no reason. He stood up and shouted a few words. Not long after, he heard footsteps approaching, and Suna ran over. The first thing she said when she opened her mouth was, "Your left eye is beautiful." Huh. Though Yang Yi couldn't see, he had felt it. It was a bulging mass of 3 balls squeezed together, sticking out of his eye socket. No matter how he thought about it, beautiful was the last word that came to mind. He couldn't help but think that Suna's sense of beauty was a bit unique, to say the least. Your eye is still moving. It should be functioning normally. Can you really not see? Suna waved her hand in front of Yang Yi's face and then tried to touch his left eye. Don't touch it. Yang Yi backed away, feeling goosebumps rise. But Suna followed closely, sticking so near that Yang Yi could even feel her breath. Your left eye has no eyelid, so it can't close by itself. If it's really like you said, transmitting 3 different fields of vision simultaneously, your brain probably can't handle the load, Suna explained as she observed. Yang Yi started to understand. You mean? That's right, you're not blind? Your brain triggered a defense mechanism, cutting off your vision so you wouldn't overload your brain and end up brain damaged or turned into an idiot. So when will I recover? Yang Yi asked excitedly. No idea. Could be the next second, could be a year, could be never. The brain is a very complicated organ. Suna didn't dwell on the topic but handed Yang Yi something. Take this. What is it? A piece of insect shell. Cover your left eye with it. It should block the visual information transmission from your left eye and help with your vision recovery. Bonus chapter for reaching the goal. Laughing face. Yang Yi was blind and didn't know when he would recover. Under Suna's guidance, he approached the side of the Spider Queen. Lend me your dagger and gloves for a bit. These spider webs are too sticky. You can take the gloves yourself. As for the dagger, it's probably still inside the Spider Queen's head. Oh. Suna took the gloves and did something he couldn't see. If Yang Yi hadn't been blind, he would have noticed Suna prying at the Spider Queen's eye socket, lowering her head to look inside, then pulling out a spiked mace entangled in spider silk. It's not entirely clear, but your strike seems to have shattered her brain tissue, ultimately causing her death. Using the gloves, Suna retrieved the sea serpent's fang from the webbing, then used it like a pick, pounding it with a stone into the Spider Queen's head joint to pry it loose. About half an hour later, the Spider Queen's head was dislodged. It had dark red fluid oozing from the severed end. Suna then picked up another head, shaped like a sphere. With 2 heads in total, she planned to bring them both back. Let's head back to the ship, we can come back for the rest next time, Suna suggested. Yang Yi didn't object. Now that he was blind, everything was inconvenient, and resting to recover his sight was his top priority. The 2 of them rolled the spider heads along, exiting the cave and heading towards the shore. You stay here and don't move. I'll get on the ship first and use the grappling hook to pull you up. Yang Yi had no response to that. Blind as he was, getting into the water and boarding the ship wasn't easy. He couldn't even see the ship, let alone grab onto the ladder on its side. So, using the grappling hook was the quickest and simplest method. About 10 minutes later, a clamp fastened around Yang Yi's waist, pulling him up. The next moment, he found himself in the hold of the Nightmare Star. Although the boarding method was unusual, it didn't harm his body in any way. Wait here for a bit, Suna's voice came from beside his ear. She had just come down from the deck, picked up something from the hold, and headed to the lab. She returned with a crude eye mask in hand. It was simply a large piece of insect shell with holes punched into it and cloth threaded through. Put this on. It probably won't help much, but... She helped Yang Yi put it on, then ran back into the lab to get to work. Based on his memory and sense of touch, Yang Yi climbed up to the deck, felt his way along the ship's edge, and returned to the captain's cabin. He took off his captain's coat, lay down on the bed, and checked his status. After facing the illusion of the Spider Queen, he had unlocked an extraordinary pathway corruption. His journal now had an additional interface. Corruption interface. Yang Yi, corruption level, 6%. Within the human diagram, the left eye is black. Corrupted area, left eye. Distorted organ, third eye. Warning, if sanity falls below 10, the player will become corrupted. Players with high mental attributes can resist and slow down the deepening of corruption. When sanity reaches 0, the player will completely lose control and become a twisted monster. Unlike the other pale blue interfaces, the corruption interface was dark red, symbolizing danger. By harnessing corruption, players could break through the limits of ordinary beings and ascend to the extraordinary. However, the extraordinary path was like walking a tightrope, one careless step, and you would fall into an abyss, facing a mental death and transforming into a mindless monster. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Even if they managed to survive and retain some sanity, their bodies would undergo distortions. Yang Yi reached towards his left eye beneath the eye mask, which was slowly rotating. For a moment, he felt the urge to gouge it out, but suppressed the feeling. The left eye could make him stronger, and only by becoming stronger could he keep corruption at bay. The weak had no choice and could only accept their fate. Yang Yi continued to examine his attribute panel, discovering that the spider's kiss status had disappeared. His personal panel had also undergone some new changes. Yang Yi, extraordinary path, corruption level, 6%. The extraordinary path is unique. Players can discover it on their own, but a player can only have one path at a time. Status, injured, in the human diagram, dark yellow near left side of waist. Strength, 5+2, 12/200, madness boost, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2. Spirit, 8+1-2, 119/16,000, iron will boost. Agility, 5+1, 23/200. Constitution, 5 plus 1, 21/200. Perception, 5 plus 2, 192/200, third eye boost. Sanity, 3/100. Energy, 17/100. Vitality, 51/100. Mana, 9/7. When spirit is below 10, each point provides 1 point of mana. Mana depletion results in intense headaches and loss of mobility. Full mana recovery takes 24 hours. Spirit reduction lowers the mana cap but doesn't affect the current mana level. Talent, Iron Will, refusal to die. Spells, none. Spells require mana, and may involve chanting, runes, rituals, or sacrifices. Abilities, third eye. Abilities are physical capacities, some of which consume mana. Facing the illusion of the Spider Queen had rapidly increased his mental experience, pushing it up to 8 points. Extraordinary Path, mana, spells, and abilities. All these entries had appeared since unlocking the Extraordinary Path. But Yang Yi didn't know any spells and couldn't use mana. His only ability was a distorted left eye. After deliberating for more than 10 minutes, Yang Yi decided not to tell Suna about these details. Who knows what crazy things the woman would do if she learned that lowering sanity below 10 unlocked such abilities. Suna, keep an eye on the sea chart to prevent other players from getting close. Got it. Suna replied quickly. Yang Yi had wanted to ask Suna to go ashore to find the corpse of a spider, because with just one more corpse, the Nightmare Star could be upgraded. But as soon as she returned to the Nightmare Star, she locked herself in the lab, dissecting the Spider Queen's head. Yang Yi didn't disturb her, because after all, the corpse wasn't going to resurrect or run away. High price offered for fire velvet tools, serious inquiries only. Yang Yi left his usual message on the World Channel. He quickly received a response. Do you need flint? Name, flint that sparks with a strike. Type, tool. Quality, fine. Description, flint that, when struck with a metal blade, releases abundant sparks capable of igniting cloth or wood fragments. Be sure to keep it dry, otherwise, it's just an ordinary rock with a faint smell of gunpowder. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. How much? 300 units of stone. Yang Yi immediately checked the chat logs. He noticed 2 or 3 players selling the same kind of flint, meaning it wasn't limited in quantity. It suggested they had obtained the formula to make it. But currently, the price was inflated, with each piece selling for around 200 units of stone or over 1,000 shell coins. The seller was offering quite a high price at 300. Yang Yi ignored him and wasn't too worried. Fire velvet tools would drop in price just like winter clothing, so there was no rush. Plus, better tools existed, like lighters. Flint required dry conditions, an infinite gas lighter would be much more convenient. Yang Yi checked the large sea chart. The extreme winter sea was expanding southward at a slow pace, and it would still take 10 days or half a month for it to meet the black fog. Thinking about all this, Yang Yi drifted off to sleep. He'd been tense for so long and needed some time to relax. After some time, Yang Yi slowly woke up. As he opened his eyes, he saw a faint light. My vision is back. Yang Yi's spirit lifted. Because he now had only one eye, his field of vision was narrower, but it didn't hinder his daily life. He tried closing his eye, removed the eye patch, and switched to his left eye. Suddenly, the entire world became devoid of color, yet incredibly sharp. With just a thought, he could count all the hairs in his eyebrows without a mirror. He walked to the captain's cabin. It was still daytime, and there were only 2 hours of sunlight remaining. However, whether or not it was dark didn't affect the vision of his left eye. The 3 eyes didn't seem to see by receiving light in the usual way. When using his left eye, sunlight wasn't blinding but appeared simply as a ball hanging in the air. Yang Yi took out a crystal ball from his pouch and used the reflection to inspect his odd eye. It was made of 3 gel-like eyeballs clustered together, each with an almond-sized yellow spot in the center, probably some sort of pupils. They would slowly rotate and adjust their position as needed. Yang Yi only tested it briefly before switching back to his right one and putting on the eye patch. The colorful world was far more pleasing. Using his left eye always made him feel reality was bleak and lifeless. Are these monstrous eyes really beautiful? Yang Yi recalled Suna's reaction upon seeing them. Her sense of aesthetics was twisted. Under normal circumstances, no creature would have eyes like these. Only Suna would find them beautiful. 1. He, instead, thought they were inexplicably grotesque and repulsive. The maximum time limit should be around 10 minutes. To be safe, I should limit each use of the third eye to under 10 minutes. Yang Yi sent a message to Suna. Suna, I'm awake, and my vision has recovered. I'm heading to the island to look for the corpse of the giant silk spider. I need to hurry and upgrade the Nightmare Star. Dragging this large sailboat around is severely slowing it down. He didn't hear back from her. She was probably still busy dissecting. He checked Suna's sanity level, which was still within a safe range. Whenever she had free time, she would read his message. With 2 hours until nightfall, Yang Yi wanted to use the time to search and try to upgrade the Nightmare Star to level 3. He wasn't planning on going to the spider nest. He had already taken parts from the giant silk spider corpses there. Even if there were some he missed, they were likely inside paths, making them hard to find. The nest was also far away, so it wasn't practical to go at that time of the day. He decided to search for the corpse of a giant silk spider in the nearby woods to gather some fur as material for making a sweater later on. After searching for over an hour, he still hadn't found any. But just as he was about to give up and head back, he spotted a giant silk spider. Haha, Taking a different route back was the right choice. Yang Yi grinned, immediately running back to the Nightmare Star. By the time he boarded, it still wasn't dark. Yang Yi began moving supplies from the large sailboat, Huwei's boat, which hadn't yet been dismantled. Once he had enough materials to reach level 3, he immediately made the upgrades in his notebook, pressing the confirm button. Then, a ghastly green spirit emerged from the Nightmare Star, countless skeletal arms interlacing to form a skeleton that climbed onto the ship's body, covering the deck like a layer of armor. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on iNovelTranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. The evolution didn't change the size of the ship, but its appearance had undergone a complete transformation. The captain's skull at the bow ignited with a soul flame, clasped tightly by numerous skeletal arms, fixed in place, unable to move. Upgrade complete. The Nightmare Star is now a level 3 vessel. You can view specific changes in the ship interface. Yang Yi immediately opened the ship interface. Nightmare Star, level 3, durability, 4500/4500, capacity, 12,000 units, speed, 65 knots. Note, 500 durability comes from the bobbit worm's head. Ship skills. Description, this ship is starting to grow bones. Are you sure you want to keep upgrading it? Yang Yi's face broke into a wide grin as he read the attributes. The ship's most criticized weakness had finally been resolved. A durability of 4,500. Though it looked a bit strange, it was a ghost ship after all. Having some moving skeletons on board was perfectly normal and nothing to be surprised by. After seeing it for some time, you would naturally get used to it. Yang Yi dismantled Huwei's large sailboat, gaining a substantial amount of resources. Then, feeling exhilarated, he headed down into the ship's cabin. With 2 additional expansion slots, he could install the cannons he'd been longing for. It was time to fully embrace the way of the warrior. 2. He immediately chose to build an offensive structure, an ancient combat room. Resources used, wood x200, iron x10, sulfur x10. The glow faded, leaving a new room in its wake, with 2 cannons equipped. Such combat rooms could be built in pairs, one for the left and one for the right broadside. Yang Yi thought it over and built another to avoid having to adjust the ship's direction if an enemy appeared on the left side. He entered the ancient combat room to check the cannon's attributes. Name, soaked cannon. Type, ship equipment, relic. Quality, good. Description, this cannon is waterlogged, its shells won't explode but have a longer range and a low probability of firing out mysterious objects. Range, 300 meters. The cannon is fixed in the combat room and cannot be removed. After reading it, Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh, figures that nothing soaked in water would be normal. But these mysterious objects, what could they be? Yang Yi tried firing a dozen or so shots, but nothing unusual happened, only the coastal rocks shattered. So, this thing is basically a ballista with better ballistics. 3 Yang Yi realized. After all, a cannonball that didn't explode was pretty much just a large stone. He discovered that the expansion buildings could be upgraded as well. To upgrade the ship to level 4, all expansion buildings needed to reach level 2, except for special ones like the Witch's Laboratory. It was unknown whether the Witch's Laboratory could be leveled up, as there was no upgrade option in the interface. Without hesitation, Yang Yi upgraded the ancient combat room to level 2, consuming wood x100, cloth x400, stone x100, iron x40, sulfur x20, just enough resources. A glow flashed, and the ancient combat room became covered with a moldy carpet, which squished and released bubbles when stepped on, as if it had been pulled from the water. The cannon's surface was adorned with rusted metal ornaments, upgraded to a level 2 soaked cannon. Name, level 2 soaked cannon. Type, ship equipment, relic. Quality, premium. Description, this cannon is waterlogged, its shells won't explode but have a longer range and a certain probability of firing mysterious objects. Range, 350 meters. The cannon is fixed to the combat room and cannot be removed. With a range like that, it was significantly longer than a standard cannon, a major advantage. Yang Yi had also considered building a glass cannon, but it required 100 crystals and was prone to breaking. He'd save that for a later upgrade. After construction, his remaining resources were wood x535, cloth x285, stone x945, iron x47, crystal x14, sulfur x25, shell coins x1400. Huwei's legacy was nearly exhausted. The resources needed for a level 4 ship were also displayed. Required, wood x4000, cloth x2000, stone x1000, iron x500, crystal x1000, sulfur x500, ever-growing flesh x1. Seeing the skyrocketing resource demand, Yang Yi decided to pretend he hadn't seen it. ## notes. 1. He's blatantly calling her crazy, and I have to agree, simply. 2. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the way of the samurai, simply. 3. Sounds like a sick bar, simply. Yang Yi fired a dozen more shots, devastating a large part of the coast. Then he finally spotted something strange, a long-legged sardine. When it had just left the cannon's barrel, it might still have been alive, but after smashing into the reef, it was now impossible to pry it out. The shot didn't do much damage, yet it made one feel insulted, leaving Yang Yi speechless. What the heck is this good for? Trying to make the enemy die of laughter. Of course, it was probably due to Yang Yi's poor fortune. If it were someone lucky, what came hurling out of the cannon might have been a two-headed devil shark, a creature several levels more destructive, scarier. But why isn't Suna reacting at all? Yang Yi suddenly noticed something was wrong. The noise made after he upgraded the ship was very loud, but Suna didn't even pop her head out to take a look. His heart tightened, and he checked on Suna's condition, only to find her sanity was down to 49. Yang Yi immediately entered the witch's laboratory. At that moment, Suna had just finished dissecting the queen spider's head, her cheeks flushed from excitement. On the table were 2 glass jars, each containing a brain, one large and one small. The larger brain was incomplete, however, both looked distinctly human. Seeing Yang Yi, Suna eagerly said, "You're finally here? I was just about to call you." Yang Yi frowned, watching Suna in her maddened state. "I have made a groundbreaking discovery, akin to finding a whole new continent." Suna spoke quickly, sharing her astonishing findings with Yang Yi. "I found a completely new, controllable, selective evolution form in the spider queen. It's different from the slow genetic mutations that accumulate over time. These spiders can consciously modify their bodies, almost as if they were editing their own lives." She continued, "I'd call this evolutionary model Evolution 2.0. Yang Yi held up his hand, cutting off her monologue, and asked about the final outcome. "Suna, what exactly do you want to do?" "Yang Yi, do you want to evolve?" Suna pulled out a syringe. "This is brain marrow extract I obtained from the spider queen. With further purification, it should work on humans. Inject this into the spine, and we could attach extra limbs, just like spiders. Any limb would do. We would be achieving life evolution step by step." Yang Yi suddenly thought of the mother of 10-limbed spiders. Although his memory was hazy, he vaguely remembered her having 6 legs, 4 arms, and a massive spider body covered with various limbs. She might have evolved to her peak that way, becoming an awe-inspiring entity, perhaps even a god. Recalling the image of a divine entity, your sanity drops by 30. Yang Yi's eyes grew cold as he sternly warned, "Suna, stop your insane thoughts. Don't pursue this path any further." "Why?" Suna looked puzzled. "If you don't want to evolve, I can try it myself." "Don't you dare." Yang Yi's voice thundered like a bell, startling Suna, who shrank back. "If you dare attach any weird things to yourself, I promise I'll tear each one of them off you, one by one." Yang Yi's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. A few seconds later, Suna pouted and replied, "Why so fierce?" However, after Yang Yi's scolding, Suna seemed to abandon her plan to evolve and, right in front of him, destroyed the unfinished mysterious potion. It took Yang Yi by surprise. He checked her sanity value and found it had risen to 51, which pulled her out of her madness. So, scolding actually works. Carrot 1. Yang Yi was astonished, but he kept his expression neutral and asked, "Have you completed the restorative potion?" "I'm getting close. I only need a few more days." "All right. It's late, go rest." Suna nodded and left the lab, finally noticing that the Nightmare Star had been completely revamped. Leveled up to Tier 3. Exactly. Suna began inspecting the ship's interface, adapting to its new upgrades. Night fell. The Nightmare Star, previously bathed by a pitch-black curtain, finally had some lighting. However, clusters of ghastly green ghost lights appeared across the ship's deck. They would only emerge at night, drifting back and forth on the deck. They were harmless to people and animals, devoid of warmth, and even touchable, like clusters of special gas. Their sole purpose seemed to be illuminating the Nightmare Star, while adding a sinister, ghostly aura to it. Yang Yi took control of the ship, testing the enhanced acceleration performance of the Nightmare Star. The top speed only increased by 5 knots, but the acceleration was significantly quicker. The powerful thrust was enough to make an unprepared person lose their balance. He hadn't sailed far before a disturbance arose behind him. Another earthquake. It was strong enough to churn the seawater, with the whole event lasting over 10 seconds. Yang Yi looked back, switching to his left eye. After the tremor subsided, he noticed that the island's area had shrunk by several hundred square meters. This is, back when Yang Yi destroyed the statue, the island had experienced an earthquake. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. At the time, Yang Yi didn't pay much attention, as he was blind. By seeing it from a distance, he noticed the island seemed to be sinking. He had a feeling the earthquakes would become more frequent, and eventually, the island would submerge too. But it didn't really matter, as he wouldn't stay there long anyway. Once he gathered the corpses and some supplies, he would leave. You couldn't forget, the black mist was restless. When in a suitable spot, Yang Yi dropped anchor, stabilizing the ship. Then he returned to the captain's cabin. It had undergone some changes. A red velvet carpet, although old, now covered the floor, providing a comfortable surface. There was also a new light source in the room, a skull with a ghastly green flame inside. It would glow when opened and go dark when closed. Although the brightness was low, it was better than nothing. He lay down on the bed and noticed that it had become softer. The upgrade was definitely worth it. He began checking the chat logs, noticing that more players were selling hitting stones, causing prices to keep dropping. The Maritime Daily had also published the latest weekly report. Yang Yi spent 100 shell coins to buy a copy and sold some information on the silk spiders. However, he didn't disclose any details on the gluttonous guest or the spider queen. They were critical pieces of intelligence related to advanced knowledge, and honestly, the Maritime Daily's fees for information were a bit low. Soon enough, Yang Yi received a deposit of 400 shell coins, enough to cover the cost of the newspaper and even earn him 300 coins. He schemed through the paper. There wasn't much of interest in the trading section, but it did seem that the beginner's guide to corpse eating had been sold. Good luck to whoever bought it. The Sea Chronicle recorded a few events Yang Yi had missed. A few days before, someone on the chat channel sold a gun for an astronomical 120,000 shell coins. Name, White Rose. Type, treasure. Quality, rare. Description, a finely crafted, white gilded revolver capable of firing silver bullets. It causes minor damage to demons and can suppress regeneration. It can harm intangible entities, like ghosts. Ammo capacity, 5 automatic reloading takes 3 minutes. Rich folks, Yang Yi muttered. He certainly couldn't afford such a fortune. At the same time, he was also curious as to why the seller was letting go of the gun. If it were up to Yang Yi, he'd never sell it unless he had spares. What this news indicated was that guns were becoming more common, so he'd have to stay cautious. He couldn't normally dodge bullets, but with the help of his third eye, he might stand a chance. Meanwhile, the Sea Chronicle also revealed the coordinates of a new island. The volcanic island was home to a unique creature called the lava slug, capable of crawling through magma. While they didn't attack humans, their secretions were scorching hot and fatal upon contact, a highly dangerous species. They weren't very intelligent creatures, however, and players quickly figured out how to kill them. They only needed to cool them down with large amounts of seawater. Once cooled, the slugs would die, turning into hardened stones. Their corpses could be used in vending machines, with a high chance of yielding a hitting stone. That explains why more players are suddenly selling hitting stones. Yang Yi checked the sea map and found that this island was quite far, to the left and rear, requiring 7 or 8 days of sailing. By the time he arrived, the black mist would likely have swallowed the island. So, he abandoned the idea of joining the excitement. If necessary, he could simply buy a hitting stone. Notes. 1. Parents, take notes? Simply. 2. Basically a water 7 in the making. Simply. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 27/50ths. Thank you for reading. I hope you're enjoying the story. We now have a Patreon. Feel free to check it out. You can read up to 12 chapters in advance. Laughing face. Please give the novel a rating and a review on Novel Bin. It will help the website and also help people find this novel. The following day, Yang Yi got up early and knocked on Suna's door. After a while, there was finally some movement inside. Suna opened the door, looking a bit displeased. What's going on? She asked. The island is sinking. Let's hurry and retrieve the bodies on the island. We only need the red velvet fur from the spider's abdomen. If we have time, we can also gather some wood, Yang Yi instructed. Suna nodded. Yang Yi took the helm, steering the Nightmare Star towards the island. By the time they reached the shore, the sky was lightening. Suna quickly freshened up, slung her pirate longbow over her shoulder, and got ready to go ashore with Yang Yi. However, while wading to the shore, Yang Yi suddenly realized something. If they discovered an island in the extreme winter sea, wouldn't they have to wade through icy water? That freezing seawater would be deadly. It seems we'll need to make a raft. I can put one together later, Yang Yi decided. After retrieving the bodies, they planned to use raw wood and spider silk to make a simple raft. The remaining spider silk in their sack, about a dozen units, was sufficient. Once ashore, the two followed their plan and headed to the nest first. The area had the highest concentration of spider corpses, and they needed to bring back the body of the spider queen from the innermost part as well. If one person did it alone, it would likely be too much to handle. Suna would be responsible for collecting the silk spider fur in areas closer to the ship, while Yang Yi would cover the farther areas, including the other end of the island. They decided to complete the collection of silk spider fur within the day. Being their second time on the island, they navigated with ease and quickly arrived at the entrance of the nest. The smell had grown even worse. Moreover, a new kind of insect had appeared in the cave, tiny ants the size of rice grains. The source of these ants was unclear, but they were numerous, feeding on the glow mushrooms overhead and the silk spider corpses. Suna caught a few ants, examined them, and found them rather ordinary with nothing special. She made a guess. These ants might be enemies of the spiders. Now that the spiders are dead, this cave has become a paradise for them, Suna explained. The two didn't linger, each gathering silk spider fur along the way with great efficiency. Collecting the fur was straightforward, as it could be scraped off with a dagger or short sword. They also attempted to explore side passages but avoided the narrow ones, which were filled with spider silk, making movement difficult. Soon, they made an unexpected discovery. In a side passage about 2 meters wide, Yang Yi found a curled-up, deceased giant silk spider. He decided to take it back to use it on the vending machine. The two ventured deeper and soon arrived at a cave. Yang Yi had been there before. Its walls were covered with dried human limbs. Suna had paused briefly the last time they were there but hadn't explored further, as a massive spider queen awaited her ahead. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Yang Yi entered the cave to collect spider fur from the dead spiders. They noticed a platform inside, covered with black stains. Suna leaned in, sniffed it, and frowned. Bloodstains. These spiders probably dismembered people here. Some blood spurted several meters away, suggesting that the people were likely still alive when dismembered, Suna speculated. Yang Yi remained silent, discovering a broken bow and a dozen simple arrows on the ground. They didn't find any other equipment or items. It seemed Hu Wei might have already retrieved them. There were no light orbs left behind by players who had died there. Without stopping, the two collected all the silk spider fur in the area and continued deeper. They soon reached the egg chamber, the end of the spider's nest. Originally standing tall, the majestic stone statue had now turned into a pile of rubble. Even if a god were to arrive, they would probably be unable to guess what it once looked like. Yang Yi noticed that there were still many newly hatched silk spiders here. However, they had just emerged and were immediately attacked by ants, quickly getting killed. At that moment, large numbers of spider eggs were being destroyed by the ants. Even the spider queen's corpse was covered with ants, crawling densely over it. Suna didn't rush to recover the spider queen's corpse but hurriedly collected some intact silk spider eggs. They were the size of goose eggs and were considered living creatures, so they couldn't be stored in a magic bag. Suna could only carry a limited number, placing them in a simple backpack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi kept his gaze fixed on the spider queen's body, contemplating how to move it. After all, the 10-meter large spider, even after removing its long legs, was still larger than an ordinary cow. It was impossible to stuff it into a stomach bag. It would be devoured, leaving only the shell behind. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet started to tremble, signaling another earthquake on the island. Yang Yi quickly grabbed Suna and took cover under a large boulder. The earthquake lasted for a full minute, even more violently than the previous ones. A large number of glow mushrooms fell from above. But strangely, no stones. It had happened during the first earthquake as well, but Yang Yi hadn't paid much attention at the time. However, with his mind clear, he sensed something was wrong. Wasn't the rock ceiling a bit too solid? He looked up and saw strange patterns on the vast stone wall at the top of the egg chamber. However, the light was dim. In addition, many glow mushrooms had withered and fallen to the ground, making it even harder to see the ceiling clearly. Suna also looked up. That looks like some kind of writing. She squinted her eyes, trying to make out more details. Without the use of the third eye, her vision was better than Yang Yi's. Yang Yi removed the eye patch from his left eye and used his third eye to examine the ceiling. Then, he saw it. This is, Yang Yi froze, his body tensing, unable to tear his gaze away. At that moment, a flood of knowledge rushed into his mind, wild and brutal, nearly bursting his brain. Suna was right, the patterns were indeed writing. The fact that she could recognize them as writing meant her perception attribute was very high, but limited by her normal vision. She could only see vague outlines. That had protected her sanity. She wouldn't be forced to read and understand the text like Yang Yi. It was an ancient language, one that was far older than any known writing in human history. It had no connection to any recorded human script. It didn't require learning. It was enough to simply see its form to instantly understand its meaning. Pictographs could only be considered a crude imitation of it. The difference in the information capacity of the two was as vast as pure sand versus complex crystals. There was no comparison. The characters didn't follow a fixed structure. Each one was unique. The amount of information was so great that it caused Yang Yi's brain to swell, with veins bulging on his forehead, almost about to burst. His head seemed to be enlarging. Confronting the ancient text, your sanity decreases by 50. You have read the Book of the Spider Body, your sanity decreases by 100. You have learned the spider body magic, you can view it on the panel. Who? Yang Yi gasped for air, sweating profusely, as though he had just walked through the gates of hell and barely escaped. At that moment, it felt like 100 worms had drilled into his brain, causing a mental overload that severed his perception of the outside world. A few minutes later, he regained his senses and regained control of his body. At the same time, his nose felt hot, and a spray of fresh blood erupted, with some tissue fragments even mixed in. Yang Yi, what's wrong with you? Suna also looked at the top of the cave, but found nothing. She only snapped back to reality after hearing the noise beside her. Yang Yi, still shaken, quickly grabbed Suna, warning, don't look up. What did you see? Suna asked. Yang Yi couldn't answer. He was unable to describe to Suna what he had seen with words. The meaning contained in those symbols was far too heavy, far beyond what human language could carry. So Yang Yi couldn't find the right words to explain what he had witnessed. He only replied, you should open the crew interface and check my sanity level. Suna understood immediately and quickly opened it, only to find that Yang Yi's sanity level was only 1 point. She became excited and hurriedly asked, what exactly did you see? A hideous, evil, disgusting, and nauseating spider. Yang Yi replied. If the text above was viewed with a wide-angle lens, one would see that the symbols were interconnected, forming the shape of a spider. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Don't look up, just dismember the Spider Queen's body and let's leave. Yang Yi said, sounding tired and not wanting to continue the conversation. Suna's expression was complicated, and she paused, seemingly still wanting to figure out what was at the top of the cave. Yang Yi didn't give her the chance. He took out the sea serpent's fang, and with the precision of a butcher, easily sliced through the joints of the spider queen's body, quickly dismembering it into its abdomen, chest, and legs, dividing the body into several sections. His method was precise, indicating that Yang Yi was very familiar with the spider queen's anatomy. Let's go, if we don't leave now, the ants will eat the whole body, Yang Yi urged. Suna reluctantly gave up her thoughts, focusing instead on carrying the spider queen's body. The two of them discussed and decided to roll the abdomen back to the coast. Most of the vital organs were in the abdomen. The chest and legs, being smaller, could barely fit into the storage bag. They rolled the spider queen's abdomen all the way to the cave entrance. It was difficult, as even with their combined effort, they couldn't get the abdomen out of the cave. The vertical tunnel was inconvenient, after all, it wasn't designed for humans. The spider's head was fine, after all, the queen's head was mostly empty, and without the body fluids, it weighed only a few dozen kilograms. But the abdomen was a whole different matter. Yang Yi then took out his flintlock rifle and fired a shot at the cave entrance at an angle, creating a slope. The two of them finally managed to push the enormous spider abdomen out of the nest. They made their way back to the coast. As expected, the island was sinking again, with the area shrinking by over 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, both of them could swim, especially Yang Yi, who, with his frenzy enhancement, moved through the water like a fish, quickly making his way to the Nightmare Star and then boarded the ship. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star closer and used the claw to pull Suna and the Spider Queen's abdomen into the ship's hold. After a brief rest, the two unloaded the silk they had collected and immediately set out again to the island. There were still plenty of corpses in the forest waiting to be collected. Following their plan, Suna handled the areas closer to the ship, while Yang Yi was responsible for the farthest zones. When alone, Yang Yi began checking his panel and noticed that it had changed again. Yang Yi, mortal. Extraordinary pathways, corruption level 7% / Book of Limb Spiders. Book of Limb Spiders. After reading the Book of Limb Spiders completely, you have learned Limb Spider Magic. When casting Limb Spider Magic, no incantation is needed. If in Spider's Kiss state, mana consumption will be reduced by 2 points. Attributes, 5 + 2, 22/200, Frenzy bonus, Strength +2, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Mental -2. Spirit, 8 + 1-2, 1320/16,000, Iron Will bonus. Agility, 5 + 1, 29/200. Constitution, 5 + 1, 42/200. Perception, 6 + 2, 22/4000, Wide Eye bonus. Sanity, 5/100. Energy, 87/100. Vitality, 91/100. Mana, 9/7. Talents. Iron Will, Refuse to Die. Spells. Body Enhancement, stimulates and enhances a specific limb, increasing its power by 0 to 3 points. The stronger the limb, the lesser the effect. Consumes 5 mana, lasts 15 minutes, after which the limb will be paralyzed. Body Restoration, restores a limb. Can repair damaged or severed limbs, requires sufficient blood and flesh, consumes 3 mana, and can also enhance your own limbs. Body Explosion, explodes a limb, requires a severed limb, or can be applied to your own. The fresher and stronger the limb, the greater the explosion. Consumes 8 mana. 10 Limb Spider Summoning, sacrifices your limbs to summon the Spider Queen. The more limbs sacrificed, the higher the success rate. If successful, it will summon the phantom of the Spider Queen. Status, Wide Eye. Reading something also leads to becoming extraordinary. Yang Yi reviewed the 4 new spells he had learned. If in Spider's Kiss state, the mana consumption for these spells would decrease by 2 points, which would greatly enhance their effectiveness. However, these spells didn't feel quite right. Shouldn't I have started with the Silk Ball spell? Yang Yi scratched his head. Though the effects weren't explicitly mentioned, he felt using these spells would certainly consume sanity, and there could be other unspecified side effects as well. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to rely on using these spells, especially the last summoning spell, which required sacrificing one's own limbs to summon the Spider Queen. Putting aside the success rate, even if he summoned it, it didn't seem to offer any benefit. Did he want to bring mutual destruction with the enemy? Unless completely insane, Yang Yi couldn't think of anyone who would use such a spell. Shaking off the thought, he focused his attention back on the task of collecting the spider corpses. With the Wide Eye enhancement, his collection efficiency greatly increased. However, switching between 2 types of vision still put a considerable strain on Yang Yi's brain. So, every now and then, he would sit down to rest for a while. Even so, his speed was still much faster than Suna's. 4 hours later, Yang Yi had completed his collection first, and he also found a giant silk spider, which could be used for vending. Suna was probably still an hour away from finishing. There was still plenty of time, with about 2 more hours before nightfall. After returning, Yang Yi didn't take a break. Instead, he chopped up some logs and used the remaining spider silk from his pouch to make a simple raft. He then hauled the raft onto the Nightmare Star. In a few days, after the silk dried, it could be used in the water. In the future, they could use the raft to travel to the island, preparing for the extreme winter seas. Suna happened to return as well. The time had already reached dusk when the island experienced another earthquake. Under their watchful eyes, the island sank by a quarter. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 27/50ths. The speed at which the island was sinking was faster than Yang Yi expected. By the following day, the island would have completely disappeared. Fortunately, the collection of spider corpses has already been completed. The two of them gathered the spider silk into a pile, forming a small mountain. Suna collected 517 units. Yang Yi collected much more, as all the spider silk in the lair was stored in his stomach pouch, and when emptied, it amounted to more than 7 times Suna's, totaling 3,695 units. Combined, the silk could make 42 sweaters or trousers. If he made 1 more sweater and 2 more pairs of trousers, they would have 4 complete sets, 2 for each of them. The remaining 39 could be sold for a profit. However, before knitting, they could first try their luck with the vending machine, using the bodies of the 2 giant spiders. Yang Yi was about to go to the deck for a spin when he noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at him. "What's up?" he asked Suna. She hesitated, organizing her thoughts, and after a few seconds, finally said, "In the cave, you saw something, right? Could you possibly draw it? It doesn't have to be the whole thing, just a part or a rough outline." She handed Yang Yi a pen and paper, her eyes filled with hope. She was bound to be disappointed. Yang Yi's drawing skills were still at an elementary school level, and he had little artistic ability. Asking him to draw those ancient symbols was akin to asking a newborn baby to recreate a QR code from memory. It was simply impossible. "I can't draw it." Yang Yi firmly refused and turned to leave, but Suna grabbed his arm. "Tell me, I'll reward you." Suna tried to tempt him, tugging at her collar. "Ha!" Yang Yi sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. What did this woman take him for? Livestock? Utterly laughable. He, Yang Yi, had a will as strong as steel. He wouldn't be swayed by beauty. He glanced over, feeling indifferent. With a resigned sigh, Yang Yi took the pen and scribbled randomly on the paper, creating a mess of lines, very abstract. At a glance, it could resemble a spider. He handed the drawing to Suna and quickly slipped out of the cabin to avoid further entanglement. Suna held the crude drawing and looked at it. Yang Yi wasted no time, heading straight for the vending machine. He used a smelly, dried-up sardine as a payment, opened his stomach pouch, and took out a bottle of fresh water and the body parts of the giant spiders. The water wasn't for drinking, it was for washing his face. He hadn't washed in days, and his face was a bit grimy, which he reckoned would bring bad luck to the vending machine. After cleaning his face, Yang Yi officially started his turns, inserting the body parts one by one and spinning the dial on the octopus-shaped vending machine's chest. 2 unremarkable capsules popped out. Yang Yi picked one up and checked it, overjoyed. He had won something good. Name, low-level craftsman engraved stone. Type, consumable. Quality, rare. Description, can enhance the quality of treasures, upgrading any items of fine quality or below by 1 level. Your treasures will be renewed. The other reward wasn't as impressive. It was an armor heart protector, identical to the one Yang Yi had obtained before, so he could give it to Suna. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. After finishing with the capsules, he returned to the cabin, and Suna had already gone back to the witch's lab. Since her sanity level was 72, he didn't feel the need to rush her out. He mixed himself a bottle of Vitality coconut smoothie and downed it in one go, running low on salt. He noticed there was only 30 g of salt and 2 bottles of the coconut smoothie left in stock. Fortunately, he still had 54 Vitality coconuts. Might as well buy some salt and make the rest of the Vitality coconuts into smoothies. He left the cabin, moved the Nightmare Star to a relatively safe spot, and docked. If the island didn't sink, he planned to cut some wood before leaving. If it sank, then so be it. He browsed the chat channel, trading his machete for 2 bags of salt, totaling 1000 g. He actually liked the weapon, but its quality was too low. It was fine for chopping branches or people but wouldn't stand a chance against a spider's carapace without breaking. Yang Yi checked his stamina, it was down to 55, worn out from the day's activities. Each sweater or pair of trousers required 3 stamina points, so he could make a maximum of 8 items. If he pushed himself further, his stamina would drop below 30, risking unconsciousness. Not worth it. 2 hours later, he crafted more sets of clothes. He put the price at 4,000 per set, which was roughly 7 times the price of a down jacket. A down jacket costs about 600 shell coins, so 2 would be 1,200. He started advertising in the chat. Fire velvet sweaters and trousers sets? Check them out for yourself, 2 pieces per set, selling for 4,000 shell coins each, only 4 sets available. He attached the stats of the outfits. Just after he posted, a flood of private messages poured in. 4,000, did you add an extra 0? I'll take it for 400 shell coins. How about 2,000? A down jacket is only 600 each right now, just cold-resistant clothing, not a weapon. Sell it cheaper. Yang Yi schemed a few messages, mostly lowballers, so he ignored them. These people weren't his target customers anyway. He wanted to sell to players doing well in the game. These players needed higher-grade equipment and would be willing to pay more. Soon, his first customer appeared, Shen Guanquan, leader of the New World Fleet. Didn't I tell you? Message me privately for good stuff. I'll take all 4 sets. Yang Yi took a deep breath. The guy had to be doing well, buying with the air of a wealthy spender. Money was money, and Yang Yi wasn't about to turn it down. The transaction was quickly completed, with 16,000 shell coins credited to his account. Just after he sold out, more private messages from friends started coming in, including Captain Yu Jiwei of the Iron Will and Captain Su De of the Swift Wind. Sold out. I'll message you when I make more. After replying to each, Yang Yi called Suna back to the cabin and prepared to sleep, resting up for tomorrow's plans. Meanwhile, at the New World Fleet, Shen Guanquan received the 4 sets of sweaters and trousers, keeping one for himself and planning to distribute the rest to his top crew. Old Shen, didn't you overpay for these sweaters? Asked Captain Zhao Titu of the Ironhead, a little distressed. You don't understand. When the temperature drops and only these sweaters can keep you warm, then you'll see their worth. But if I just wear 2 padded coats, won't it be the same? If it's still cold, I'll wear 3. Shen Guanquan went silent, turning to Zhao Titu with difficulty. Titu, sometimes I think you're actually pretty smart. Of course. All thanks to your guidance. Zhao Titu scratched his head shyly. Fine, then we'll do it your way. You won't get the sweater and trousers, just wear 2 padded coats. With that, Shen Guanquan took the sweater to give to someone else, leaving Zhao Titu chasing after him. No, old Shen, I was wrong. I'd rather wear the sweater. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 28/50ths. Shout out to our new Patreon Bonnie Swihart. Thank you so much for joining the team. Laughing face. The following day, just as dawn broke, Yang Yi set off for the island, driving the Nightmare Star. The scheduled tasks were heavy. Not only did he have to cut down trees, but he also needed to rush to finish making the sweater, which would be quite energy draining. He glanced at his energy level and saw it was only at 92. Should I ask Suna to come help with the logging? As he thought this, he caught sight of the island ahead and dismissed the idea. It was now barely over 200 square meters, and it looked like several large earthquakes had struck it yet again. There were only about 70 trees left on the island for easy gathering, and many were half submerged in the sea, showing just the upper parts of their trunks. Yang Yi observed this and felt it was a good thing. It meant that the grappling hook could easily latch onto these trees, making resource collection extremely convenient. All he needed to do was shoot to break the trunks, then pull the logs onto the ship, where they'd be automatically converted into lumber, sparing him the trouble of manual collection. Yang Yi checked the weather forecast. The wind today was only at level 1, and the sea was calm, so he didn't have to worry about driftwood floating too far away. He put on his sharkskin swimsuit, prepared a bite to eat, and warmed up before starting work. Meanwhile, Suna had just woken up, finding herself slumped over her desk. She hadn't slept well, having been studying the drawings Yang Yi had left behind. She had tried to replicate them several times, but none felt quite right. Something always seemed missing. So, she decided to change things, adding some of her own unique interpretations. As she kept drawing, she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she noticed a special drawing on the desk, surrounded by discarded sketches all over the desk and floor, a huge waste. Luckily, her room had no shortage of paper. As long as she was willing to pay, she could access an endless supply from the shelves and drawers in her room. She looked at her drawing, and then glanced at her sanity level, noticing it was only at 51. It suggested she'd entered a state of madness, probably because she had drawn a particular piece. The drawing was composed of 9 lines, converging in the center, twisting around one another into a complex spiral pattern that made her dizzy if she stared too long. Suna gazed at the drawing for several seconds, then watched as it curled up right before her eyes, transforming into a tightly compacted paper ball. You have created a spell, unlocking the path to transcendence. Truth, by attempting to understand and master the true nature of this world, you can create unique spells that don't consume sanity. You have learned Curling Touch. Curling Touch, curl an object within your field of vision. Power is based on your mental strength and requires 7 mana essence. After casting the spell, Suna felt an intense headache, so severe that she could do nothing else and collapsed directly to the floor. Suna, how much longer until the energy restoring potion is ready? Yang Yi sent her a message. Several minutes later, he received a reply. I've got an idea, I can get you a sample tonight. Okay. Yang Yi didn't mind, her replies were always slow unless some peculiar artifact happened to catch her attention. After sending the message, he dove into the sea and began his logging operation for the day. The Nightmare Star was actually quite close to the island, with the risk of its hull touching the seabed trees. But Yang Yi didn't mind, as long as the ship didn't get stranded. It was fine, its durability would automatically recover anyway. The armbone armor covering the hull was no joke. Even if the trees were sharpened to a point and used for ramming, it was unlikely to damage the Nightmare Star. About 3 hours later, Suna finally recovered from her headache, with her mana essence restored by 1 point. With her current mental attributes, she wasn't yet able to sustain the spell. Any use would render her incapable of action. Fortunately, once the mana essence recovered, her body returned to normal. She walked out of her room and hurried towards the witch's laboratory, eager to finish the new energy restoring potion, since only the dilution step remained. Another hour passed, and Yang Yi had cut down all the trees on the island. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. He swam back to the ship and found his energy was at 52. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to finish making all the sweaters in time. But it didn't matter, he'd collect the logs first. He piloted the Nightmare Star and started using the grappling hook to collect the logs. A total of 73 logs were retrieved, though some might have drifted away. He managed to get 635 units of wood, which was far more efficient than fishing for floating debris at sea, except for the ultimate fishing expert, of course. After finishing, he went back to his room to rest his eyes for a while. When he woke up, his energy had recovered to 82. It was evening, and Suna had left him a message asking him to come to the laboratory. If all went well, the energy-restoring potion was ready. Yang Yi quickly headed to the witch's laboratory and was handed 2 bottles of yellow potion by Suna. One was light yellow, the other more orangey. Why are there 2 bottles? Yang Yi was confused. This potion is made from the stomach acid of a gluttonous guest, Suna explained. The darker one is more concentrated, the lighter one is less so, but both will restore energy. Stomach acid. Exactly. After drinking it, you might feel like eating, so it's best to have plenty of food ready, Suna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He hadn't expected Suna to actually use stomach acid to make the potion, and now his face showed a bit of hesitation. Would this burn through his esophagus? Seeing his troubled expression, Suna thought he was worried about the yield and explained again. Don't worry, the stomach acid can be mass-produced. Just put food into the stomach, and it'll keep producing stomach acid. She pointed to a glass jar on the shelf. Yang Yi looked over. The jar was about 4 centimeters in diameter and contained a light yellow solution. It had half a stomach submerged in it, likely cut from a gluttonous guest. It still had some vitality, twitching occasionally. You see the strange stomach and your sanity decreases by 3. This, Yang Yi looked away, not wanting to keep looking at it. Suna, however, was staring at him intently, as if saying, go on, drink it. Why aren't you drinking it? With a determined heart, Yang Yi thought, well, there's more potion, it won't kill me from corrosion. He went to the cabin, glanced at the black bread on the table, and then downed the potion. It felt like drinking sulfuric acid burning hot. You drank the energy potion. You feel hungry, your stomach growls, sanity.And. Yang Yi's eyes widened as he felt an intense hunger, his stomach growling non-stop. He felt like he could eat a whole cow, if one were to appear. After eating a few dried fish, 3 pieces of black bread, and a sausage, the hunger subsided. Normally, this amount of food could last a person 3 days, the black bread was quite long. You are full, gaining the full and satisfied state. Energy recovery speed plus 100%, sanity recovery speed plus 25%, health recovery speed plus 25%. Seeing the system message, Yang Yi was overjoyed. It was exactly the state he wanted. Suna, you're a genius. Yang Yi couldn't help but praise her, giving her a thumbs up. Name, Appetizer Potion. Type, consumable/potion/unique. Quality, excellent. Description, a potion created by the witch Suna, made from the stomach acid of a gluttonous guest, diluted and processed through a special technique. After consumption, it greatly increases appetite and digestive absorption. Once enough food is eaten, the full and satisfied state will be activated, lasting for 8 hours, accelerating recovery. If sufficient food isn't consumed within a short time, it will cause massive stomach and digestive tract bleeding. Effect lasts for 24 hours and only works once. Drinking more than once will lead to stomach bleeding. Suna, receiving her first compliment, was also very excited. Normally, Yang Yi would only complain about the side effects, but this time he didn't. After all, the side effects seemed manageable as long as enough food was prepared. But what wasn't noticed was, Yang Yi discreetly hid the other bottle of yellow potion and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The light yellow version already made him ravenous. If he drank the orange one, the ship might end up being eaten too. The yellow potion could be extremely dangerous. Yang Yi had just returned to the deck when another earthquake struck. The Nightmare Star was also rocked by the waves, swaying relentlessly. 2 minutes later, the island completely disappeared, submerged in the sea. Along with it, the nest, or what could be called a temple, which was inscribed with the Book of Spider Body, vanished as well. Yang Yi didn't feel any regret. He believed that such divine relics, beyond the comprehension of humans, should not exist in the mortal world. Only the dark, deep sea could be their rightful home. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star, turned the ship around, and headed straight towards the extreme winter sea. He had stayed there too long, and the black fog behind him had never stopped. Back in his room, Yang Yi planned to make the remaining sweaters. There were 31 left, and he needed 93 energy points to finish them. Yang Yi had the energy to weave sweaters but lacked the energy to rest or sleep. He even drank another appetizer potion during this time. By noon the following day, he finally finished. He immediately contacted a few of his friends who had purchased items from him. First, he sold a set to Yu for 2,000 shell coins. Yu was the captain of the Iron Will and had been very generous, even giving Yang Yi some giant bobbit worm meat, making him someone worth building a close relationship with. However, Yu didn't buy just for himself. He bought 4 more sets for 4,000 shell coins, planning to distribute them among his subordinates. Next was Suda, captain of the Swift Wind. Although they hadn't met in person, they were friends online, and Yang Yi offered him a friendly price of 3,000 shell coins. Suda quickly paid and provided high-value information about the extreme winter sea. At the time, most players hadn't entered the extreme winter sea yet, and most were still preparing in the surrounding areas. However, Suda and a few others had explored the area. According to him, the extreme winter sea was full of large floating icebergs, and if encountered, it was best to avoid them, as what appeared above the water was only the tip. Also, the temperature in the extreme winter sea could reach -10°C, making resupply very difficult, and fishing there was often a waste of time. Lastly, after traveling a certain distance in the extreme winter sea, they would encounter white mist, but since Suda had never entered it, he didn't know what was inside. Perhaps the temperature would drop even more. Yang Yi thanked Suda for the information and continued chatting with him. His Swiftwind Guild was different from most other fleets, as it was a loose alliance made up of young, fast ships and adventurous players. They shared information, did internal trading, and occasionally met up. Yang Yi then privately messaged several players who had left comments saying they wanted to buy sweaters, selling 3 more sets. He then tried contacting other friends to speed up the selling process, so he wouldn't have to use up his chat messages in the World channel. It was also a good way to boost his presence. Once the remaining sets were sold, Yang Yi planned to sell them all to Shen Guanquan. He had a large appetite, so he would probably buy them all. The first person Yang Yi contacted was Jodai. She was probably someone who didn't lack money. Plus, her holy water had helped Yang Yi several times, so he could offer her a friendly price. But after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Yi still hadn't received a reply from Jodai, which likely meant she wasn't interested. So, Yang Yi tried contacting the experienced fisherman Hichi, asking if he wanted the fuzzy sweaters. This time, he received a response almost immediately. Hichi, sorry, I just caught a big fish. Attached was a picture of a nearly 5-meter-long fish. Yang Yi, who asked you about fishing? Hichi, haha, the sweater's stats are okay, but I don't need it, because I have something better. He sent over information about a piece of equipment. Name, fuzzy seal fur coat. Type, treasure. Quality, rare. Description, a fuzzy coat made from seal fur, covering the entire body. Not only is it warm, but it's also waterproof. Even if you unfortunately fall into icy waters, you won't need to worry about freezing to death. It has one flaw, though once worn, it tends to smell. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Yang Yi stared at the information for a while, unable to respond. The fisherman really knew his stuff? He decided to ask He brother, are you selling this outfit? I just earned a big sum. Hichi, not selling? If I give you mine, what would I wear? Yang Yi, actually, the sweater is pretty nice. It accentuates your figure. Hichi, go away. Want to show off your body in the ocean? Are you trying to attract passing sea monsters? If you want this outfit, you can come to the extreme winter sea to fish. Only by fishing fuzzy seals and killing them can you possibly get one through a vending machine. Hichi then sent a coordinate, showing where he caught it. Yang Yi fell silent. He couldn't even catch normal fish. If he tried to catch a fuzzy seal, it would probably turn into a skeleton seal. But Hichi really was obsessed with fishing. While most players were still preparing, he had already gone ahead and fished in the extreme winter sea. No wonder he became the captain of the fisherman ship. Moreover, his ship was also special, but its skills only appeared after leveling up. With a level 3 ship, there were 2 skills available. Blessing of the Angler, in any sea area, you can catch normal fish, and the chances of catching rare items are increased. Angler's Persistence, you will never get an empty catch, as long as you're willing to fish all day, you'll catch something at least once. After reading the skills, Yang Yi was stunned. So, all his fishing luck had been taken away by this guy. Later, the remaining 6 sets of fuzzy sweaters and miscellaneous pieces were all sold to Shen Guanquan. The guy took everything. With that, Yang Yi's account balance reached 76,800 shell coins, quite a hefty sum. Aside from ship crews, players who could pull out this kind of money were probably less than 1%. Yang Yi planned to use the money to upgrade his equipment and restock on ship supplies. As for medicines, there was no need soon as original potions were far better than anything else on the market in terms of effectiveness. Of course, they were much harder to drink. He started browsing through equipment on the chat channel and asked Suna if she wanted anything. Suna replied quickly and directly. If you have extra money, just transfer it to me. I'm completely out of cash. Yang Yi read the message and shook his head. The girl didn't even need equipment. She seemed eager to pour all her money into her lab. If she had a flare gun, it'd probably be sold within a few minutes. Yang Yi didn't ask her any further and transferred her 6,800 shell coins. He hoped she would use it wisely, know when to stop, and try to make some potions with better effects and fewer side effects. By the way, can you make me another bottle of the Scarlet Potion, just in case? Yang Yi sent another message. After receiving the money, Suna's attitude noticeably improved. I'll make it for you now. Yang Yi didn't bother with her further and continued planning his supplies. He had considered selling the Vitality Coconut Juice, as the Appetizer Potion could replace it and even had better effects. But after thinking about it, he decided to keep the coconut juice. It would be better for Suna, as her sanity cap was low, and the risk of drinking potions was too high for her. Coconut juice was a safer choice for her. He had 54 bottles, enough for her for quite a while. Yang Yi continued browsing weapon equipment and checking food prices, preparing for a large shopping spree. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 30/50ths. Yang Yi checked the ship's hold for food and freshwater. The inventory included. The supply of freshwater was barely sufficient. With a fire, freshwater could be distilled indefinitely. He only needed to purchase a flintstone to make this possible. The decision boiled down to whether to buy fish or dry food. Yang Yi's daily intake had increased drastically, triple the usual amount due to consuming an appetite-enhancing potion regularly. Hence, he calculated food preparation based on the needs of 4 people. An adult's daily diet is typically 1 black bread and half a sausage. After some thought, he decided to buy 200 black bread and 100 sausages. Adding it to the existing stockpile, it would be enough for him and Suna to last 1 or 2 months at sea. It was all in preparation for the extreme winter sea. They could have enough to survive for a long time even without catching fish. Additionally, he needed to buy some vegetables and fruits to replenish vitamins, especially vitamin C. Fruit, for example, could be unavailable in the extreme winter seas. He checked the market prices. Black bread was priced at 5 units of timber, approximately 25 shell coins. Its texture was rough and unappealing, but it had the advantage of long-term storage. Yang Yi strongly suspected that the bread recipe might include wood as an ingredient. Sausages, on the other hand, were much more expensive. They provided protein and essential salts for the human body, costing 50 shell coins each. Both food items were common and could be produced in the food processing workshop, an extension of ordinary ships. However, Yang Yi wasn't familiar with the recipe for these items, and the workshop wasn't available in the expansion list for his Nightmare Star. In his view, buying food was more practical than wasting expansion space on food production, especially when fishing and making dried fish were viable alternatives. He would rather build a cannon or some other functional structure. With this decision made, Yang Yi purchased a large quantity of black bread and sausages, spending a total of 10,000 shell coins. Next came the vegetables and fruits, which were monopolized by the farmer ship. Only the farmer ship could produce large quantities of vegetables and fruits, other ships couldn't manage it. Although some players tried growing crops on board, the results were less than satisfactory. Growth was slow, unlike the farmer ship, which had skills to accelerate harvests. Market prices showed that a single apple cost 100 shell coins and wasn't suitable for long-term storage. Yang Yi contacted Shen Guanquan directly. The farmer ship was under his management to see if he could get a discount. Yang Yi, do you have any long-lasting vegetables or fruits? Shen Guanquan, you're in luck. We just made some fruit preserves. They're rich in vitamin C and made from top-quality apples. 800 shell coins per pound. Yang Yi, that's too expensive. Shen Guanquan, you think it's expensive? Even I think it's expensive. It takes 10 apples to make a pound. Take it or leave it, this is the lowest price. The market price is 1,000 shell coins per pound. Yang Yi checked the chat channels and found this to be true. The farmer ship currently held a monopoly, and Shen Guanquan had the final say on pricing. Alright, give me 5 pounds. Got it. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and purchased 5 pounds, costing him 4,000 shell coins. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. It was primarily for replenishing vitamins, so consuming it in moderation was enough. There were also some eyeball fruits in the warehouse, which Yang Yi planned to experiment with drying into eyeball fruit jerky. After handling these matters, Yang Yi had only 56,000 shell coins left, which he intended to use for upgrading his equipment. It was a process that couldn't be rushed. He needed to browse carefully, compare options, and find a powerful weapon suited to him, ideally at the lowest possible price. While fishing, Yang Yi browsed the chat channels for weapon listings, occasionally leaving a message. Looking for melee weapons, long ones preferred, the longer and thicker, the better. Only looking for premium quality or above, relics preferred. DM me with offers. He repeated this message every hour, intending to acquire a large, cold weapon. After his battles with the Spider Queen and Gluttonous Guest, Yang Yi realized a critical weakness: his weapons were too short, making it difficult to effectively harm large creatures. Weapons like the Sea Serpent Fang, a short sword, were excellent against small targets but lacked the reach and impact to deal with massive creatures. Thus, Yang Yi urgently needed a long weapon to compensate for this shortcoming, something capable of inflicting serious damage on large opponents. He browsed for hours, receiving private messages, but none of the offers caught his eye. Good items were rare, as most players preferred to keep them unless they had superior replacements. After several hours, Yang Yi shortlisted 3 suitable long weapons, each of premium quality and reasonably priced. He planned to choose one. Name: Great Horse Cleaving Blade. Type: Relic. Quality: Premium. Description: a long, sharp blade capable of easily cutting through cattle bones. With mastery, it can decapitate a bull in one stroke. Price: 15,000 shell coins. Details: the blade has a slight curve, measures nearly 1.5 meters in length, including the handle, and is visually striking. Name: Two-handed greatsword. Type: Relic. Quality: Premium. Description: a heavy greatsword that is not particularly sharp but incredibly durable. Requires strength 7 to wield and strength 8 to fully master. While it may not slice through foes, it can crush bones effectively. Seller, a female player with strength 5, unable to wield the sword, decided to sell it. However, due to the scarcity of players with strength 7, it had been listed for a long time without any buyers. Price, 20,000 shell coins, non-negotiable. Name, steel tip spear. Type, relic. Quality, premium. Description, crafted with bull tendon wood soaked in tung oil and tipped with steel, this spear has excellent penetration and flexibility. With proper technique, it can deliver devastating piercing damage. Price, 12,000 shell coins. Each weapon had its advantages and disadvantages. After some thought, Yang Yi leaned towards the two-handed greatsword. Its high strength requirement matched his +2 strength boost during frenzy, making it an ideal weapon. If he had possessed this sword during his fight with the Spider Queen, combined with his 3 eyes, Yang Yi was confident he could have smashed the Spider Queen's head. Even if not fatal, it would have given her a severe concussion. He tried negotiating the price, but the seller wouldn't budge, firmly demanding 20,000 shell coins. Reluctantly, Yang Yi decided to browse a bit longer. If nothing better came along, he would settle for the greatsword. Just then, a private message popped up. Hey, bro, interested in a giant sword? Big and impressive, just what you're looking for, and it's a relic. Broken sword. Yang Yi immediately lost interest. Send it over for me to take a look. Hehe, I just dragged this sword back, and it took a lot of effort. The other party seemed like a chatterbox, giving a full account of the backstory while selling the weapon. According to him, the broken sword was discovered on a barren island. No vegetation, gray-white soul lifeless. There was only one scorched blacksmith's shop on the island, and inside it lay the broken sword. If I weren't in such desperate need of supplies and pressed for time, I would never sell it. The man went into meticulous detail, and within just a few minutes, he managed to imbue the weapon with a cultural and emotional value. Yang Yi, growing impatient from the long-winded story, urged him. So, are you selling the sword or selling the story? Selling the sword? Of course, the sword. Show me the stats. Right away. He sent over the weapon's attributes. Name, Ironbreaker. Type, relic. Quality, rare item. Description, a blacksmith forged this broken sword in a fit of rage. Crafted from an unknown, extremely hard metal, its rigidity made it difficult to shape, resulting in a crude and unwieldy design. Requires strength 9 to barely wield and strength 10, human limit, to handle properly. Human strength alone is insufficient to utilize such an extraordinary weapon it's made to slay. A weapon image was attached. After viewing it, Yang Yi couldn't help but let out a string of exclamations. Calling it a sword felt a bit far-fetched. It was more like a massive slab of iron. It was hard to imagine what kind of person, in what mental state, would forge such a monstrous weapon. The blade was approximately 35 centimeters wide, 220 centimeters long, and the tip appeared to be broken off, leaving a slanted edge. Its overall appearance was extremely rough, resembling an unfinished product. The surface was riddled with dents and uneven hammer marks, including the blade's edge, which lacked uniform thickness and would cause tearing rather than clean cuts. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. If someone were struck by this thing, it wouldn't leave a smooth wound. Instead, it would create a gory, jagged mess, as if torn apart by a beast. There would be no way of stitching it back up. Yang Yi was immediately drawn to the weapon's savage and rugged appearance. He asked about its price. How much are you asking? 50,000 shell coins, no haggling? If the strength requirement wasn't so high, I'd keep it for myself. He had a point. Requiring strength 9 to even swing it was quite demanding. For reference, an average adult's strength was only 5, and attribute growth wasn't linear. From Yang Yi's experience, strength 8 was roughly double strength 5, and the gap widened exponentially as the number increased. Strength 9 was a rare feat. Few players could achieve it, and those who could were exceptional. Even Yang Yi needed to activate both his madness bonus and refuse to die states simultaneously to barely reach that level. Of course, he could also drink potions or use body-enhancing spells to meet the requirement. Ordinary players, though, would just stare at it in frustration. No discount. Nope. If the attribute requirement weren't so high, I'd sell it for 100,000. Yang Yi shook his head after reading the information. The weapon wasn't bad, but asking for 50,000 was absurd. The last rare-grade revolver only sold for 120,000. Guns were clearly better than this sword. At present, ranged weapons were superior to melee weapons, and firearms outperformed cold weapons. This was an undeniable truth. Moreover, the broken sword was classified as a relic, which usually came with drawbacks. Many players avoided relics for such a reason, having been burned too many times. Only someone like Yang Yi, who wasn't afraid of sanity penalties, preferred them. After all, compared to treasures, relics often excelled in specific areas. Buddy, could you at least hint at the weapon's drawbacks so I know what I'm dealing with? Yang Yi messaged. What else could it be? Sanity drain, obviously. How much? Why so many questions? Buy it or not? The lowest I'll go is 40,000. Sensing Yang Yi's probing, the seller dropped the price by 10,000. The eagerness to sell indicated the weapon had serious flaws, and the seller was desperate to offload it. So, Yang Yi continued bargaining, 35,000, and we'll seal the deal. No more nonsense. 38,000. Deal. After bargaining down 12,000, Yang Yi promptly paid and acquired the broken sword. As for its drawbacks, Yang Yi wasn't too concerned. If it was just a sanity drain, it wouldn't matter unless it was extreme. The transaction was completed quickly. A heavy, rugged broken sword was spat out by the octopus head vending machine, crashing into the deck, and leaving a deep dent. Fortunately, the deck could repair itself. Otherwise, Yang Yi would have had to spend materials to fix the ship. It's really heavy. Yang Yi tried lifting it. Even with both hands, he couldn't raise the sword, only managed to drag it by the hilt, leaving a deep scratch across the deck. Before long, a private message popped up. It was from the seller. He seemed to be in a great mood and sent Yang Yi a reminder. Hey, buddy, just a heads up. If you're not using that weapon, you'd better wrap it up tight and toss it in a corner. I won't say more than that. Huh? What do you mean? Yang Yi immediately replied but discovered that the message failed to send. The system notified him that he'd been blocked by the other party. Is the drawback really that bad? Yang Yi turned his gaze to Ironbreaker, yet it didn't seem all that special. Wait. He noticed the uneven, reflective surface of the blade, and within it appeared the fleeting image of a white skull phantom rushing towards him. The spirit of dread passes through you. You feel a chill of terror. Sanity-5. Yang Yi felt a cold sweat break out, goosebumps covering his skin. Worse yet, the attack persisted as the spirit of dread repeatedly rammed into him. The spirit of dread passes through you. You feel a chill of terror. Sanity-5. The spirit of dread passes through you. You feel a chill of terror. Sanity-5. It was an invisible ghost, imperceptible to the average person. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, realizing he'd been duped. No wonder the seller had blocked him so quickly. This weapon would be nearly unusable for the time being. It would take extensive training and adaptation to this terror to minimize the sanity drain, allowing him to wield the sword properly. But that process could take a long time. As Yang Yi contemplated this, he prepared to wrap the weapon tightly and stash it in some secluded corner, to prevent the phantom from harming anyone. However, your sanity is below 50. You've entered a madness state. Fearless. The spirit of dread passes through you. You remain unaffected. The spirit of dread passes through you. You remain unaffected. A few minutes later, the spirit of dread has ceased its harassment and returned to the sword. Yang Yi was speechless. Even with 3 eyes, he still couldn't fully perceive the invisible entity. In his enhanced vision, the skeletal phantom appeared with drooping eye sockets, looking deeply aggrieved as it slowly floated back into Ironbreaker. It almost seemed a little pitiful. Yang Yi suddenly found his own thoughts amusing. Feeling sorry for something like this, maybe his own mind wasn't in great shape either. Yang Yi took a piece of leather and wrapped the broken iron sword in it before stuffing it into his greedy stomach pouch. Unless he faced a large creature, it was better not to use it. The drawback was its demanding requirement, strength 9. If he could boost his base strength by 6 points, it would become much more convenient. After triggering madness, he'd only be 1 point short, which could be supplemented with a potion. Next, he needed to seize the time to enhance his strength. After purchasing the broken iron sword, Yang Yi was left with a balance of only 18,000. He planned to use the remaining funds to buy some miscellaneous items and check out bows. If the funds fell short, he could trade some resources to make up the difference. He checked the world channel but didn't find anything worthwhile. Ranged weapons were more in demand than melee ones, with an overall trend of high competition, especially for guns. He privately messaged several people, only to find that the weapons were already sold. Finding a suitable bow wasn't going to be easy. However, Yang Yi wasn't in a rush. He planned to spend the next few days fishing in the Polar Sea. Unable to find the right ranged weapon, he turned to other necessities, all reasonably priced. He spent 120 stone to buy a piece of flint, 1,200 shell coins for 2 down jackets, 800 shell coins for 2 woolen hats, and 2,000 shell coins for 4 pairs of long fleece-lined boots. The reason for buying down jackets instead of just woolen sweaters was the extreme cold. If sweaters and trousers couldn't keep him warm, he could layer the down jackets on top. It was worth the extra expense. After finishing his shopping, it was already late at night. He drank a bottle of appetite potion, ate 3 loaves of black bread and a sausage, drank a liter of fresh water, and then drifted off to sleep. Name, woolen hat. Type, treasure. Quality, common. Description, soft and comfortable, it wraps the head well and prevents frostbite on the ears. Name, long fleece-lined boots. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Description, the soles are patterned for anti-slip purposes. Thick and lined with fleece, these boots are ideal for snow walking, offering warmth and grip. However, they're not very breathable. Don't try sniffing the inside. The following day, the Nightmare Star sailed as usual. If all went as expected, they would reach the Polar Sea in 2 days. Yang Yi stood at the bow of the ship, fishing. Hey, buddy, do you understand what I'm saying? He attempted to converse with the skeletal captain at the ship's bow. The captain didn't respond and simply kept moving his jaw open and shut. Here, try this long-legged sardine I just caught. Yang Yi stuffed a long-legged sardine into the skeletal captain's mouth. Although it could bite, it had no digestive tract. The fish ended up slipping out between the bones. Yang Yi's enthusiasm waned. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. He realized the skeletal captain was nothing more than a decoration. He wondered if upgrading the ship in the future would bring some new functionality to it. He continued fishing. Before entering the polar sea, he wanted to catch as many eyeball fruits as possible and try drying them into eyeball fruit jerky. Since he had no fire, he planned to make a simple stove, hang the eyeball fruits nearby, and speed up the drying process. As he thought about this, he caught another eyeball fruit. While fishing, Yang Yi also checked the chat channel, looking for equipment to enhance Suna's attack power. Her bow and arrows were quite limited in effectiveness. Against tough-skinned or armored monsters, it was difficult to inflict substantial damage. Thus, Yang Yi had been searching for a more powerful bow or a crossbow-like weapon. However, after browsing for an entire afternoon, he still couldn't find anything suitable. Either the prices were exorbitant, or the quality was too low. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one problem: Yang Yi didn't have enough money. Ranged weapons were significantly more expensive than melee ones, sometimes costing twice as much, especially firearms. He had just seen a high-quality double-barrel shotgun sell for a hefty 40,000 coins. Name: double-barrel shotgun. Type: treasure. Quality: premium. Description: a hunter's favored double-barrel shotgun. Effective range: 50 meters. Ammo capacity: 2 automatic reload time: 3 minutes. Suitable for hunting boars. Yang Yi's account had only 14,000 shell coins left. If he converted his resources into cash, he could add another 20,000 coins. But with such amount, buying a rare grade bow was just a pipe dream. Purchasing a premium grade bow would only provide a slight improvement, no fundamental change. What if I buy a premium bow and then enhance it using a low-tier artisan inscription stone? As Yang Yi mulled over this, a new idea struck him. He couldn't afford a bow, but he could afford arrows? Searching with specific keywords, he finally found something worthwhile. Although there were no explosive or ice arrows for sale, armor-piercing arrows were available. Name: tri-edged armor-piercing arrow. Type: consumable. Quality: fine. Description: these arrows have excellent penetration capabilities. The arrowheads include blood grooves that cause wounds to bleed continuously and heal poorly. After reading the description, Yang Yi decided to buy these arrows. They were far superior to the iron arrows produced by the simple synthesis system. However, the price was steep: 300 shell coins per arrow. Still, considering the arrows could be reused, the price was reasonable. He immediately contacted the seller. 250 shell coins for 30 tri-edged armor-piercing arrows deal. Not selling. The seller was quite firm. After some haggling, Yang Yi finally bought 40 arrows for 280 shell coins each, spending a total of 11,200 coins. His account now had only 2,800 shell coins remaining. Yang Yi decided to save the rest for emergencies. Suna, I bought some armor-piercing arrows and left them in your room, Yang Yi messaged her. Suna was mostly holed up in the lab, and Yang Yi didn't bother asking what she was working on. A few minutes later, she replied, got it. After finishing these errands, Yang Yi took out the low-tier artisan inscription stone he had obtained earlier. The item could only be used to enhance treasures, and Yang Yi had been holding onto it. Initially, he planned to buy a suitable premium-grade polyarm to enhance. But unexpectedly, he ended up buying a rare-grade weapon instead. Yang Yi didn't like hoarding items. For enhancement tools like this, it was better to use them when needed. Dying with unused resources would be laughable. He immediately enhanced the sea serpent's fang. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the weapon's properties changed. Name: blazing sea serpent's fang, transformed. Type: treasure. Quality: rare. Description: a serpent fang dagger infused with fiery power and enhanced. Extremely sharp, it inflicts burns on wounds. Can release stored fiery energy in a single burst, spraying a fan-shaped flame to ignite items within the area. Cooldown: 48 hours. After using the flame burst, the dagger dims and loses its burning effect. After reviewing the updated stats, Yang Yi was very pleased. To his surprise, the enhanced sea serpent's fang had gained an active skill. This was a true transformation. It seemed that upgrading weapons to rare grade significantly boosted their attributes. The flame burst skill could even serve as a makeshift ignition tool, although it might accidentally burn unnecessary things. However, with its long cooldown, it was best used sparingly unless absolutely necessary. December website update. As evening approached, Yang Yi began to tally up his catch for the day. 15 eyeball fruits, 9 long-legged sardines, 1 red-lipped eel, and 3 cyst-spike pufferfish. The fishing nets were also covered in 3 starfish and 1 one-armed crab. Not bad. Yang Yi nodded in approval. His goal for the day was to gather more eyeball fruits in preparation for the harsh winter sea regions ahead. He sent some of the fish he planned to eat to the laboratory, then grabbed a few stones and a bit of wood from the cabin, intending to try making fire. He found an open spot on the deck and used the stones to form a simple circle, placing some spider hairs inside. They were no longer useful for making clothes, as they were too few in number. So, Yang Yi decided to use them to start a fire instead. After all, hair, especially the thicker kind, was highly flammable when dry, making it ideal for starting a fire. He prepared the wood and, using the sea serpent's fang, scraped it against the flint. Sparks flew, and the spider hairs quickly caught fire. Seeing the flames, Yang Yi's face lit up with excitement. Survival really does depend on being able to start a fire, he thought. He took advantage of the flames and placed the prepared wood inside, cutting it into smaller pieces to make it easier to catch fire. Once the fire was stable, he added larger pieces of wood. It was very safe to start a campfire on the Nightmare Star as long as no other debris was nearby. The ship's deck was protected by a layer of bone armor, making it almost impossible for fire to spread. Now I need something to hang the eyeball fruits nearby with. Yang Yi glanced around, thinking of a solution. At that moment, several bony arms reached out from the deck, each opening its hand, seemingly wanting to help him. What's this? Yang Yi was a bit confused. It seemed like the arms wanted him to hand over the eyeball fruits. Yang Yi complied. He watched as the bony arms carefully lifted the eyeball fruits, holding them in the air around the campfire. Is this okay? It was like Yang Yi had discovered a new continent. He began experimenting, trying to figure out how the arms worked. He quickly concluded it was all about demand. When he focused his thoughts on a need, the arms would instinctively gather and try to help. Soon, 9 bony arms grabbed the long-legged sardines and started grilling them, with no need for Yang Yi to do anything himself. However, he still had to keep an eye on the process. The arms didn't know how to cook properly and would just blindly follow orders. If left unattended, they would continue to cook the fish until it turned into charcoal, and then into ash. This is pretty useful. Yang Yi nodded in satisfaction, eating one of the grilled sardines and leaving a message for Suna. Suna, the bony arms on the Nightmare Star can be controlled. When you focus on a need, they will come to help. You should try it. I knew that already, came the reply. Huh? Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were giving me permission. Yang Yi was speechless. He stopped grilling the fish and grabbed the 2 cooked sardines, heading to the laboratory, where he happened to find Suna busy with something. A few bony arms acted like assistants, fetching various tools for her, greatly increasing her efficiency. Some of the arms were even spinning test tubes rapidly, shaking the liquids inside. A centrifuge. Yang Yi's eyes widened. He couldn't help but admire Suna's creativity. He handed her the 2 grilled sardines. Try this, I seasoned it with salt. Should be good. Suna took a bite, chewed, and after confirming the taste was good, finished the fish with a satisfied look. Is it good? She asked. Yeah, I bought a flint and left it in the cabin. Also made a temporary campfire on the deck. Alright, if I can start a fire, then I can try concentrating the magic potions. Suna rubbed her chin, seeming to be lost in thought. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. But time was already late. Yang Yi came here to call her back to sleep. However, just before leaving, Yang Yi noticed a large glass tank in the laboratory, filled with more than a dozen baby spiders. Some dead fish were placed in the tank to feed them. Are you raising spiders? Yang Yi asked. Yeah, the survival rate is very low. Out of dozens of eggs, only about a dozen hatched. Why are you raising spiders? Yang Yi frowned. Because these spiders weren't exactly pleasant, neither edible nor particularly pleasant to look at. There seemed to be little point in raising them. Don't you think the laboratory could use some small test subjects? Suna casually replied. All right then. Yang Yi gave a few seconds of silent mourning for the newborn spiders, then left the laboratory. The Nightmare Star continued its usual course, sailing at 40 knots. Unless something unexpected happened, the ship would be entering the extreme winter sea region in no time. Early the following morning, Yang Yi was woken up by the chill of the air. The first thing he did was to reach for his left shoulder, then exhale in relief. He had had a nightmare. In the dream, a second head had appeared on his left shoulder, and it even had his own face. It was terrifying. When he woke up, he found himself drenched in sweat, the cold sea wind outside making him feel even colder. His room had a draft. Yang Yi hurriedly put on a sweater, and only then did he begin to regain his composure. He began to think back, trying to remember exactly what the face in the dream looked like. After a few seconds, Yang Yi finally had an answer, but it only made him feel even more afraid. The face was that of a woman, blurry but unmistakably feminine, and quite beautiful. Then there were pair of blood-red eyes. Thinking of this, goosebumps appeared all over Yang Yi's body. A chill runs through you, your sanity decreases by 10. Did he merge with Suna? Had he turned into a 2-headed demon? How terrifying! Yang Yi slapped himself on the face to calm down. By now, he had gradually come to understand this nightmare. It wasn't a prophetic vision, but more of a warning dream, a premonition of danger. Yang Yi classified these kinds of premonitions into 3 categories. First, if he didn't die in the nightmare, it meant the danger wasn't deadly. For example, a dream where sea monsters and Suna pointed guns at him. Second, if he died in the nightmare, it meant the danger could indeed be fatal, like being attacked by a drowning creature. The third, and the one Yang Yi feared the most, was the kind of dream where the details were too difficult to remember. Attempting to recall it would cause a headache. So far, he had had such a dream once, where he saw a massive spider, likely representing the Spider Queen. As per his most recent dream, Yang Yi didn't die, and it seemed more curious than terrifying, so it was safe. His life was not in danger. He made a mental note to stay near the witch's laboratory in the near future. He sat on the bed for a moment, completely calming down, then put on his pirate outfit and stepped out. The sea breeze outside carried a chilly bite. Today's weather. The temperature has dropped, you'll need to wear an extra layer. Location, Sea of Origins. Remaining daylight, 7 hours. Temperature, 2 to 7 degrees Celsius. Wind strength, level 4. Has it really dropped to 2 degrees? We haven't even entered the extreme winter sea region yet. Yang Yi frowned. Yang Yi had just left the house when Suna woke up as well. She opened her door, and the cold sea breeze swept across her body, but then, she decisively shut it tight back. 10 minutes later, the door opened again. This time, Suna was fully equipped, wearing a sweater and woolen trousers, a cotton hat on her head, and long woolen boots on her feet. Although her witch's attire was somewhat warm, it still wasn't as effective as clothing specifically designed for cold weather. Yang Yi's sharp eyes quickly caught a detail. Suna had obviously gained a bit of weight. He teased her, saying, "Is it that cold? We haven't even entered the extreme winter sea yet." Suna didn't respond, silently accepting the fact that she was cold. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was in the courtyard doing his morning exercises. Ever since he obtained the broken iron sword, he had developed a habit of trying to lift the massive sword every day, using it to train his strength. He also noticed that since using the appetite-enhancing potion, his physical constitution had improved significantly, and he was getting stronger. Thus, he needed to keep exercising to ensure he didn't end up too heavy. After finishing his morning training, Yang Yi went to the courtyard to check on the dried fish. It would probably take another day or two before they were fully hardened. Ever since discovering the usefulness of the skeletal arms, Yang Yi had become a ruthless capitalist, ordering the skeletal arms to roast fish and dry eyeball fruits day and night, with no breaks. They worked full-time, 24 hours a day, because the undead couldn't complain about being tired. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have mouths to speak. After inspecting the fish, Yang Yi prepared to go fishing. He had tried getting the skeletal arms to fish for him, but they were too stupid and didn't know when to pull the rod, so the attempt had failed. Fishing was something he had to do himself. The whole morning passed, and he hadn't caught a single fish. It might have been the effect of the extreme winter sea. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finally hooked something, immediately pulling the rod. Whoa, that's pretty big. Yang Yi pulled hard, but nearly got yanked into the sea. So, he changed tactics, loosening the line to let the fish tire itself out before reeling it in, entering a long draw battle. 20 minutes later, he finally saw the true appearance of the fish. What is this? A large, grayish-white circular disc emerged, covered in semi-transparent jelly-like tentacles. Yang Yi gave a strong tug and lifted the disc, which was about a meter in diameter. It was only then that he realized what it truly was, an enormous jellyfish, semi-transparent, with its underside facing up as Yang Yi hauled it out. The jellyfish's head was a large circular disc, seemingly made of bone-like material, very hard. Yang Yi prodded it with a spear several times, and after a while, it stopped moving entirely. Name: Iron Crown Jellyfish. Description: a giant jellyfish polluted by the abyss, with a hardened head. Being stung by its tentacles causes a pain that lasts for several days. It is edible, and when heated, it becomes non-toxic. The jellyfish's head shell was tough, with high calcium and iron content, making it extremely solid and heat-resistant. Heat-resistant? Isn't this just a pot? Yang Yi lamented not having a pot, but now he had unwittingly caught one from the sea. He picked up the iron crown jellyfish, moved his arm out of the way, and then placed it on the campfire with its head facing down. Soon, the jellyfish's body began to melt, turning into a gooey mess that boiled and bubbled. Yang Yi tried a sip of it but couldn't taste anything, as his tongue went numb and lost sensation. Did this jellyfish grow up eating Sichuan peppercorns? He almost threw it away but suddenly realized that it could be used as Sichuan pepper oil. He then took out a bottle to collect the melted jellyfish. As for the remaining iron crown head, pot. By evening, Yang Yi hadn't caught anything else, so he decided to stop fishing and focused on physical training instead. Suddenly, he noticed the sea chart had changed. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. A small island appeared in the top right corner. Although only part of it was visible, it seemed to be quite large. Yang Yi picked up the crystal ball and examined it closely. They were already near the extreme winter sea, so how did they happen to come across an island? After thinking for a moment, he decided to head over and check it out. Ignoring the island seemed like an unreliable choice. As he changed course and sailed towards the island, the sea chart began displaying its full image. Yang Yi misjudged the size of the island. It wasn't as large as he imagined. Rather, it was long and narrow, like a spindle, with the widest part in the middle. Stretching about 10 kilometers, with the widest part around 2, it was bigger than the previous Spider Island, but not by much. There were no other players' ships nearby, so it was unlikely there would be an ambush. Yang Yi continued approaching. Before nightfall, the Nightmare Star stopped about 2 nautical miles from the island. He pulled out a telescope, then gasped. Huh? How is there a ship on this island? Was it blown here by the sea wind? Wait a minute. Yang Yi became nervous. He spotted a pair of green, glistening eyes on the shoreline. Because of the dim lighting, he couldn't clearly make out what it was, however it was probably some kind of wild beast. So, he switched to his left eye with night vision. A plaid shirt, is that a player? Yang Yi was a little surprised. Why are they crawling on the ground? He felt something was off and decided to call Suna over to take a look. Suna, come to the bow of the ship. He sent a message. What's going on? I found an island. There's a player with a furry face crawling on the ground. I'll be right there. Suna hurried over and snatched the telescope from Yang Yi to have a look. Yang Yi, meanwhile, stared at the crystal ball, puzzled. If the strange creature had once been a player, then where was their ship? It couldn't have swum there, right? Suna continued watching with great interest, taking her time before finally putting down the telescope. His body must have undergone some kind of transformation. No normal person's arms are that long. We'll have to capture one and dissect it to find out. Let's leave it for tomorrow. It's too late today. Yang Yi steered the nightmare star away. By nightfall, he was back in the captain's quarters, lying on his bed, thinking about the strange person on the island. Unlike Suna, he wasn't interested in the creature's bodily transformation, but was more curious as to why he hadn't noticed its ship. After thinking for a long time, he came up with 3 possible scenarios. First, the ship was dismantled by other players. Second, the ship was invisible. Third, the ship disappeared after the player died. All 3 possibilities seemed plausible. As for the last one, Yang Yi speculated it could be part of the system's recovery mechanism. After a player died, their ship didn't drift mindlessly, instead disappearing after some time. System recovery? If it's a special ship, doesn't that mean it's a one-off? It would be gone for good, since there's only one of them. Or maybe after recovery, the blueprints appear in another form. Yang Yi wasn't sure, but he hoped to find out the answer in the future. Bonus chapter for reaching the goal. Laughing face. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 34/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. The following day, at dawn, Yang Yi steered the nightmare star towards the spindle-shaped island and stopped at its southern side. A broken, half-sunken massive ship lay at the center of the island, seemingly having been there for a long time, its surface covered in some kind of vegetation. If the ship were intact, its length would have exceeded several hundred meters, making it a giant ship. Yang Yi did not rush to the island but checked the crystal ball again to make sure no other players' ships were nearby. Only then did he begin his next move. He raised his gun over his head and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was loud and clear. If all went well, the gunshot would attract the monsters on the island. The previous night, he had seen one of them wandering around the southern coast. 2 minutes after, 2 hairy-faced monsters came running towards him. One was the man in the plaid shirt he had already seen, the other a woman with hair on her face, long arms, and black, reflective fingertips. They swiftly moved on all 4s, stopping at the coastline, lifting their gray-haired faces, and looking towards the nightmare star. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't let them run for nothing. He adjusted the ship's position, aimed the thick, rusted cannon at them, and fired 2 cannonballs the size of fists. Boom! The cannon shot was not sharp and loud, more like the sound of water balloons bursting. At a distance of less than 300 meters, the 2 cannonballs hit their mark, the powerful force splitting the monsters in half, dropping a pile of parts and leaving 2 deep craters in the sand. What did you do that for? Suna complained. The 2 monsters, whole seconds ago, were reduced to pieces in front of her. I wasn't sure how strong they were, so I tried using the cannon first. If the cannon can't kill them, then we better not go ashore, it's too dangerous. Yang Yi replied. His words left Suna with no room to argue. Fine. According to my experience in gaming, if there's a second one, there will definitely be a third. When that happens, you handle it yourself, I won't interfere. Yang Yi continued, then steered the ship and prepared to anchor at a suitable spot. The monsters weren't strong, nowhere near as tough as the gluttonous guests. If it had been one of those hungry creatures, taking a cannonball would likely not have killed it, unless it hit the head. After waiting a bit and confirming there was no further movement on the island, he finally released the raft and prepared to go ashore with Suna. This is. Suna handed Yang Yi a makeshift mask. It was simple, made of several layers of cloth with a bit of fire moss inside. It's a makeshift mask. It doesn't provide much protection, but it's better than nothing. These people might have contracted some kind of disease, so we need to be cautious. She then put it on and climbed down the ship's ladder, jumping onto the raft. Yang Yi followed closely behind. The 2 of them rowed the raft to the shore smoothly. Suna immediately ran to the bodies. Yang Yi, meanwhile, stayed alert, pulling the raft onto the sand. Once he confirmed the area was safe, he too walked over to check the bodies on the ground. Name, half-werewolf. Description, infected with frenzied wolf disease, lost their self-awareness, in the process of transforming into a wolf. At night, their abilities increase. Half-werewolf. Frenzied wolf disease. No wonder they walk on all 4s, and their eyes turn green at night. Yang Yi muttered. Then, like he was discarding something dirty, he threw away the half-ear he was holding and washed his hands in the seawater. I didn't expect Suna's theory to hit the mark. It really is a disease. I hope it's not airborne, otherwise, that would be trouble. Yang Yi thought to himself. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. On the other side, Suna was squatting in front of the half-body, holding a witch's dagger. She used the dagger to cut through the plaid shirt, examining the body. The injury was severe, the body was split in half, and internal organs were spilled everywhere. She then examined the damage to the man's clothes and the healed scars on his skin and made a judgment. This person was probably scratched by something before, and the wound had already healed. The frenzied wolf disease is likely transmitted through the wounds. If that's the case, his claws or teeth might also carry the pathogen. Suna said, while she collected the body and placed it in her bag for further research in the lab. Do you know about rabies? Suna suddenly asked. It's a disease that can be contracted through bites or scratches from animals. After it breaks out, it has a 100% fatality rate, Yang Yi casually replied. Exactly. Rabies has an unpredictable incubation period and can break out quickly. The patient experiences extreme hydrophobia, heightened emotions, tension, and aggressiveness. Suna picked up a piece of skin tissue and carefully examined it. Did you notice? Even after they die, their muscles are still tense, their hair stands up longer, and they sweat profusely. She then examined the half-werewolf's eyeball, fangs, the abnormally elongated arms, and claws. The pupils are constricted into pinholes, the fangs have become sharper, the arm bones have lengthened, and the fingertips have pierced to form claws, Suna continued, recording her observations. Yang Yi sensed a hint of danger and kept his eyes on the forest on the island, noticing the leaves were shaking. Soon, 3 half-werewolves emerged from the woods. One of them was covered in grey fur, with a pointed nose, and was in the process of transforming into a wolf. Their constantly twitching noses seemed to indicate they were drawn in by the scent of blood. Which one do you want? Yang Yi asked nonchalantly, his flintlock gun already silently aimed. The one with the most fur, leave that one for me, Suna said, pulling out her longbow and knocking a trident-shaped armor-piercing arrow. All right. The 3 half-werewolves charged, but before they had even run 2 meters, one of them had its head burst on the spot. The fur-covered half-werewolf took an arrow to the knee and instantly lost balance, crashing to the ground. A follow-up armor-piercing arrow struck its throat, flipping it onto its back. By the time the last half-werewolf had run a meter, it was left all alone. Still, it wasn't afraid and lunged towards them. It saw Yang Yi remove the eye patch from his left eye, and before it knew it, everything went dark. The sea serpent's fang had accurately pierced its eye socket. Yang Yi quickly put the eye patch back on and shot the werewolf in the other eye to ensure it wouldn't fake death. Only then did he pull the sea serpent's fang out. On the other side, the furrier half-werewolf had managed to stand up. Despite having arrows lodged in its knee and throat, it was still able to rise. Blood poured from the wounds since the armor-piercing arrows had a bleeding effect. The internal structure of the arrows had pores, making the wounds hard to heal and causing continuous bleeding. Suna frowned and aimed a few more arrows at its neck. If she hadn't wanted to preserve a whole brain, she would have already shot at the eyes. Eventually, the half-werewolf received a few more arrows to its neck, blood spilling everywhere, and it collapsed, unable to stand again. You drag this furrier werewolf closer. I'll head back to the ship and use the grappling hook to pull it up, Suna instructed, then quickly turned to run towards the raft. Yang Yi approached the fur-covered half-werewolf, noticing it hadn't died completely yet, though its breathing was growing weaker. Given the amount of blood it had lost, there was no way it could survive. Under Yang Yi's watch, the half-werewolf finally stopped breathing. He then dragged the body to a suitable spot on the shore and gave the nightmare star a thumbs up. The grappling hook flew in, precisely grabbing the half-werewolf's corpse. Bonus chapter for reaching the goal. Laughing face. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novelbin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 35/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. After boarding the ship, Suna had no intention of leaving, focusing instead on dissecting the nearly werewolf corpse in the lab. Yang Yi stayed alone on the coast. Surveying the bodies around him, he noticed their clothing was light, indicating that when they landed on the island, the temperature wasn't low, and the extreme northern seas were still far away. It seemed these people had been killed a few days ago, infected with frenzied wolf disease, and wandered this island ever since. Searching the semi-werewolf corpses, Yang Yi found some gear and items. Name, outdoor survival knife. Type, treasure. Quality, premium. Description, a durable, portable survival knife favored by survival experts. Suitable for skinning, cutting meat, carving, hammering, with an anti-slip, corrosion-resistant handle. Name, throwing axe. Type, treasure. Quality, common. Description, a compact axe with good balance, designed for throwing. Name, flare. Type, consumable. Quality, fine. Description, a glowing orb that emits strong light when smashed, repelling creatures that prefer darkness. Name, quick heal bandage. Type, consumable. Quality, fine. Description, a strange bandage that absorbs blood around the wound, accelerating healing. Yang Yi laid out the collected items, frowning deeply. These people were well equipped. Not only did they have secondary weapons, but also useful tools and healing items. And this wasn't everything. They had definitely used some of their gear. Somewhere on the island, their primary weapons might still be scattered. But Yang Yi wasn't frowning because of this. His concern lay with 2 bottles of clear liquid among the items. He recognized this liquid immediately. He'd drunk it several times before. Name, holy water. Type, consumable. Quality, premium. Description, blessed pure water that can be ingested, applied externally, or used as a throwable item. When facing demonic creatures, you can never have too much holy water. It cures various poisons and curses, accelerates healing, and slightly restores energy. Can't this holy water cure the frenzied wolf disease? Yang Yi picked up one of the bottles. At the same time, he recalled a piece of information he had read in the first issue of the weekly magazine. At that time, Zhou Dai was recruiting teammates to prepare for an expedition to an island with werewolves. The island was likely the one beneath Yang Yi's feet. There were just too many coincidences. Were they wiped out by the werewolves? Yang Yi speculated. But soon, he realized something didn't add up. If they had been attacked by werewolves, how could so many of them have remained intact? They would have been torn to shreds. Moreover, why hadn't the scent of blood attracted the werewolves? Were they on the other side of the island? Yang Yi looked towards the forest on the island, feeling a sense of lurking danger. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. He decided to pause his exploration and try using his peeping skill to check on the situation of the radiant goddess. Suna, pull me aboard. Yang Yi sent a message. A few minutes later, a clawed hand grabbed him and pulled him into the cabin of the Nightmare Star. Yang Yi first handed the survival knife to Suna, as it was of a higher grade than his witch's dagger and was sharper. Then, he went up to the deck, took out a crystal ball, and activated the peeping skill. Before using the skill, however, he also sent a few messages to Jodai to confirm her status. The fact that he could still send messages meant she was alive and hadn't been deactivated from the system. She's still alive. The message was sent. Yang Yi recalled the incident from a few days ago when he had contacted Jodai about selling sweaters. At that time, she hadn't replied, and it was likely she had already run into trouble. Searching. Radiant Goddess. The crystal ball quickly displayed coordinates and an image. Yang Yi cross-checked the coordinates with the sea chart and confirmed they matched the island. However, the image did not show a ship, it displayed the waters near the island. Did the ship sink? He noted down the coordinates, then steered the Nightmare Star towards them. It wasn't far, located on the middle side of the spindle-shaped island. As he reached the area near the coordinates, he stood on the left side of the deck and scanned the surroundings, but saw no ship and no abnormality on the sea surface. However, the crystal ball confirmed that the coordinates were exactly where the radiant goddess should have been. An idea struck him, and he removed his eye mask to try using his third eye. Finally, before him appeared a nearly 40-meter-long three-mast sailing ship, with exquisite decorations along the edges and a grand statue of a goddess at the bow. A layer of transparent silk hung from above the mast, covering the entire ship. Yang Yi observed the ship and noticed it also had a chapel, not small in size, located in the ship's center. Through the windows, he saw intricate decorations inside, including a statue of a goddess without arms, dignified and holy. Looking at it for a long time brought a sense of peace, as if one had been redeemed. Yang Yi quickly shifted his gaze away. He wasn't interested in deities. He rubbed his chin and pondered, invisible ship, or invisibility device. Without his third eye, he wouldn't have seen it, even if it was placed right in front of him. The Nightmare Star's skill could only show the ship's coordinates. He brought over a piece of wood to try boarding, but failed, as a transparent force field blocked him. It meant Jodai was indeed alive and most likely on this island? He scanned the surroundings again using his third eye but didn't detect any other invisible ships. What should I do? Yang Yi was a bit troubled. Due to the rules, he couldn't plunder this unmanned ship, not even by sinking the Radiant Goddess. It seemed the system was focusing the conflict on the ship's captain. Only by killing the captain could he steal the victory. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ignore the ship. He didn't have any ill will towards Jodai. Likewise, there was no deep affection either. The idea of risking his life to rescue someone on the island was completely out of the question. He was simply curious. What is it about this island that made her recruit so many people to tackle it? The position was very close to the ship on the island. Yang Yi had a reason to believe they came here for that ship. However, the forest blocked his view, and the distance was too far. Even with his third eye, he could only discern that the ship was ancient, older than Yang Yi himself. But what exactly was inside, he couldn't tell. What he could confirm was that the ship was quite large when it was intact. Should I go or not? Yang Yi hesitated. From the perspective of avoiding risk, he could leave and call it a day. But constantly avoiding risks wouldn't get him far in these seas. If he abandoned the island, he'd have to abandon the next one too. If he continued that way, Yang Yi's career as a sailor would effectively be over, and he might as well join some organization and seek protection. After coming to this conclusion, Yang Yi made a decision. From then on, unless he was certain there was an overwhelming danger, he shouldn't give up on exploring any island. Even if this island had werewolves, Yang Yi wasn't afraid. He wasn't the same person he used to be. With his third eye, he was confident he could take down a werewolf with a single shot. And he still had the sea serpent's fang. Determined to land on the island, Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star and returned to the spot where he had first come ashore. The coast remained calm, with the same few bodies lying there and no new half-werewolves appearing. Yang Yi felt the concentration of the half-werewolves in the area had to have a reason. As for the ship on the island, it was likely in a place similar to a spider's nest, and he had to proceed with caution. It would be better to first understand what had happened to the players before venturing further. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 35/50ths. Shout out to our new Patreon Bonnie Swihart. Thank you so much for joining the team. Laughing face. Suna, have you discovered anything new? Yang Yi stood outside the witch's laboratory door and asked, without stepping inside. Since the fire, the laboratory had undergone some changes, including the addition of fire. Inside, there was also a large black cauldron in the corner. It was the stereotypical kind of object witches are said to have in their homes, large enough to fit an adult for a bath. The cauldron was boiling some strange liquid, bubbling, with occasional unknown objects swirling inside. Suna heard the noise and looked up at Yang Yi, then continued to focus on her dissection. She was wearing a mask and plastic gloves, holding what seemed to be the stomach of a half-werewolf, examining its contents. A few seconds later, Suna spoke up. This half-werewolf's skeletal structure is deformed in many places. It's better at running, but its brain shows signs of degeneration. I didn't ask for this, Yang Yi immediately interrupted her long explanation. What I want to know is whether you can make poison, like a wolfbane elixir, to kill the werewolves on this island in one fell swoop. Suna stopped her work, looked at Yang Yi, and replied, no, the cells of these half-werewolves are highly active, and their metabolism is fast. If they were fully transformed, they might be even tougher, and toxins would be ineffective. Yang Yi frowned and shook his head. It seemed poison wouldn't work here. Not getting what he wanted, he was about to turn and leave, but then Suna called out. You'd better not get scratched or bitten by a werewolf. If you get infected with lycanthropy, I can't guarantee I'll be able to turn you back. Don't worry, I can handle it. Yang Yi waved his hand and returned to the deck, heading towards the captain's cabin. When he emerged, he had changed into a new outfit, wearing a sweater, woolen trousers, spiderweb gloves, and tall velvet boots. It wasn't because he was afraid of the cold, but to protect himself from scratches. Wearing something thicker still provided some protection. And besides, Yang Yi had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the creatures. There was no need for that. Next, he checked the supplies he needed to bring, including weapons, potions, water, and dry food. The potions included a crimson elixir, 2 bottles of regeneration elixir, and an unknown orange-yellow potion. After making sure everything was ready, he assessed his status, confirming that everything was set. Then, he launched the raft and made his way back to the shore. The coast was still calm, with the same few bodies lying around, and no new half-werewolves appeared. Yang Yi felt the concentration of the half-werewolves there had to have a reason. As for the ship on the island, it seemed like it was located in a place similar to a spider's nest, so he decided to approach with caution. First, he needed to figure out what had happened to these players before continuing his exploration. On the way, Yang Yi found many scattered and disorderly footprints on the ground, most likely left by the half-werewolves. There were also many claw marks on nearby trees, indicating that they frequently passed through the area. As he went deeper, he found remnants of shells and scales on the ground, likely from fish and shellfish. It seems like they come to the coast to forage. Yang Yi followed the trail of food remnants and soon caught a strong, foul smell. It was the stench of wild beasts, a mix of excrement, rot, and body odor, hard to describe. He followed the source of the smell and, unsurprisingly, discovered the half-werewolves' den. A large pile of soft branches had been collected and spread out on the ground, with tattered clothing scraps hanging on top, resembling bedding. Scattered around were numerous white human bones, completely stripped of any flesh. Yang Yi casually picked up a bone and received some information. You picked up a bone. Yang Yi picked up several bones and discovered that they were from different players. After a quick count, he estimated that 8 players had been killed and consumed by the group of half-werewolves. He took a photo and sent it to Suna. Suna, I found the half-werewolves' den. There are a lot of human bones here, indicating at least 8 victims. Soon, Suna responded with a message. These half-werewolves have strong digestive abilities and are not picky eaters. I found rotten meat and bone fragments in their stomachs. This suggests they are scavengers, and their digestive abilities are quite powerful. The bones on the ground are likely too hard to chew, which is why they were left behind. Once they fully transform into wolves, their biting force will increase, and by then, they won't leave any bones behind. Scavengers. Yang Yi read through the message and picked up a thigh bone that had many tooth marks on it. It meant that the half-werewolves had bitten it, but didn't break it. Yang Yi even suspected that the bones were kept by the half-werewolves to sharpen their teeth. But this shouldn't be from biting. He picked up a section of a neck vertebra, its cross-section flat, as if cut by a sharp tool like a knife or sword. In Yang Yi's experience, the creatures that most often used tools were humans. So, was it infighting? Or maybe there are other special creatures on the island. Yang Yi furrowed his brows, confused. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of light caught his attention. The reflection came from beneath some soft branches. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. Yang Yi picked up a thigh bone and used it to move the branches aside. This is. What appeared before him was a pile of weapons and equipment, armor, long swords, shields, battle axes, and even a morning star, crossbows, and bows. It seemed like these had been collected by the werewolves. They might have forgotten how to use them, but subconsciously, they still remembered that these items were important, so they hid them beneath the branches. Name, steel plate armor, damaged. Type, artifact. Quality, ordinary. Description, sturdy full-body plate armor. Although it offers strong protection, it also affects mobility and vision, increasing energy consumption. It is severely deformed and cannot be worn normally. Note, armor with more than 30% damage will be marked as damaged. Armor with less than 30% damage will recover after 24 hours. Name, chainmail. Type, artifact. Quality, fine. Description: made of small iron rings, this chainmail protects the upper body and legs. It's lightweight and flexible, effective against slashing and piercing attacks. Name: fine steel longsword. Type: artifact. Quality: fine. Description: a sturdy and sharp longsword, a standard weapon for knights. Name: iron shield, damaged. Type: artifact. Quality: ordinary. Description: a wooden shield covered with a layer of iron, but it is severely damaged, reducing its protective ability. Name: poleaxe. Type: artifact. Quality: good. Description: a durable and powerful poleaxe that can be used for chopping trees or self-defense. Name: spiked morning star. Type: artifact. Quality: fine. Description: a morning star covered in spikes, with a hammerhead weighing 10 pounds, capable of crushing skulls easily. Name: hunting bow, corroded. Type: artifact. Quality: fine. Description: a hunting bow infused with wind power, increasing its range and penetrating ability, making arrows more likely to cause bleeding and tearing. Name: rough crossbow. Type: artifact. Quality: good. Description: a small, easy-to-use crossbow that shoots small bolts, capable of holding 10 bolts at a time. There was one of each weapon, but the crossbow had 7, suggesting they had been mass-purchased. This group has some decent equipment, armor and weapons. This hunting bow would be perfect for Suna. Yang Yi sent the details of the bow to Suna, then picked up the ironwood shield. It had clear claw marks on it, not only ripping through the iron but almost penetrating the wooden shield as well. Are fully transformed werewolves this strong? Yang Yi frowned. He put on the chainmail and then stored the equipment in his storage bag, counting it as an extra gain. Whoosh! Yang Yi tested the crossbow it fired, and there were bolts inside. He opened the quiver to check and found it could hold 10 bolts, but they were custom-made, short, and weak. The mechanism was similar to a bolt-action rifle. After each shot, the quiver had to be pressed again to reload. Though not as powerful as firearms, it was simpler than a bow, and the rate of fire was acceptable. After collecting everything, Yang Yi left the werewolf den. If all went as expected, the island should have seen a fierce battle, leaving traces of a battlefield. That should provide more clues. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 36/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. After a while, Yang Yi approached the spindle-shaped island's edge. The damaged giant ship on the island was still about a kilometer away. There, he discovered a large number of battle traces. The ground was covered with overturned soil, fallen weeds, and even a few broken trees. Although the trees were only about the thickness of a wrist, it wasn't easy to break them. He also found 2 broken swords, a shield with a hole, and a broken scythe, but they had no salvage value. Not far away in an open area, a large number of damaged arrows were piled up, likely collected after the battle. Did someone clean up the battlefield? Yang Yi frowned. It seemed to him that only players would do something like this. Moreover, only if the players had defeated the werewolves could they have the chance to do this. The 3 pits on the outskirts further confirmed this view. They were about half a meter deep, just enough to bury a person. It appeared that they had been buried, then dug up by something, and the bodies had been stolen. Yang Yi carefully examined the traces, and it seemed that they had been dug out with hands or claws. So, the perpetrator must have been a half-werewolf. Their sense of smell was keen, and they were scavengers, not even letting shallowly buried corpses escape. After reviewing the battle remains, Yang Yi was sure the players had defeated the werewolves. They had likely cleaned up the battlefield and buried their companions' bodies. Later, because of the infection with the rabid wolf disease, some of the players had turned into half-werewolves. But where are the werewolf bodies? He pondered. They couldn't have done the same as Suna and taken the bodies with them, could they? Yang Yi was confused. He then rechecked the battlefield. Although he didn't find any werewolf bodies, he did find a thick and powerful finger, covered in grey fur and with sharp claws that were black and gleaming like metal. Name: Grey Werewolf's Claw. Description: a claw left behind by a patient infected with the rabid wolf disease, fully transformed into a werewolf. Yang Yi froze after reading the information. Because it only showed information about the claw, not the individual werewolf. It was only if the grey werewolf was still alive and had left behind a finger that such information would appear. Yang Yi put the finger in his inventory, feeling that things had become even more mysterious. He looked towards the distant giant ship. Inside, there should be more information and clues. However, Yang Yi still felt that the players had won, or at least had driven back the werewolves. He checked the time and realized there were still 6 hours before nightfall, so he had plenty of time. His stamina was at 88, and his other stats were all full, so he could continue exploring. With that, he headed towards the giant ship. From there, Yang Yi had to be extremely alert, prepared to deal with potential enemies at any time, and ready to use his third eye, magic potions, and even spells. At 500 meters away from the giant ship, the trees could no longer obscure the sight. The vessel was only half intact, with its hull mottled and covered in moss, vines, and other vegetation. Its edge had rusted metal patterns, exuding an ancient and distant aura. Beside it, there was a large cannon that had been toppled, about the height of a person, its surface covered in dust and weeds clearly no longer usable. Yang Yi stopped in his tracks and used his third eye to scan the giant ship. However, he couldn't use X-ray vision, so he wasn't sure what was inside. The translation of this novel has been originally posted on inoveltranslation.com. If you're reading it somewhere else, please be aware it was copied without our consent. What he was certain of, though, was that the ship had been there for a long time, at least several decades, and maybe even 100 years. Within his third eye's view, Yang Yi noticed an unusual area. It was a patch of trees that had been felled. But when it came to logging, it didn't make sense to start cutting from the center of the island. Moreover, the logs hadn't been taken. Yang Yi cautiously walked over. He noticed the tree stumps had clean cuts, all chopped in one go, indicating that the tools used for felling the trees were extremely sharp. Additionally, the air was thick with a pungent odor. Yang Yi had smelled this before. Back in the spider's lair, where human bodies had been dismembered, the place had been filled with a similar smell, almost like the stench left behind in a slaughterhouse. The smell could only be caused by large amounts of fresh blood being spilled. So, not long before, there had likely been a massacre. Yang Yi scanned his surroundings but didn't find any bodies. Instead, he noticed traces of something having been dragged away, probably taken by some kind of creature. Based on the direction of the drag marks, it was highly likely that half-werewolves were involved. They seemed to have a strong inclination towards consuming corpses. However, one drag mark was different from the others. It was a set of dark brown shoe prints, stained with blood, leading to the giant ship. Yang Yi stepped forwards and compared the size of his own foot with the prints. The footprint is small, like a pair of sneakers. It's likely a woman's, he speculated. He studied the mark further and noticed more details. The bodies that had been dragged away appeared to be 5, which matched the bones found at the half-werewolf camp. The half-werewolves were probably survivors of the massacre. Coincidentally, they had all been infected with the rabid wolf disease, quickly transformed, and then returned to drag away the bodies. Could it be that the monster responsible for this massacre had someone infected with lycanthropy, who intentionally let them go? Yang Yi speculated. He searched the area but found no other traces, except for a finely crafted wooden box that had fallen to the ground, its lid slightly detached. Name: Sacred Box. Description: a blessed wooden box, only the Holy Army responsible for it knows what it contains. Very sturdy, nearly impossible to open from the inside. No grade or type. Yang Yi was surprised as he picked it up and examined it closely. The box was entirely white, with intricate golden metallic patterns on its edges that resembled thorns, making it look both beautiful and delicate. Both the inside and outside of the box's lid were decorated with a picture of a man in a robe. He had a handsome face, his expression one of sorrow, his eyes covered by a cloth, with tears seeping from beneath, forming 2 tear streaks. He extended his right hand from his robe, holding a scale, while his left hand was hidden beneath the robe. Yang Yi didn't recognize the man, but he was certain it wasn't a human. The left arm hidden under the robe seemed unusually large, causing the robe to bulge out. Of course, it could also be some kind of mutated person. Who cares about that? Yang Yi didn't dwell on the box's design and turned his attention to its interior. It was a small, perfect cubic space, with equal length, width, and height, about 25 centimeters, too small to hold anything large. On an impulse, Yang Yi leaned in and sniffed, detecting a faint fragrance. It smelled like a high-end perfume. It meant the box hadn't been empty, it had contained something before. Given all the clues, Yang Yi speculated the sacred box was no ordinary item. It likely contained some sort of living creature. The group of players on this island must have found the sacred box, and someone, driven by curiosity, opened it, releasing the creature inside and leading to the massacre. It was Yang Yi's theory. He placed the sacred box into his inventory, but as soon as it entered, his greedy bag spat it out. Yang Yi tried 3 more times, and each time the bag rejected the box. On the 4th attempt, even when he offered food, the bag refused to open. Strange, is the bag being picky? Yang Yi muttered, confused, before just holding the box in his arms and heading towards the giant ship. At this point, things were becoming clearer. The remaining clues could be found on the ship. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 36/5. Yang Yi followed the bloody footprints, eventually arriving in front of the giant ship, where they disappeared. There was no broken open cabin or deck ahead, but rather the slanted bottom of the ship's hull. Did it climb up? Yang Yi speculated. He took a few steps back, removed his eye patch, and tried to use his third eye to get a clearer view of the inside of the ship. There was a peculiar window unlike the others. It was not covered with weeds or vines, and it seemed to have been deliberately cleaned. Just then, Yang Yi noticed a shadow rapidly approaching him out of the corner of his left eye. It moved very quietly, its steps soundless on the grass. By the time the prey heard the noise, it would already be too late to escape. But Yang Yi was special. His third eye captured the shadow, and thus he quickly turned, aimed, and pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Click! The gun misfired. Yang Yi wasted no time and immediately threw an axe. It was a throwing weapon he had picked up earlier. Although the quality was low, it was easy to carry and quick to use. The axe flew with precision, hitting the shadow's knee with a sharp sound. But the damage was limited. It bounced off its body, deflected by its spiky fur, unable to cut in. The shadow didn't even stop for a moment. It ran faster, reaching Yang Yi in no time. Its appearance was pitiful, with a body covered with scars, lodged arrows, gunshot wounds, and lacerations. Its skin was peeling, and there was even a broken spear stuck in its back. Moreover, its black-gray fur was unmistakable. This was a missing werewolf. The reason it could still move despite its injuries wasn't because of its vitality. It had already lost any sign of life. The wounds were rotting and crawling with maggots, emitting a strong stench of decay. It was likely a moving corpse. You have encountered an abnormal creature. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi immediately reacted. After realizing the axe was ineffective, he switched to his sea serpent's fang and the ironwood shield. With such a fast-moving creature, there was no chance of escaping. So he braced for a direct confrontation and activated the sea serpent's fang skill, Flame Jet. He didn't use the cannon mode of his flintlock because he wanted to save it for another potential monster. Calculating the distance, Yang Yi unleashed the skill, sending a fan-shaped jet of flames from his short sword. The flames were like a Molotov cocktail, igniting everything in a 3-meter-wide, 110-degree arc in front of him. This included the werewolf. Its spiky fur, while resistant to sharp weapons, couldn't withstand the high heat. In an instant, it caught fire and turned into a fireball. However, the creature didn't seem to feel pain and wasn't afraid of the fire. It swiped at Yang Yi, and the ironwood shield he hastily raised blocked the strike. Bang! Wood splintered, and the ironwood shield could no longer hold up. It shattered completely. Yang Yi was knocked backwards by the force, crashing into the ship's hull. His left arm went numb, losing all sensation, and his sleeve was torn, exposing the chainmail underneath. Had he not been wearing the chainmail, Yang Yi would have been badly injured. Not far away, the werewolf had already been reduced to a flaming ball. Though it wasn't afraid of fire, the flames had caused real damage. Its flesh was charred, releasing a foul burnt smell. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Yi swapped back to his flintlock pistol and fired another shot, which accurately hit the werewolf's knee. Without the protection of its fur, its knee shattered, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. Yang Yi didn't stop there. He threw the sea serpent's fang, stabbing it into the werewolf's left eye, the sword hilt embedding deep inside. The heat from the sword quickly spread through, damaging the werewolf's brain. Its body stiffened, and it stopped moving altogether. But Yang Yi didn't rejoice in his victory. He remained vigilant with his third eye, scanning his surroundings, and quickly hid in a nearby bush. After several tense seconds, with no sign of movement from the ship, he put the eye patch back on. By then, the werewolf had completely burned. Its body was turning into charcoal and emitted large amounts of thick black smoke. The earlier flame jet had also ignited much of the surrounding vegetation. Fortunately, as there were no trees around the ship and the ground was damp, the fire didn't spread. If not for that, the entire island could have been set ablaze, and Yang Yi himself wouldn't have been able to escape. He approached the scorched werewolf and, taking a long-handled axe from his pouch, swung it at its head. Clang! The first swing made a metallic sound, and he didn't manage to sever the werewolf's neck. Its bones must have been seriously hard. He pulled the axe back and struck 3 more times, finally chopping off the blackened wolf head. After putting out the fire with dirt and letting it cool down, Yang Yi retrieved his prized short sword and, upon examining the wolf's mouth, found a silver bullet lodged between its lower teeth. White rose. Upon getting sight of the silver bullet, Yang Yi immediately thought of the white revolver he had seen before, which seemed to shoot silver bullets that were capable of hindering regeneration and breaking curses. Yang Yi also gained information about the werewolf. Name: Grey Werewolf, Undead. Description: a grey werewolf corpse revived through necromancy, with tough black-grey fur. It will attack any living creature except the caster. Can be used in the monster gacha machine. Undead, caster. Yang Yi noticed the key words. It meant that some kind of creature had used necromancy to bring the grey werewolf's corpse back to life. Another enemy existed? Yang Yi stuffed the scorched, still smoking, ferocious wolf head into his pouch, planning to take it back to the vending machine. Since it was already burned, it didn't seem worth dissecting, meaning he didn't plan on telling Suna to avoid her complaining about him not leaving a single whole corpse behind. As for the werewolf's body, it was nearly reduced to ash. Yang Yi didn't rush into the ship, but instead lay in wait, drinking a bottle of holy water to restore his condition. After the flames diminished, he got up again. At this point, there was still no sign of movement from the ship. This suggested that the enemy was probably not on board. He checked the time, noticing how there were still 4 hours until nightfall. With 2 hours to explore and 2 hours to return, there was plenty of time left. His condition was also good. After drinking the holy water, his energy had recovered a bit, and his health was above 85. Aside from the sea serpent's fang skill being depleted, none of his other abilities had been used. After making up his mind, Yang Yi approached the ship and used his spiderweb gloves to climb up. 1. He was looking for a suitable entry point, such as the window that had been deliberately cleaned. A few minutes later, he reached the window and tossed a long-legged sandfish inside. After confirming there was no movement, he peeked inside. Something's wrong. The ship had clearly been through a shipwreck and unluckily drifted there. The interior should have been chaotic. Why did the room have neatly arranged tables, chairs, and shelves? Even the positions had been changed because the original floor had become the wall. However, there was still a thick layer of dust. What this suggested was that when the ship washed up on the deserted island, there had probably been survivors aboard. He didn't rush to jump in but instead observed for a while as the interior was dim, and only with the third eye could clearly see things. He quickly spotted a row of unusual objects, glass jars which Yang Yi was very familiar with, having seen many like them in Suna's lab. Inside, there were 5 human heads, neither more nor less, carefully placed on a shelf that had clearly been cleaned. 1. Wannabe Spider-Man. Simply. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 35/50ths. Yang Yi's gaze swept over the 5 human heads and noticed they all had one thing in common, their necks were cut very cleanly, as if severed by some sharp weapon in a single stroke. He stared for a few seconds and quickly recalled the remains he found in the half-werewolf camp. At the time, he had found many human bones, but the number of skulls was surprisingly low. Initially, he thought the half-werewolves had lost the skulls, but now it seemed the bodies didn't have heads at all, they had been deliberately collected by some creature. He scanned the room with his third eye, not detecting any immediate danger. He only noticed some scattered footprints, not yet covered by the dust. The players had probably entered the ship, and the sacred box was likely found there. Using his spiderweb gloves, Yang Yi quietly climbed into the room without causing much noise. Once on the ground, he immediately adopted a defensive posture, holding his gun in one hand and the sea serpent's fang in the other, his body tensed and ready for any potential ambush. But he had overthought it, there was no movement in the room, not even a single bug. He began exploring immediately, as the effect of his third eye was limited. He needed to understand the situation on the ship in the following 8 minutes. Name, head jar. Description, human heads preserved by some technique, kept for long periods. Particularly their brains, which are frozen at the moment of preservation. Head jars. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. 1. Aside from the head jars, there was nothing else suspicious in the room. He didn't linger but immediately moved to the next room. Due to the ship's tilt, the room couldn't be accessed normally, so he had to climb in. After confirming that the adjacent room was safe, Yang Yi entered. It was unlike the previous one. The floor was covered in broken glass and stains, and even after so long, the traces were still visible. There were still a few glass jars intact, containing unknown objects, but it seemed that due to the passage of time, the liquid inside had become murky. Yang Yi tried checking a few of them. Name, melted and rotten human heart. Description, contaminated by being stored too long. This heart is now useless. Name, melted and rotten human eyeball. Description, contaminated by being stored too long. This eyeball is now useless. Name, melted and rotten human brain. Description, contaminated by being stored too long. This brain is now useless. Name, rotten human right foot. Description, contaminated by being stored too long. This right foot has begun to rot. The jars were full of human body parts. The more Yang Yi looked, the more familiar they seemed, because there were similar jars in the witch's laboratory, but those contained the organs of otherworldly demons. He suddenly realized, a witch is on this ship, and she particularly likes to research human bodies. Frowning, he didn't stay long, as time was limited. He crawled through the room and reached the ship's cabin. Although it was only half a cabin, it was even more spacious than the Nightmare Star. On the other side, there were parallel rooms. The middle one had a larger door, while the rooms on either side were smaller. Following the cabin floor, Yang Yi climbed up. Halfway there, he discovered a fixed white platform. Even though a lot of time had passed, the platform showed no signs of fading or rotting. It only had a thick layer of dust on top. Yang Yi reached out and touched it. The material felt very similar to the sacred box, so it was likely that the sacred box had once been placed there. He continued climbing and reached the bottom rooms, first entering the largest one. It was somewhat damp, with 2 rows of weapon racks. There were large amounts of severely rusted armor and weapons scattered across the floor. They appeared to be part of a set. Each piece of armor had a spherical raised pattern in the center. Name, Holy Knight Armor, damaged. Description, standard armor worn by the radiant Holy Knights, glowing faintly in the dark. This piece has become rusted and damaged from neglect, and is now of no value. Name, Holy Knight Sword, damaged. Description, standard longsword wielded by the radiant Holy Knights, glowing faintly in the dark. This piece has become rusted and damaged from neglect, and is now of no value. Name, Holy Knight Shield, damaged. Description, standard shield used by the radiant Holy Knights, glowing faintly in the dark. This piece has become rusted and damaged from neglect, and is now of no value. Yang Yi glanced over them briefly and saw that they were all of no value, so he left the room and moved to the next. The next room was very different. It had a bed and furniture, as though someone had lived here. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the floor, and the furniture was decaying, so the person who had lived here hadn't returned in a long time. The fresher footprints were all left by players, including a blood-stained set of footprints that stopped in front of the bed, as though someone had lain there for a while. Yang Yi carefully examined the bed, then looked under it and found a severely damaged parchment. The writing on it was unclear, in a special script that Yang Yi didn't recognize. You have discovered a human tongue, costing 500 shell coins to learn. The system immediately popped up with a message. Without hesitation, Yang Yi spent the coins to learn the language, and then he could understand the writing. Thank the Radiant One for the guidance. A few days ago, we received a report that a massacre occurred. A crazed one-eyed man killed his adulterous wife and her lover, as well as everyone around them. His strength was extraordinary, and even his single eye took up half his face. We purified him with the holy fire. Afterwards, we followed the trail and found a lurking witch. To capture her, we sacrificed 1 night and 2 nights attendance. They were true heroes, and we buried them. Only this ugly, evil, and feared witch remains. We will escort her back to the holy city, where she will understand the depth of her sins, but the gods will not forgive her. There were large stains in the middle of the text that Yang Yi couldn't read. Unfortunately, we encountered a sea tornado, which followed our ship. Damn it! This must be a curse the witch summoned. The ship was torn apart and fell from the sky. Most of us died, and we buried them, hoping they would return to the embrace of the radiant goddess. Damn, the witch's evil vessel contained a disease? Some of us began to have fever, hair started growing on our faces, and the holy water couldn't cure this evil illness. They went mad, biting everything in sight. Sir Knight Will and I killed these crazed people, leaving only the 2 of us. 2. That damn witch should have been tied to the pyre? In front of all the citizens of the holy city, we would have used the harshest holy instruments to redeem her soul and body with the holy fire. 7 days have passed, this island is too barren, and with only Will and I, we can't repair the ship. Sir Knight Will has decided to prepare a small boat and seek rescue from the sea. I agree with this decision, for the Radiant One will guide him, and he will surely complete the task. My task is to guard the sacred box and ensure that the evil within cannot escape. I have all the time in the world. My face is starting to grow hair, my teeth are becoming sharp, and I even want to dig up the corpses of my comrades to feast on. Maybe I've already started doing this. My waking hours are getting shorter, but I will not forget my mission. I will ensure the ship remains undisturbed and the sacred box stays closed. The holy nights will come, and when they do, I will rest in eternal peace. Radiance forever. Order forever. As the writing continued, it became increasingly scrawled, showing the deteriorating mental state of the writer. Yang Yi finished reading and his brows furrowed deeply. He had made a mistake in his judgment. The ship wasn't owned by the witch, but by the holy knights. The purpose of the holy knights was likely to exterminate heretics. They had only encountered the witch during their journey back, and that was when the shipwreck happened. However, the sacred box, could it hold a living person? Yang Yi didn't think so. It would be very inconvenient to carry, and he hadn't brought it with him. Instead, he had hidden it in a bush outside the giant ship. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Yang Yi's head. It only took you a little while to have lunch, and I didn't expect a thief to sneak in and kill my watchdog. Yang Yi's scalp tingled. Though he was facing away from her, he could still see clearly. From the corner of the door, a head appeared, probably a woman with her eyes tightly shut. Yang Yi didn't have time to turn around. He aimed at her while still facing away, pulling the trigger of his flintlock pistol. 1. As if that's not something Suna would keep simply. 2. One thing after the other without any signs of stopping. She's merciless. Or is she? Simply. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 36/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. The shot didn't misfire. The bullet hit the edge of the doorframe with precision, shattering it and sending splinters flying. You're shooting with your back turned and still hitting the mark? Do you have eyes on the back of your head or something? A puzzled voice came from above Yang Yi's head. The previous shot missed because this creature seemed to predict the gun's direction and dodge preemptively. Just before he pulled the trigger, it darted in, crawling swiftly along the wooden planks overhead. You started the fire outside too, didn't you? Impressive. The unknown entity above praised him, its tone audacious and unconcerned. Yang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his skin, because he saw a human head crawling. Yes, just a head. Judging by the features, it appeared to belong to a beautiful woman, well-defined features and a head of lustrous, curly hair. Although her eyes were shut, she could still somehow see clearly in the dark a mystery he couldn't comprehend. What's more, her movements were unnervingly quick, as she was propelled by slender tendrils extending from beneath her neck, which supported her head as it moved rapidly. At the ends of these tendrils were scythe-like blades. Yang Yi had no doubts about their sharpness. 5 other players had already tested that for him, at the cost of their heads. Seeing an abnormal entity causes your sanity to drop by 10. A cold glint flashed, and one of the scythes slashed towards Yang Yi's neck at lightning speed. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance of dodging. Human eyes couldn't even track such speed, let alone react to it. But was Yang Yi an ordinary person? At the very last moment, he turned around, narrowly blocking the attack with the blade of sea serpent's fang. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying from the impact. The force nearly knocked the weapon out of Yang Yi's hand, and the deflected scythe left a gash across his cheek, causing blood to pour down his face. Oh! The woman let out a surprised exclamation. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to block the attack. But soon, she discovered the reason. Because Yang Yi possessed a special left eye, its composite pupil slowly rotating. What a beautiful eye, she suddenly exclaimed excitedly. What's the deal with your left eye? Let me borrow it for a look. With that, she lunged at Yang Yi, moving even faster than a grey werewolf. Though Yang Yi could see her movements clearly, there was no way to evade them. The space was far too cramped, barely 7 meters from one end to the other, and one of her tendrils alone was 3 meters long. Half the room was within her attack range, not to mention her rapid mobility. Faced with the crisis, Yang Yi dared not hold back and immediately switched to cannon mode. Even if it meant risking the collapse of the entire ship, he couldn't hesitate. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and the flintlock's deafening roar filled the space. The shot was aimed directly at the creature, piercing through the wooden ceiling and out of the hull. The already decayed ship couldn't withstand the impact, collapsing by a third on the spot and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He was propelled by the intense recoil, crashing through a wall and landing outside the ship. Even Yang Yi himself hadn't anticipated escaping the shipwreck in such a manner. It seemed the ship was even more fragile than he'd thought. But, give me your body. The cursed woman's voice rang in Yang Yi's ears. The previous shot, though powerful, missed its mark. The close distance and her intelligence recognizing firearms and dodging based on their aim allowed her to evade. However, the shot's sheer power exceeded her expectations, destroying most of her tendrils. The woman's head had crawled onto Yang Yi's left shoulder, with only 6 tendrils left, trying to wrap around him. Damn it! Yang Yi cursed aloud. It was worse than a spider crawling on him. Abnormal entity contact causes your sanity to drop by 10. Yang Yi wrestled with the head perched on his shoulder. He grabbed her hair with his left hand and thrust sea serpent's fang with his right. But she bit down on the blade with sharp teeth, halting his attack. The fight reached a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. In truth, the creature's physical abilities far surpassed Yang Yi's. With a single tendril anchoring herself, she clung tightly to his left shoulder. The remaining 5 tendrils burrowed into Yang Yi's neck, crawling beneath his skin, causing immense pain until, suddenly, he felt nothing at all. You are being invaded by a brain eater. Sanity drops by 20. You will lose control of your body. Yang Yi was shocked by the notification. Finally, he learned the creature's name, Brain Eater. The Brain Eater was attempting to invade and take control of his body. He could feel the tendrils moving inside him, heading towards his spine, seemingly trying to infiltrate and replace his central nervous system to command his limbs. It couldn't be allowed. You damned parasite! Yang Yi roared furiously. He released the short sword, clenching his fist and swinging it towards the head on his shoulder. But the punch never landed. Somehow, his left arm had already lost control, twisting around to restrain his right wrist. Another stalemate. Without the head on his shoulder, Yang Yi looked like a lunatic, his arms wrestling with each other, neither gaining the advantage. Taking the opportunity, the Brain Eater spat out sea serpent's fang, a trickle of viscous purple blood oozing from her mouth. Clearly, she wasn't unscathed by his earlier strike. However, she was confident of her victory, laughing wildly. Her expressive face twisted into a smirk, eyes brimming with mockery. Huh? Stop resisting, it'll only bring you more pain. Why not submit to me? I promise not to kill you and let you forever revel in blissful dreams. Go to hell. Yang Yi refused to yield, fighting back with all his might. If his hands couldn't move, then he'd use his head. Bang! Caught off guard, the Brain Eater was headbutted, her vision spinning. Although she was agile, being anchored to Yang Yi's shoulder left her unable to dodge. Yang Yi, sensing a brief lull inside his body, was overjoyed and rammed her again with even greater force. Judging by his resolve, he'd bash his own head bloody if it meant taking her down. Bang! 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 Are you out of your mind? The Brain Eater yelled in frustration. It was her first time encountering such a troublesome opponent. Unable to endure his headbutts any longer, she retracted a tendril, coiling it like a spring to brace against Yang Yi's forehead and stop his relentless attacks. To her, this man was a lunatic, as if his head didn't feel pain. Ultimately, Yang Yi's headbutting spree was halted, but not without results. Though his head now sported several lumps, the Brain Eater's nose was crooked, deep purple blood dripping from her nostrils. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, as if the pain had made her cry. But Yang Yi had no pity, he was fighting for his life. Seeing that headbutts no longer worked, he immediately sought another method. Testing control over his limbs, he found his right leg fully responsive, with partial control regained over his right hand and left leg. Struggling to his feet, he locked eyes on a nearby tree and pushed off with all his strength, slamming himself against it. The target? The back of the Brain Eater's head. With immense force, he aimed to crack her skull. The Brain Eater was startled by Yang Yi's reckless behavior. She hurriedly manipulated his left hand to cushion the impact, but her head still took a hit, leaving a swollen lump. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Yi's right hand broke free from his left hand's restraint, regaining freedom. You're insane? This is your own body? My tendrils are inside you now. If something goes wrong, you'll end up crippled, the Brain Eater warned. But she was warning the wrong person. Without hesitation, Yang Yi clenched his fist and punched her, giving her a black eye. Then he retorted coldly. Better crippled than letting you take over. Fearless, he continued throwing punches. Editor's note, headbutts will never not be amusing. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 36/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Near the giant ship, the battle between Yang Yi and the Brain Eater continued, though the commotion gradually subsided, giving way to an eerie calm. Initially, Yang Yi's reckless injury-for-injury tactics caused significant trouble for the Brain Eater, but as he lost control of his body bit by bit, he could no longer resist. Only his right leg remained under his control. Lying on the ground, he was utterly helpless. He deeply regretted not practicing high kicks earlier, otherwise, he might have blown the monster's head off his shoulder. 1. On the other hand, the Brain Eater wasn't in great shape either. After taking a severe beating from Yang Yi, her face was swollen like a pig's. If you'd behaved earlier, you wouldn't be in this mess, she spat, though her words slurred due to several missing teeth courtesy of Yang Yi's punches. Both her eyes were swollen, resembling ripe peaches, making it impossible for her to open them. Yet, she was the undeniable victor. Though she looked worse than Yang Yi, the fact remained she had won. What's with that look? The brain eater sneered, annoyed by Yang Yi's defiant glare. Yang Yi turned his head slightly, staring at her with his two vastly different eyes which brimmed with malice. In truth, Yang Yi was bluffing. He couldn't see a thing because his vision had gone dark. The time limit on his three-eyed mode had expired, and his brain had shut off visual signal transmission again. Yet, he didn't want the brain eater to know he was blind. So, he glared fiercely, feigning sight while fresh blood trickled from his nostrils, making him appear even more menacing. Seconds ticked by. Yang Yi could feel a tendril sliding along the back of his neck, creeping down his spine, aiming to burrow into his brain. Oddly, it didn't hurt in fact, it felt strangely pleasant, almost as if he welcomed it. It was likely the effect of the brain eater's secretions, designed to erode the host's resistance. In less than a minute, maybe even sooner, that tendril would pierce his brain. At that point, whether it seized control, destroyed, or consumed his brain, the outcome would be irreversible. And from what the brain eater hinted, she didn't plan to kill Yang Yi. Instead, she intended to imprison him in a meticulously crafted dream, trapping him in eternal bliss cut off from reality. You're surprisingly resilient, she mused smugly. That other woman lasted barely 10 seconds. It was unclear whether she was praising or mocking him, but her tone was condescending. You think you've won? Yang Yi retorted coldly. Of course. What, you think you can still turn the tables? Yang Yi didn't bother explaining. Deep within, a daring plan began to take shape. He would use magic. First up, limb restoration spell. The target? The brain eater herself. Anyone well-versed would understand that every creature is composed of three parts, the core, the vessel, and the limbs. The core is the seat of consciousness, typically the brain for humans. The vessel refers to the body, which connects and houses the core and limbs. The limbs encompass everything else: organs, appendages, and yes, even another's head. So, Yang Yi could use the limb restoration spell to attach the brain eater directly to his shoulder. Just like in the nightmare, it seemed that not all nightmares were bad omens. Sometimes, they could reveal a way out. Resolute, Yang Yi's expression turned maniacal as he grinned and sneered. You want my body, right? Then let's make our bond evenplit. What? The crazed look on Yang Yi's face filled the brain eater with dread. In the next moment, the limb restoration spell activated. Since Yang Yi had fully studied the Book of Spider Limbs, he didn't need any incantation to cast it. Strange symbols began to glow on Yang Yi's right shoulder, markings he had seen in the book. The symbols quickly spread, crawling onto the brain eater's cheeks. What is this? The brain eater was terrified and tried to flee, but she couldn't. In trapping Yang Yi, she had also inadvertently trapped herself. Her tendrils were already deeply embedded in Yang Yi's body, making escape impossible in such a short time. Besides, she didn't want to ruin her precious experiment. Helpless, the brain eater could only watch as the spell took effect. The glowing symbols began to transform, sprouting tiny legs and turning into small spiders. They worked together, spinning silk-like tailors, slowly stitching the brain eater's head onto Yang Yi's shoulder. Even the chainmail between them was dismantled by the spiders. Seconds later, the symbols disappeared. The brain eater's head became fully fused with Yang Yi's shoulder, blood and flesh intertwined, making separation impossible. At the same time, Yang Yi gained control over the brain eater's body, including her tendrils. A new battle began? To her shock, the brain eater realized her tendrils were no longer under her control. It was as if they had developed a will of their own. In reality, Yang Yi was the one manipulating them. The two started vying for control over the tendrils, each gaining and losing ground. What did you do? For the first time, panic appeared on the brain eater's face as she experienced what it felt like to be controlled. The tendrils left outside her body had gone rogue, lashing back, and leaving deep purple whip marks on the brain eater herself. The silent battle between the two continued, though to an outsider, it might look incomprehensible. Only they knew the true danger within. Minutes later, Yang Yi began to fall behind again, fatigue setting in. He realized his nerve reflexes, or perhaps his thought speed, couldn't keep up with the brain eater. As she regained her composure, Yang Yi found himself losing more ground, his control dwindling. The tendril at the back of his neck resumed its advance. Damn it! If I had more magic essence, I'd use limb explosion and blow us both up. Yang Yi cursed inwardly. His thoughts, carried through neural signals, reached the brain eater. Limb explosion? Are you a cultist of the Limb Spider sect? She snapped. The Limb Spider sect was an infamous secret cult that worshipped the deity known as the Mother of Spiders. Its followers were obsessed with limbs, grafting all sorts of grotesque appendages onto themselves, turning into unrecognizable monstrosities. They claimed it was evolution or transcendence. The brain eater had heard of the cult but never expected to encounter one of its members here. Fortunately, she was confident in her superior skills. She would win. He was out of magic essence, there was no way he could use limb explosion. But Yang Yi's next thought chilled her to the core. Damn it, I really can't hold on. If worse comes to worst, if worse comes to worst, I'll have no choice but to invoke the summoning ritual of the mother, and offer this monster to her. You're insane. That thought struck terror into the brain eater's very soul. It's confirmed we're getting a knockoff Sanji? Simply. Editor's note, dude is actually letting his mum fight for him. Stop. Urgent neural signals surged into Yang Yi's brain. Do you know what summoning a deity means? It's far worse than death. Humans, unprepared, appearing before a god, would spiral into endless madness, unable even to maintain their form, warned the Brain Eater. The exchange, though lengthy in words, was instant through neural signals, transmitted and understood in a flash. But to the Brain Eater's surprise, Yang Yi ignored the warning, resolutely determined to use the Mother of Spiders deity summoning ritual. It wasn't a bluff. Neural signals, being a deep-level exchange of consciousness, left no room for deception. Yang Yi's intentions, clear and unwavering, were fully exposed to the Brain Eater. He was serious. The Brain Eater was horrified, regretting its decision to inhabit this lunatic's body. It began bombarding Yang Yi with signals, trying to disrupt the ritual. You're insane? A heretic? A lunatic? You dare call me a monster? You're worse than a monster? Even monsters wouldn't summon gods. Floods of signals, confusion, fear, shock, despair assaulted Yang Yi's mind, giving him a splitting headache. It was like 10 voices screaming in his head. He'd had enough. Shut up. Yang Yi severed the signal transmission. I'm perfectly calm. This is the only way to destroy you, you red-eyed freak. Red-eyed? How do you know that? Did I ever tell you? A puzzled signal came through. Yang Yi retorted, does that need saying? Unwittingly, his thoughts transmitted along with the response, exposing everything to the Brain Eater. The Brain Eater glimpsed a nightmare Yang Yi had experienced. You dreamed of this. I didn't say that. You've seen other red-eyed beings. No, I haven't. Suna? Where is she now? You piece of... Yang Yi exploded with rage. Not being able to hide a single thought, with every secret laid bare, felt like he was being stripped naked in public. But Yang Yi quickly devised a countermeasure, stop thinking and ignore the incoming signals. Tell me where she is. What's your relationship with her? Yang Yi stayed silent, focusing on activating the ritual to summon the Mother of Spiders and eliminate the menace. The Brain Eater detected his intent immediately. Stop. Let's talk. I have no hostility now, you can feel it, can't you? Indeed, Yang Yi felt no malice, only excitement, anticipation, and relief. Emotions rarely lie unless one could deceive themselves. The Brain Eater's actions further proved its sincerity. The tendrils retreated from his body, and Yang Yi regained control almost instantly. What are you up to? Yang Yi was confused but stayed cautious, groping for a weapon hidden in his stomach pouch. Yet his intention was immediately detected. 2 tendrils restrained his hands tightly. Stop your aggressive behavior? I just want to talk. But I can't see. I'll share my vision with you. A strange visual signal came through lines and contours without color, like radar-detected imagery processed into a coherent picture. The tendrils released Yang Yi's hands, allowing him to stand. Where are you? Find somewhere to sit. My face hurts a lot right now, and I don't want to say anything. Yang Yi frowned, his left shoulder pressed against a head, looking like a two-headed demon as he slowly walked towards the ruins and found a piece of wood to sit on. On the other hand, the Brain Eater seemed to be capable of using magic. Yang Yi couldn't understand the complicated incantations, but he could feel that after a warm, water-like energy brush across the Brain Eater's cheek, her injuries quickly healed. I feel much better now. The Brain Eater looked at Yang Yi, yet to his senses, it was like looking at himself, a very strange feeling. After all, he and the Brain Eater shared vision. Yang Yi took the opportunity to put on an eye mask and ask the Brain Eater what she wanted to say. The exchange between the two heads officially began, and the Brain Eater's words became more refined. Hello, Mr. Yang Yi? You may call me Miss Ronnet. As you might have guessed, I am indeed a witch, blessed with both beauty and intelligence. She began to explain her identity. Not long before, she was just an ordinary witch, exceptionally beautiful and intelligent. She kept a low profile, enjoying her research in quiet corners. But her good days didn't last. She was discovered by the Holy Knights, labeled as a heretic, and captured to be taken to the Holy City for judgment by the Holy Light. I definitely know who betrayed me, it must be that Peter. He begged me to heal his blindness so he could see his new bride. I agreed and replaced his corrupted eyeballs with those of a healthy Cyclops. The surgery was a success, and before he left, he even thanked me. Miss Ronnet spoke with indignation. Not even half a month later, the Holy Knights arrived. Luckily, I was prepared and turned myself into the Brain Eater. This way, even if I only had a head left, I could still move. Otherwise, once I leave the Holy Chest, I would immediately die. The Holy Chest. Yes, the Holy Chest is a prison tool used by the Radiant Holy Church to store the heads of heretics. Each chest is uniquely numbered and marked with a sacred seal. Whenever the Holy Knights capture a heretic, they use a divine spell called the Holy Severance to decapitate them. This Holy Severance is an extremely evil spell that doesn't kill immediately after decapitation. Then they store the head of the heretic in the Holy Chest and send it to the Holy City. As long as the sinner doesn't leave the Holy Chest, they won't truly die. This cruel method is unheard of. Miss Ronnet recounted the brutality of the Holy Knights, but Yang Yi remained unmoved. He thought that witches weren't much better, both were equally vile. His thoughts were quickly understood by Miss Ronnet. You have a deep misunderstanding of witches? In fact, compared to witches, I prefer to be called a scholar. Miss Ronnet revealed a wealth of hidden information to Yang Yi. People always say we are forbidden beings, accusing us of desecrating the dead and playing with life. But those are misunderstandings and prejudices. In reality, we are the true guardians of this world, its only hope. The taboo research that violates human morals is just the growing pains of exploring the truth. As long as we persist, we will eventually ignite the light of truth again. We will make all hidden existences retreat into the shadows, never daring to reveal themselves in the light of truth. We will do it. We will succeed. Because the light of truth has always existed and will always exist. Miss Ronnett's face became fervent. It was a kind of faith. Unlike the faith in deities, what they believed in was the truth, the principle of all things. In her excitement, her eyes had opened, but there were no eyeballs inside, only burn marks where flames had seared them. It looked like someone had used hot tongs to tear her eyes out. What exactly are you trying to express? Yang Yi asked. It can't just be that you're bored from being locked up and want someone to talk to, right? No, Ronnet shook her head. I originally planned to infiltrate the Radiant Holy Church, to see if I could find and save another witch or warlock. But now, it seems unnecessary. She looked at Yang Yi with her hollow eye sockets. In front of me, there is a witch who can inherit everything of mine. She used her tendrils to rummage through her mouth, pulling out a red gem covered in purple mucus, handing it to Yang Yi. This is the Stone of Truth. It contains the knowledge of countless generations of our efforts. Though I'm very intelligent, it still wasn't enough, and I could only inherit a portion of it. If someone with higher talent were to inherit it, they would directly access the truth and understand the reality of this world. I am no longer capable, for I will soon die, but the inheritance of truth must not be severed. Yang Yi took the Stone of Truth and received its information. Name, Stone of Truth. Type, relic. Quality, description, swallowing this stone grants vast forbidden knowledge, but if one cannot bear it, it will lead to brain death. Not recommended for anyone outside of witches or warlocks. If given to the Radiant Holy Church, you will gain immense honor. After reading it, he understood what she meant. She wanted him to give this stone to Suna. Why do you think I would do as you say? Yang Yi asked, confused. You will. Miss Ronnet replied firmly, but Yang Yi could not agree. How do you view the abyss monsters? Ronnet suddenly asked a strange question. I believe that only the dead abyss monsters are good abyss monsters. Yang Yi responded. Very good, I hope you remember that. Ronnet was satisfied with his reply and smiled. She somehow pulled out a wine bottle, used her tendrils to remove the cap, then poured 2 glasses of wine with a dusty measuring cylinder. Here, have a drink with me. She handed one of the glasses to Yang Yi. I don't drink. Yang Yi refused. Before the crossover, Yang Yi had a weak body and had never drunk alcohol. Make an exception, it's just this one glass. Ronnet was insistent, pressing the measuring cylinder to his lips with her tendrils. After you finish, I'd like you to fulfill your promise. Kill me. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 37/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. You want me to kill you? Yang Yi asked, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that after all the things the witch had said, she was actually seeking an end. Yes. Ronnet confirmed once again. From the moment I became a brain eater, I set a time limit for my life. Before I consume the 5th brain, I must end my life. Ronnet drank from the measuring cylinder. The wine had obviously been stored for quite some time and had become cloudy, but the fragrance was still rich. She continued explaining. In truth, not all living creatures have the courage to commit suicide, especially those that are intelligent and long-lived. They are usually very afraid of death. Take the brain eaters for example, they are a powerful and cunning species, and the concept of aging hardly exists for them. They generally prefer to inhabit the skulls of hosts, using their exterior to get close to prey, and then taking the opportunity to devour their brains, or reproduce. Ronnet spoke in an objective tone, as though describing a species completely unrelated to herself. But Yang Yi understood her meaning. She was extremely afraid of death, and as she couldn't directly express it, she wished Yang Yi would help her. I am a scholar, I still consider myself human. Even though I really want to eat your brain. In a year, or maybe 10 years, as I consume more and more brains, my thoughts and views will change. I will start to believe that I am a noble brain eater, and humans will become nothing more than lowly livestock. This is an inevitable, subtle process, and by then, I will be standing against the light of truth. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. So, I set a time limit for my life. Ronet's thoughts entered Yang Yi's mind. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Yi finally took the measuring cylinder, drank the wine, and downed it in one go. Then, he stood up. The sudden movement caused Ronet's tendrils to tense up. The sickle-like blades waved erratically in front of Yang Yi, and even the straw-like tendril seemed ready to stab into his temple and suck his brain out. Sorry, this is a physiological stress reaction of the brain eater that I can't control, Ronnet apologized. Due to the neural connection, Yang Yi could feel Ronet's emotions, including tension, panic, fear, hesitation, and the rationality underlying it all. Yang Yi ignored the flailing tendrils and began searching the ground, quickly retrieving his flintlock and the sea serpent's tooth that had fallen in the forest. During the process of picking up his weapons, he was scratched by several of the sickle-like tendrils. The wounds were shallow, but blood droplets were still hanging from them. Where do you want to be buried? Yang Yi suddenly asked. The holy chest, I suppose. There's no higher class of coffin than that. Then, I'll have it delivered to the Radiant Holy Church. Let those religious fanatics quiet down a bit. Ronit said calmly. Are you ready? Yang Yi looked at Ronit, holding a weapon in each hand, very close to her head. There are 2 ways to die here. Which one would you choose? Use the gun, that one. Suddenly, the nerve signals became chaotic and turned into a mass of illogical gibberish. Ronit widened her empty eye sockets, seeming somewhat surprised. Because Yang Yi had made his move. With lightning speed, his right hand wielded the sea serpent's tooth, piercing her temple and driving the blade into the hilt. The strike was too sudden, occurring in the brief moment between their conversation, and Ronit didn't even have time to feel fear. Dark purple mucus flowed from her nostrils, and several tendrils twisted wildly like a drowning person, desperately entangling Yang Yi's head and leaving bloody scratches on his face. After a few seconds, the tendrils lost their strength and hung limply. Yang Yi pulled out the sea serpent's fang. From the moment he picked up his weapons, he had deliberately stopped thinking, clearing his mind and remaining calm. In just a few short minutes, Yang Yi had mastered how to hide his true thoughts on a conscious level he didn't need to think. So, by the time Ronit realized Yang Yi was about to strike, it was already too late for her to be afraid. With the dust settling, Yang Yi obtained Ronit's information. Name, Ronit, Brain Eater. Description, the witch Ronit transformed into a Brain Eater, a heretic fleeing from the Radiant Holy Church. She can be thrown into the octopus vending machine or handed over to the Radiant Holy Church in exchange for a high reward. She bears a holy mark, which can be sensed by nearby Holy Church troops. Brain Eater, an extremely dangerous creature which enjoys consuming brains, parasitising, and reproducing. After consuming brains for a period of time, it becomes weak and thirsty, and is especially skilled in mental magic. Yang Yi remained expressionless as he began the dissection. Following Ronit's death, he turned blind again. Relying on her memory, he roughly severed the brain from his own shoulder. After about 1 or 2 minutes of cutting, Yang Yi managed to separate Ronit from his shoulder. The effect of the body restoration spell was hard to describe. The entire spell took nearly a minute to activate, costing 10 sanity points and was not suitable for use in combat. Strictly speaking, it could only be considered a logistical spell. Yang Yi took out a regeneration potion and drank it. The intense itching made him feel an impulse to rub himself against the wall. Fortunately, he resisted, but the noise caused was noticeable. He checked his status panel, especially his sanity points, and found he had 32 left. Good, no further contamination. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier invasion had altered his body, costing him some sanity. But as long as it didn't drop below 10, he was still within safe limits. Just as Yang Yi was relieved and ready to inform Suna to come get him, there was another sound from the shipwreck. Who's there? A soft voice echoed. Someone else? Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He then quickly thought of the missing Jodai. If there were any survivors, it had to be her. Despite the collapse of the ship, she hadn't died. She was extremely lucky. Yet, her appearance wasn't necessarily a good thing. Because Yang Yi was blind, he couldn't see anything. If Jodai saw him as an enemy, things could get ugly. In a moment of urgency, Yang Yi carefully considered the situation and decided to minimize the potential for conflict, trying to defuse the tense atmosphere. So, he boldly admitted his true identity. I'm Yang Yi, captain of the Nightmare Star, he replied. Yang Yi. Jodai repeated. That's right, who are you? Yang Yi asked. Jodai furrowed her brow. She did recognize that name. After all, they had done 2 deals and even added each other as friends. In her mind, Yang Yi was a tough person often injured, liked killing otherworldly creatures, and sold useful items. But Jodai didn't immediately believe it. Instead, she opened the chat interface to try sending a private message to Yang Yi and saw his previous messages. There were 2 in total. One was from a few days ago, where Yang Yi had asked if she wanted to buy firewool clothing. The other was from today, where he asked if she needed stone and wood materials. After reading them, Jodai sent a reply. Are you on the island? I've just met someone who claims to be Yang Yi, captain of the Nightmare Star. Is that really you? Of course, it's me. Yang Yi's voice came through. From this point on, both of them confirmed each other's identities, and the tension between them decreased by half. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 37/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Before departure, Jodai organized a 14-person squad to conquer the island. They prepared extensively, purchasing plenty of equipment. Jodai spared no expense to buy a revolver capable of suppressing regeneration, the White Rose, specifically to counter the wolves' self-healing abilities. Other team members purchased weapons and armor as needed. Shield bearers in plate and chain armor were responsible for drawing and blocking the wolves' attacks. Others used crossbows and bows for long-range ones. If wolves managed to get close, warriors were designated for melee combat. In short, they were well prepared. The reason they were willing to unite for the expedition was that they had accepted a shared mission enticing enough to attract adventurers, Oath Precursor mission. It was first received by Jodai from a peculiar undead being who claimed to have crawled out of the hull of the Radiant Goddess. Like a pilgrim, it ignored Jodai, rushed into the ship's prayer room, knelt, and began to pray. Shortly after, the undead ignited in the radiant light of the Radiant Goddess, leaving behind only ashes and a sealed letter in a bottle. Jodai retrieved the letter and opened it to find, Oath Precursor mission triggered. Retrieve the lost holy casket for the Radiant Church. The casket is located at coordinates. This is a precursor mission. Upon completion, you will have the opportunity to join the Radiant Church, forge an oath on the vast ocean, and gain extraordinary power. This mission supports up to 15 participants. Jodai was stunned and ecstatic. As a devout individual, she had been drawn to the sacred image of the Radiant Goddess since arriving in the New World. 1. After several prayers, she had become a believer in the Radiant Goddess. Seeing this opportunity to join the Radiant Church, she was determined not to miss it. Thus, Jodai rushed to the coordinates and discovered the island, where a damaged large ship lay. According to the letter, the holy casket was stored there. However, as she approached, she spotted a wolf scavenging along the shoreline. She initially considered using the ship's cannon against the wolf, but it seemed aware of the danger and retreated into the forest before the cannon could target it. Jodai dared not rush onto the island, so she observed from afar for 2 days, spotting only that one wolf. She began recruiting teammates, organizing a squad to conquer the island. After careful selection, she recruited 14 companions. Together, they accepted the Oath Precursor mission, resolved to complete it, join the Radiant Church, and gain extraordinary power. As for Jodai, being the initiator, the special ship's captain, and a gifted individual, she naturally became the team's leader. At the cost of several lives, they successfully killed the wolf. What followed was roughly as Yang Yi speculated. Time rewinds to the present. Yang Yi and Jodai didn't rush to meet but exchanged details about the island. Yang Yi claimed he stumbled upon the island while gathering supplies, encountered half-wolf creatures and zombified wolves, and dispatched them effortlessly. He then entered the wrecked ship, fought the Brain Eater, and defeated it after some effort. Jodai was stunned. Her team of 14 had barely managed to kill a single wolf at the cost of several lives and was wiped out by the Brain Eater in the Holy Casket. Yet Yang Yi, alone, had surpassed their entire efforts. Though skeptical, Jodai couldn't deny the detailed account Yang Yi provided naming the deceased, describing the wolf missing a finger, and the Brain Eater's parasitic abilities. It all checked out. Unbeknownst to Jodai, Yang Yi omitted his interaction with Ronit, fabricating an image of overwhelming strength to justify his victory over the Brain Eater. The tense atmosphere eased after their conversation. Jodai recognized Yang Yi as an absurdly powerful player devoted to hunting abominations, with little apparent hostility towards her. In desperation, Jodai sought his help, as she was trapped. The collapsing ship had left her unconscious, pinned at the ankle by a fallen wooden plank. Ironically, this same plank created a narrow safe space, sparing her life. Unable to free herself, she called out, "Yang Yi, a plank has me trapped. Help me out." Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised she was stuck. But was she truly? He couldn't verify his vision was temporarily gone. After hesitation, he replied, "I used an ability earlier. I can't see right now. You're blind." "Only temporarily?" After a pause, Jodai guided Yang Yi towards the plank. As he approached, she aimed her white rose revolver at his head, testing his blindness. If Yang Yi was lying, he was up to no good. However, Yang Yi couldn't see he was genuinely blind. Not only that, he was bloodied, dusty, and exhausted, resembling someone fresh out of a trench. Even as Jodai pressed the barrel to his nose, Yang Yi remained unresponsive. Or at least it seemed. He had already sensed her presence through sound and was ready to strike if she acted suspiciously. With his current defensive state, he was confident he could kill her even blind. A few tense minutes passed tense and Jodai lowered her weapon, asking for help again. "Kneel down a bit. I'm right in front of you, stuck in the plank's gap, left foot pinned." "Wait a second," Yang Yi said calmly. "Shouldn't we first settle something like loot distribution? After all, I'm the one who killed the zombified wolves and the Brain Eater." Not the new world, just a new one simply. The distribution of loot was an urgent matter. Jodai refused to back down. Her goal was the holy casket on the island, her key to joining the Radiant Holy Church. Giving it up was not an option. After some thought, she proposed, "How about this? You join the Oath quest with me. We can complete it together and join the Radiant Holy." Before she could finish, Yang Yi rejected the idea. "No, I have no plans to join any church." Jodai was stunned, unable to understand why anyone would reject the Radiant Goddess's guidance. She then offered another plan. "Fine. Everything else is negotiable, but can you let me have the holy casket and the Brain Eater's corpse? I'll trade valuable items with you." Without waiting for his response, she privately sent information on 3 items. White Rose, a rare revolver firing silver bullets with regeneration suppression and anti-evil effects. Twilight Veil, a ship upgrade that renders stationary ships invisible. Holy Knight Commander's Sword, a rare longsword obtained from a wraith's corpse. Yang Yi's breath hitched at the second item. A ship cloaking device was incredibly useful, offering unparalleled convenience for exploration and security. It would eliminate the risk of hostile players attacking his base while he was out. The trade terms were acceptable to him, as he had already planned to give the holy casket to Jodai. After all, his ship was a ghost ship. Revealing it to the Radiant Holy Church would likely lead to its immediate purification. Additionally, both the holy casket and Ronit's body bore sacred seals that could be sensed by the church's forces. Carrying them was a liability, so handing them off to Jodai was a safer option. As for using Ronit's corpse for vending purposes, Yang Yi didn't even consider it. Having drunk her wine, he had no intention of desecrating her remains. Yang Yi agreed to Zhou Dai's terms but haggled a bit to avoid seeming too eager, ultimately securing an additional 10,000 shell coins in the deal. He then addressed a lingering concern. By the way, the ship's collapse was partially my fault. I didn't know you were inside. It's not your fault. If you hadn't killed the brain eater, I'd already be dead. Zhou Dai dismissed the issue. Yang Yi crouched down to help Zhou Dai escape. Just so you know, I can't see. If anything seems offensive, now's not the time to worry about that. Zhou Dai interrupted, anxious to be freed. Her injured ankle had already lost all feeling. Understood. Yang Yi focused, crawling into the wreckage under her direction. Though blind, his sense of touch told him Zhou Dai's left ankle was crushed. Even if the plank was moved, the ankle was beyond saving. Worse, shifting the debris could destabilize the wreck further, causing another collapse. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi spoke. Zhou Dai, I can save you, but the question is, do you trust me? What do you mean? Yang Yi nodded solemnly. Your ankle is already crushed and irreparable. Zhou Dai froze, her body trembling slightly. Unable to rise, she hadn't been able to assess her injury and had clung to the hope that it wasn't severe. But the reality showed to be the worst-case scenario. A few seconds later, Zhou Dai gradually calmed down. From the initial panic and fear, she quickly became composed. The speed of this change even surprised herself. Losing a leg seemed almost insignificant. It was probably due to having gone through so much before. She regained her composure and spoke in a low voice. Then, amputate it. We can't stay trapped here forever. Yang Yi was taken aback by her words. He had already deduced that Zhou Dai was a well-dressed, stunning woman. Yet, the beauty, who clearly cared about her appearance, was able to make the decisive choice of amputating her ankle without hesitation. She was incredibly strong, perhaps even braver than him. Yang Yi no longer underestimated Zhou Dai. He drew the sea serpent's fang and swiftly sliced through her left ankle, causing blood to pour out. With the ankle no longer a hindrance, they quickly crawled out from beneath the slanted wooden plank. Once freed, Zhou Dai pulled a bottle of holy water from her storage bag and poured it over the severed limb. She then drank another bottle of holy water and began to bandage the wound. Yang Yi stood aside, offering no help, as he couldn't see. After finishing, Zhou Dai had beads of sweat on her face, her complexion a bit pale. But strangely, losing her ankle didn't seem to put much strain on her mentally. The pain was even beginning to subside. It felt like a light injury, not a big deal. With a calm expression, Zhou Dai finished bandaging the wound and stopping the bleeding. Yang Yi suddenly spoke up. Miss Zhou, I actually have a way to give you a new foot, though I'm not sure if you'd be willing. A new foot? How? I know a healing spell that can attach new limbs, but since your original foot is crushed, it will have to be replaced, Yang Yi explained. Zhou Dai was surprised. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to have healing magic. No wonder he was so capable. You can try searching through the ruins. I once found a right leg, but maybe I missed something. There could still be a left one. Also, you'll need some fresh flesh for the repair. Fresh flesh? Yes. Zhou Dai frowned. She didn't understand why healing magic would require fresh flesh. But without a foot, it was difficult to even walk. Since she had a chance to heal, she didn't want to miss it, especially since it could be her only opportunity. Alright, help me down and I'll look around. If it works, I'll give you an extra 10,000 shell coins as a medical fee. No need, Yang Yi declined. The body restoration spell wasn't perfect. Even after the repair, Zhou Dai might choose to amputate again. There are also some bodies along the coast, but they have rabid wolf disease, so there's some risk involved, Yang Yi added. The two quickly got to work. Zhou Dai gave directions, and Yang Yi provided support. Suddenly, a warm current surged through Yang Yi's body. You are blessed, your mind and body are cleansed, maximum sanity plus 20, maximum energy plus 20, lasts for 2 hours. It was Zhou Dai's talent. She could increase others' attribute limits through blessings. Yet this time, the blessing took Yang Yi by surprise because the blessing not only increased the limits, but also restored the corresponding values of sanity and energy. It caused Yang Yi to snap out of his frenzy, letting his shoulder begin to ache horribly. How's that? Do you feel better? Zhou Dai asked with a smile. This is my talent. I can bless up to 5 people at once. I guess it's okay. Yang Yi could only respond vaguely, feeling that this woman didn't quite match his personality. Zhou Dai continued to search through the ruins, and at Yang Yi's guidance, she retrieved the holy casket from the bushes. It seemed she could store it in her bag. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Dai found some glass jars, some of which were well sealed. Others were broken, containing a slightly rotten right leg, and a pile of decaying meat-like tissue. As for the leg, it was nowhere to be found. Does the flesh have to be fresh? Zhou Dai asked. It doesn't need to be, but it works better. If it's not fresh, it's better to have more, Yang Yi replied, not knowing exactly what Zhou Dai had picked up. Alright, this should be enough. What should I do now? Place the foot against the stump and align it. The flesh can be placed beside it, Yang Yi instructed. Zhou Dai followed his directions and told him she was ready. Yang Yi then applied the body restoration spell under her guidance. Ancient, peculiar runes appeared and quickly turned into tiny spiders, stitching the severed limb back together. At the same time, they filled in the surrounding flesh. About a minute later, the spell finished. Zhou Dai's foot had been restored. It looked odd, its color a dull green, and at its top was embedded a murky, non-functional eyeball. She tested the foot out, and it worked perfectly. The feet were not symmetrical, but as they were the same length, she walked steadily. She could even control her toes, using the newly created left foot just like she could originally. It was truly amazing. The healing magic had surpassed 21st century medical technology. Jodai was very satisfied. Although it looked ugly, she suddenly realized she didn't care about her appearance anymore. As long as her face was fine, it was enough. After all, her foot would be hidden in shoes. No one would ever know. She calmly took a pair of shoes from her storage bag and put them on. Thank you. This magic is amazing. Jodai expressed her gratitude. Glad you're satisfied, Yang Yi replied. Since he couldn't see, he had no idea that Jodai now had 2 right feet. If he could see, he'd definitely question the woman's sanity. Something seemed off with her. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 38/50ths. Are you sure you don't want to come aboard for a while? Jodai asked. Since her left foot had healed, her mood had significantly improved. No, I still have a lot of things to handle, Yang Yi decisively declined. That's a shame. Do you need me to help you back to your ship? You don't seem to be walking comfortably right now. No need, my crew is already on the way to pick me up, Yang Yi replied. Half an hour earlier, he had sent his coordinates to Suna, asking her to come and pick him up. By then, she should have been on her way. Fusion card, you said? Why has your ship's name changed? This seems to be a rather rare item. I wish I could draw one too, Jodai remarked enviously. She fiddled with her logbook and proposed a trade with Yang Yi. The trade involved exchanging the corpse of a brain eater for a twilight veil, plus an additional 20,000 shell coins. Although Yang Yi hadn't charged her for the medical treatment, Jodai insisted on paying him. There was no need to refuse this gesture. After both parties confirmed the trade and pressed accept, the transaction was locked. The deal was binding, with any breach incurring penalties from the monster vending machine, and it had to be completed within 8 hours. Once that was settled, Jodai started standing up. However, before she could fully rise, Yang Yi, seated close by, grabbed her arm. Stay a bit longer. It's not entirely safe for me to stay alone, Yang Yi said. Jodai paused. Given that the island's strange creatures were supposedly all dead, there shouldn't have been any danger. But she didn't dwell on it and certainly didn't refuse. Sitting for a little while longer wasn't a big deal. Moreover, in her eyes, Yang Yi was quite charming. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. He just seemed very pleasing to the eye, especially his demeanor. After about another hour, Suna arrived. She was fully equipped, wearing a woolen hat, long fleece-lined boots, and a new survival belt at her waist. She held a pirate's longbow, with several dozen armor-piercing arrows strapped to her back. Apart from a down jacket, she wore nearly everything she could to keep warm, as she was more sensitive to the cold and had always lived in the warmer southern coastal areas. About 2 hours before, she had received a private message from Yang Yi. He said he was blind and needed her to come quickly to fetch him, also mentioning a strange woman by his side. What's strange about her? Suna spotted Yang Yi sitting with an elegant and poised woman in white robes. The two were chatting happily, as if they had hit it off instantly. Notably, Yang Yi's left hand was still holding the woman's wrist. You don't seem to need any help, Suna commented, emerging from the forest with a calm expression. Yang Yi instantly recognized her voice and let out a long sigh of relief, releasing his grip. My teammate is here. All right then. In that case, I'll take my leave. May the light bless you, Jodai said, crossing her arms over her chest in a gesture of reverence. From her shadow, it almost looked as if she had no arms at all. With that, she turned and walked away, her steps growing fainter as she headed towards her ship, the Radiant Goddess. Once the sound of her footsteps faded, Yang Yi ran towards Suna's position. Unable to see her, he relied on his hearing to navigate, running forwards until the tip of a bough pressed against his cheek. The familiar presence relaxed Yang Yi's nerves. You're finally here. Yang Yi's vision hadn't recovered yet. He could only hold on to the bough and move closer, speaking softly. That woman didn't turn back, did she? No, Suna glanced in that direction. Good. Let's hurry back. Something's not quite right with her. We'll talk on the way, Yang Yi urged, ready to move immediately. But Suna smirked faintly and said, Oh really? Why did it seem like you two were having a pretty good conversation? That was just to lower her guard. Yang Yi's expression turned serious. Do you think a normal person could suppress their pulse to under 10 beats per minute, or even stop it momentarily? And this happened after severing her left foot. Suna frowned and glanced again in the direction Jodai had left, then said, Explain in detail on the way. The two quickly ran towards the Nightmare Star. As per her request, Yang Yi explained what he had observed. When he had pulled Jodai out earlier, he noticed she seemed to have no pulse. Further perception revealed that it actually was incredibly slow, and this occurred after her limb was severed. A normal person wouldn't be able to control their heart rate to reduce blood loss. Moreover, her behavior was inconsistent. I even suspect that if I hadn't gone to save her, she might have torn off her own left foot and crawled out by herself. Yang Yi explained. Suna listened quietly, her brows deeply furrowed. If Yang Yi's observations were accurate, then Jodai must have undergone some kind of transformation, which seemed to simultaneously affect her cognition and physical body. You couldn't see anything and were accompanied by a mentally unstable woman. That's why you held on to her wrist, wasn't it? For a sense of safety, so that if danger arose, you'd still have a fighting chance. Suna suddenly felt a bit annoyed. After all, she was standing right next to Yang Yi, and she was also a woman. She stopped abruptly, cutting Yang Yi off coldly. Are you implying something? Of course not. You sure you don't want me to shoot an arrow straight through your head? I'm not afraid. It wouldn't be the first time I've gone blind. Suna was slightly irked but decided not to continue the topic. They reached the coastline when the sky was already growing dark. Suna returned to the Nightmare Star first, using a grappling hook to pull Yang Yi into the cabin. As soon as he boarded, Yang Yi instructed Suna to check the sea chart and closely monitor the Radiant Goddess. The ship was visible on the chart, indicating that Jodai had removed the Twilight Veil, likely in preparation for the trade. However, the ship's position hadn't changed, it remained stationary. Meanwhile, aboard the Radiant Goddess, after returning to her ship, Jodai headed straight to the chapel. What was once a prayer room had evolved into a chapel after the upgrade. Inside stood the statue of the Radiant Goddess. Praying to it brought an unparalleled sense of tranquility, dispelling fear, and even slowly restoring sanity. Holy water was also created here. By placing ordinary freshwater before the statue and praying sincerely, one could produce holy water. The process took 24 hours, though the prayer itself required only 30 minutes. There were additional items before the statue, 5 glass jars, each containing the head of one of Jodai's former teammates. May you all return to the embrace of the Radiant Goddess. Jodai knelt, crossing her arms in reverence towards the armless statue. Her former teammates had once aspired to join the Radiant Church. Although they had perished, she still wished for them to bask in the goddess's light. After praying for about 15 minutes, Jodai rose, feeling spiritually cleansed, though her neck itched slightly. She scratched at it and discovered a thin seam on her neck that oozed a faint purple fluid. What is this? She paid it no mind and didn't bother checking her status panel. Using a silk cloth, she carefully wiped her neck to avoid soiling her pristine white robe. Then she turned back to the statue, crossing her arms again in prayer. May the light bless you all. Jodai blessed the 5 jars before the statue. Upon closer inspection, one of the heads inside the jars seemed to have changed. It had shriveled slightly and appeared partially dehydrated. Jodai remained unaware of this. Nor did she notice the thin, tentacle-like appendages occasionally extending from the seam on her neck, writhing in a restless and excited manner. After completing her prayers, she left the chapel and headed to the deck, preparing for the trade she had arranged with Yang Yi. Had she opened her status panel, she would have noticed a new entry. Extraordinary path. Brain Eater. Yang Yi received a private message from Jodai. Want to form a fleet together? Jodai proposed. No, I'm used to living like a wild man. Besides, other players might not be too keen on having me around. Yang Yi declined. That's truly a pity. Jodai sounded somewhat disappointed. Send over the corpse of the Brain Eater, and let's finish the transaction quickly. The Winter Sea is getting very close. Yang Yi immediately checked the large sea map. He noticed that the Winter Sea was expanding faster, and it was about to reach the island. The players who were still preparing were caught off guard by the sudden system event and had to hastily adjust their plans to enter the Winter Sea earlier than expected. The chat channels were filled with complaints and curses. Ignoring the commotion, Yang Yi walked onto the deck in the dark. The cold wind howled, and the temperature seemed even lower. He felt something soft and icy brush against his cheeks. It was snow. Apparently, it had started snowing heavily, adding a chill to the vast ocean. Braving the cold wind, Yang Yi groped his way to the edge of the ship and reached the bow deck, stopping in front of the octopus-headed vending machine. He rummaged through his clothes for a while and pulled out the corpse of the Brain Eater hidden within. There was no other way. The corpse couldn't be stored in his bag, so he had to keep it under his clothes, forming a noticeable bulge. Perhaps Suna had noticed it, but since Yang Yi didn't mention it, she didn't ask. The light of truth, huh? Yang Yi held up the Brain Eater's corpse. Perhaps it could also be referred to as Ms. Ronit, a witch who embodied both beauty and intelligence. Fragments of what Ronit said before her death surfaced in his mind. She wanted Yang Yi to pass it to Suna, so she could inherit the knowledge within. But Yang Yi had no intention of doing so. In fact, he hadn't even told Suna about Ronit's existence. In his view, unrestrained exploration of the unknown and acquisition of forbidden knowledge was just as dangerous as worshipping deities. Both could invite unspeakable horrors. Like moths dancing around a street lamp, it was fine to watch from a distance. But attempting to fly into the light would only result in death or worse. Yang Yi retrieved the Stone of Truth, which he had kept hidden in his clothes. It felt rather heavy in his hand. The next moment, he suddenly made a throwing motion, intending to toss it into the ocean. But just before he let go, he paused and changed his mind. What if the stone was consumed by some sea creature, causing it to undergo some terrifying transformation? This thought struck Yang Yi. After much deliberation, he decided to keep the stone with him. He felt safest carrying it himself. Then he placed Ronit's corpse into the octopus vending machine to complete the transaction with Jodai. Warning: after trading the otherworldly creature's corpse, it can no longer be used for gacha, and its biological structure may change or degrade. A notification suddenly popped up in the log. Wait, does this mean the vending machine eats during transmission? Yang Yi muttered in disbelief. He was becoming increasingly convinced the vending machine was a living entity. With the transaction completed, Jodai's items were quickly sent over. Yang Yi's account gained 20,000 shell coins, and in his hands was a neatly folded rectangular handkerchief. It felt like silk, incredibly lightweight, folded in many layers, each layer thinner than paper. At the same time, he received the information on the Twilight Veil. Name, Twilight Veil. Type, ship equipment. Quality, rare. Description, must be installed at the masthead. When the ship anchors and stops moving, the Twilight Veil can be deployed, rendering the ship invisible. The process takes 15 minutes, after which the ship will become optically camouflaged, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. It cannot be used in hazardous situations, and taking damage will also cancel the invisibility. Yang Yi felt quite satisfied after reading the information. Although there were limitations, the basic functionality of the equipment was reliable. In future island explorations, as long as he anchored in a secluded spot, he wouldn't need to worry about harassment from other players. After all, most players relied on telescopes to scout their surroundings, and they wouldn't be able to detect the cloaked nightmare star. Once the transaction was completed, Zhou Dai sent another private message. Are you sure you don't want to come aboard my ship and hang out? It's quite large, and there's a chapel with a statue of the radiant goddess. Praying to the goddess statue can speed up sanity recovery and even grant some beneficial buffs. No need. Yang Yi decisively declined. I'm naturally disliked by gods. If I prayed, I'd probably be labeled a heretic and burned on the spot. How is that possible? Zhou Dai immediately replied. The radiant goddess is merciful and loving. She welcomes every devout believer who prays to her. Yang Yi neither agreed nor disagreed and didn't continue discussing religion with Zhou Dai. After some polite small talk, the two ended their conversation. The radiant goddess set sail, leaving the island and heading for the Winter Sea. Although Yang Yi couldn't observe the ship's movements directly, Suna was helping him, so he quickly learned about their direction. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Yi made the same decision to leave the island. However, he decided to change his course to avoid encountering Zhou Dai again. The woman gave Yang Yi a bad feeling. As for the resources on the island, Yang Yi decided to give them up. The Winter Sea was rapidly expanding, and staying any longer would only waste time and risk him falling to the back of the player group. The rear was often the most dangerous position, at least in the stormy seas. Yang Yi planned to stay closer to the front. After Suna adjusted the course and stabilized the ship's speed, Yang Yi returned to the vending machine. He still had one more spin left. After rummaging around in his stomach bag, Yang Yi pulled out a charred werewolf skull. As for the burnt flesh, the stomach bag had already consumed it. Naturally, this behavior hadn't escaped Suna's notice. She saw the wolf head but didn't say anything, merely wrinkling her nose in mild displeasure. Yang Yi, however, solemnly began to pray. Zhou Dai's words had swayed him, and he sincerely prayed to the gods, hoping for a good item. After finishing his prayer, he touched the vending machine's tentacled mouth and placed the werewolf skull into it. He then rhythmically spun the dial on the octopus-headed vending machine. Divine powers, bless me, may my wish be fulfilled. Gulp, gulp. A gotcha capsule was spat out by the machine. Yang Yi immediately bent down, fumbled around a bit, and then broke into an ecstatic smile. Looks like my luck isn't bad after all. He attributed the good item he got to his own luck. As for the gods, he had already forgotten about them. Perhaps next time he used the vending machine, he would remember them again and pray for a little extra luck. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 43/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Yang Yi obtained a rare piece of equipment, one that performed exceptionally well in the extreme winter sea. Name, life fireplace. Type, ship equipment, relic. Quality, rare. Description, a special fireplace that can be ignited by offering living creatures. It can be installed on the wall of any room. Occasionally emits a life light that increases the rate of attribute gain for players, except for mental attributes. The fireplace could be installed in a room to increase its temperature. During the frigid winter, it would have significant effects. The ignition requirements were relatively simple, you just had to toss in a living creature. The easiest option was to throw in a live long-legged sardine. Moreover, the fireplace came with a chimney, so there wasn't any need to worry about exhaust filling the room or the flames spreading. Yang Yi planned to install it as soon as his vision recovered. Afterwards, he intended to fish for some long-legged sardines to stock up as fuel. He decided to consult Suna before deciding where to install it. It's getting late. You should return to your room and rest. Prepare yourself mentally for the harsh cold, as the temperature in the extreme winter sea will only continue to drop, Yang Yi instructed. He then returned to the captain's cabin and lay down to rest. In his state of blindness, there wasn't much he could do besides checking his logs and browsing the world chat channel. Complaints about the system's abrupt acceleration of the extreme winter sea's expansion were still trending. Most players were caught unprepared for the sudden changes. Taking advantage of the stable market, Yang Yi spent 11,000 shell coins to purchase 2,000 units of wood, thus saving time and effort. Then he dealt with previously acquired equipment and prepared to buy some new gear. The wind attribute hunting bow could be kept for Suna, while the old pirate longbow would serve as a backup and wasn't worth selling immediately. As for other weapons, regarding armor, he decided to keep the chainmail. The plate armor, on the other hand, would be repaired the following day. If it could be restored to a wearable condition, it would fetch a good price, as it was far more valuable than ordinary gear. With these thoughts, Yang Yi drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Yang Yi woke up on schedule, and his vision had fully recovered. He attempted to open the cabin door but encountered resistance. After exerting some effort, he managed to push it open. Outside, the deck was piled knee-deep with snow. The icy wind howled, making him shrink his neck in response to the cold. He immediately checked the weather information. Today's weather. Bone-chilling winds, fishing yields will decrease. Remember to wear warm clothing to avoid hypothermia. Location, COD origin, extreme winter sea. Remaining sunlight, 9 hours. Temperature, -4 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 4. Already -4 degrees. Yang Yi frowned. He returned to the captain's cabin and put on a wool sweater, wool trousers, a cotton hat, and long plush boots before stepping outside. The snow on the deck was thick, crunching underfoot as he walked, and it continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. Yang Yi decided to clear it off the deck, as it posed safety risks and hindered movement. These snowflakes, they should be freshwater, right? He grabbed a handful of snow, sniffed it, and then licked it. The melted snow was tasteless. It's freshwater. Yang Yi commanded the skeletal arm to pile the snow in a designated area on the deck, sweeping the excess into the sea. After all, there was too much snow, and Yang Yi couldn't melt and boil it all in time. If it piled too high and affected the ship's stability and mobility, it would be counterproductive. He decided to install the fireplace and use it to boil water inside the cabin to obtain fresh water. Yang Yi went to the bow of the ship to observe the sea. In the distance, small, thin ice floes were starting to appear. The thin, fragile ice sheets posed no threat to the Nightmare Star, but as the ship moved further, they would likely grow larger. Inevitably, the ship could collide with them. Fortunately, the Nightmare Star was special. It could ignore minor damage since its durability would recover automatically. The key was to avoid larger icebergs or massive flows. While he was pondering this, the door to Suna's room opened. She stepped out, curling up slightly as if debating whether to put on a down jacket. After moving around a bit, she seemed to adapt to the cold. The fire-weave sweater she wore provided better warmth than she had expected. Her initial reaction of curling up was simply a reflex to the sight of a lot of snow, which instinctively made her feel cold. Suna, I was just about to find you. I drew a fireplace yesterday. Take a look and see where it would be best to install it. Yang Yi shared the fireplace's information with Suna. If installed in the captain's cabin, it would primarily benefit that room. Alternatively, if installed in Suna's room, it wouldn't affect the adjacent captain's cabin. After a brief discussion, they decided to cut a hole in the wall and install the fireplace between the two rooms, like a shared wall-mounted air conditioner in a co-living space. However, the hole needed to be large since the fireplace was quite sizable. After settling on the plan, Yang Yi got to work. He used a long-handled axe to chop into the wooden wall. Once the hole was the right size, he smoothed it out with the sharp blade of the sea serpent's fang. When he finished, he mounted the life fireplace. The structure of the two rooms transformed. A large fireplace now stood between them, with a design that exuded an ancient charm, made of black bricks and stones. It even had a lid to extinguish the fire when closed. The roof also underwent changes, with a new chimney connected to the fireplace that bent slightly at the top to prevent rain and snow from entering. As for the opening in the wall, Yang Yi made sure it was wide enough to prevent accidental burns from the lit fireplace. Let's test it out, Yang Yi said, crossing his arms cautiously as he eyed the fireplace. After all, it was a relic, and there was always the possibility that igniting it would produce an unexpected effect, such as radiating cold air instead of warmth, like a black beast bearing its fangs. Suna, do you still have a live spider? Bring one over to test it, Yang Yi suggested. Since there were no other suitable live creatures on the ship, Yang Yi couldn't exactly throw himself into the fireplace. Fishing would take too long, so he remembered Suna's collection of spiders. A few minutes later, Suna returned from the witch's lab with a young fireweave spider. There are only 8 left. I can give you one at most, I need the rest, she said, handing the spider to Yang Yi. Don't worry. I'll raise some long-legged sardines later specifically for lighting fires. Yang Yi carefully took the spider, gripping it by its back to avoid being bitten, and tossed it into the life fireplace, where wood had already been placed. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 43/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. The spider was just thrown into the fireplace when its body ignited with a bright white flame, emitting a piercing shriek. Hearing the wails of a soul, your sanity decreases by 5. The ignited spider didn't die immediately. Instead, it struggled and jumped out of the fireplace, its body still ablaze with bright white flames, seemingly attempting to escape. Luckily, Yang Yi was prepared. He grabbed a nearby long-handled axe and smacked the spider back into place. Before long, its body began to melt, acting as an accelerant that ignited the logs within, starting a roaring fire. Didn't expect it to jump out. It almost set the room on fire, Yang Yi said, setting down the long-handled axe. He had figured out the properties of the fireplace. Any living creature thrown inside would indeed ignite but wouldn't die instantly, leaving room for resistance. If such a creature managed to escape, it could easily ignite other things in the room, causing a fire. Thus, before using it, it was best to render any creatures incapable of movement. If it was a spider, pulling off all its legs would suffice. For something like the long-legged sardine, removing its legs would also prevent any mishaps. Warm light emanated from the fireplace as the room's temperature began to rise gradually. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out from the flames within the fireplace. Bathed in the light of life, all attribute experience growth rates, excluding mental, increase by 25% for 1 hour. Seeing the notification, Yang Yi's eyes lit up. The effect couldn't have come at a better time. Yang Yi had been worried about slow attribute growth, preventing him from wielding the Iron Breaker. With the Light of Life's bonus, as long as he kept up with training, he believed he could increase his strength to 6. At that point, activating his madness state and drinking the Crimson Elixir would allow him to wield the Great Sword. After setting up the fireplace and understanding its use, Yang Yi and Suna returned to their respective tasks. According to Suna, she was working on developing a new potion, using a culture fluid derived from the rabid wolf virus. However, she hadn't yet found an effective way to neutralize the virus. While high temperatures could kill the virus, they also rendered the culture fluid worthless. Yang Yi told her there was no rush and to take her time. After all, even holy water couldn't cure the virus. Yang Yi was also worried about turning into a werewolf if he were to drink it. Yang Yi then began preparing to sell weapons and armor. He first tried repairing a deformed suit of plate armor with a stone hammer. After about 2 hours of effort, he managed to fix it. Name: ugly iron plate armor. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a suit of plate armor crudely repaired by an unskilled craftsman. Though unsightly, its protective capabilities are unimpaired. It provides full body protection but increases stamina consumption, restricts joint movement, and limits vision due to the helmet. Yang Yi reviewed the description and found it acceptable. After all, in the vast sea, the appearance of equipment had little value. At least Yang Yi never cared about how his gear looked. He never judged objects by their appearance. Eventually, the ugly plate armor sold for 16,000 shell coins. Since it was a full set from head to toe, it fetched a good price. After completing the transaction, he continued selling other items. First, he sold 7 crude crossbows for 2,000 shell coins each, earning 14,000 in total. While the weapons were decent, several players could craft them, causing fierce competition and a significant price drop. Hence, they sold very cheaply. Next was the quick heal bandage, which fetched only 700 shell coins due to the abundance of similar, low-quality medical supplies on the market. The hand axe was even cheaper, ordinary quality, sold for just 500 shell coins. The spiked flail, a fine quality melee weapon, sold for a higher price of 15,000 shell coins. In total, Yang Yi earned 46,200 shell coins from his sales. Adding to his previous balance, his total now stood at 57,500 shell coins. The haul rivaled the profits he made last time selling sweaters. It was no wonder so many players were drawn to robbery and piracy. Although Yang Yi had never encountered them, he had seen players cursing pirates in the chat channels multiple times. The profanity they used was indescribable. The pirates didn't indiscriminately kill. Instead, they would surround a target ship and demand exorbitant toll fees. Refusal or resistance would often result in complete annihilation. Thus, most players chose to pay up to avoid trouble, but they often grew angrier the more they thought about it afterwards, venting their frustration in the chat channels. After selling off his second-hand gear, Yang Yi started planning his purchases. Food had already been stocked earlier, so he decided to focus on upgrading equipment. First, he bought a shield for Suna to complement her longsword for a balanced offensive and defensive setup. Name: lightweight steel buckler. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a light and sturdy small shield that can be strapped to the arm. Its convex, smooth surface effectively deflects sharp blades but is less effective against blunt weapons. It was personally chosen by Yang Yi for 11,000 shell coins, as it was well suited for Suna. The shield was lightweight and could be strapped to the arm, ensuring it wouldn't significantly hinder her archery. In melee combat, there was no need to fumble for a shield mid-fight. Additionally, it provided some defense when shooting arrows. After purchasing the shield, Yang Yi transferred 16,500 shell coins to Suna as research funds. There was no other choice. She kept pestering him for money, and considering the effectiveness of her potions, Yang Yi decided to fund her research generously. With these expenses, Yang Yi's balance dropped to just 30,000 shell coins. He hadn't decided what to buy next, preferring to wait until he identified a specific need or save up for rare-grade equipment. After all, fine-grade equipment was no longer significantly improving his performance. After delivering the new buckler to Suna's room, Yang Yi focused on training his body, aiming to raise his strength to 6 as soon as possible. 3 days passed. The Nightmare Star sailed steadily through the extreme winter sea for 3 days without encountering any danger. Yang Yi was pleased with the peaceful journey and devoted most of his energy to training. Whenever the Light of Life bonus was active, he trained tirelessly. Without the bonus, he boiled snow to collect fresh water and spent his free time fishing, although doing so in the extreme winter sea often led to disappointment. In 3 days, he only managed to catch 2 long-legged sardines, which he kept alive in a wooden bucket. To protect them from the cold, Yang Yi placed the bucket in the warm captain's quarters and covered it with a lid pierced with holes. Fishing wasn't entirely fruitless, though. Yang Yi hooked a new species, a massive creature over a meter in diameter, round like a ball. At first, he couldn't tell what it was. Only when it surfaced did he recognize it, a fluffy, adorable seal with fur-covered skin. Naturally, Yang Yi assumed it was a fluffy seal. After all, He had previously mentioned this species, noting that killing it and using its egg had the chance of giving you a fluffy seal fur coat. Without hesitation, Yang Yi opened fire on the creature. And then, it exploded before his eyes, turning into a bloody mist with considerable force. The blast immediately reduced the Nightmare Star's durability by 200 points. Had Yang Yi not been on the ship and far enough away, he might have been seriously injured. The incident left him deeply shaken. Later, he salvaged some meat fragments and finally learned more about the creature. Name: adorably explosive seal. Description: a special seal corrupted by abyssal energy. Despite its cute appearance, it is extremely dangerous and will explode when provoked. Looks like I'll need to kill big catches in the water before pulling them aboard for safety, Yang Yi muttered to himself. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 42/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Early in the 4th morning, the snow stopped. After Yang Yi's morning exercise, his basic strength finally reached 6 points. He had also gained some muscle, which could very well be due to the stomach-enhancing potion he consumed, as he ate more, and his physical experience increased quickly. Taking advantage of the weather, he melted and boiled the snow to collect more than 300 liters of fresh water. Additionally, Yang Yi and Suna used the opportunity to take a hot bath, which left them feeling completely refreshed. By the following morning, the snow on the deck had been cleared, leaving only a snow mountain that would yield about 100 L of fresh water once melted. Yang Yi was sitting in the courtyard, fishing. He had been doing so for almost an hour and hadn't caught a single fish, not even a long-legged sardine. Fortunately, others were having the same luck. Just by chatting on the channel, Yang Yi found some peace, as everyone seemed to experience a lack of fish, and only a few players had managed to catch anything. Yang Yi stopped fishing and decided to focus his remaining energy on training. He returned to the captain's cabin and took the crystal ball to check the position of Captain Suda of the Swiftwind ship. He had done it before. By determining Suda's coordinates, he could judge how far he was from the White Mist zone. Suda had stopped near the edge of the White Mist, and from the footage, one could even see the shadow of the mist. It was a white fog, likely with very low visibility inside. Suda didn't dare enter and kept hovering near the edge, possibly waiting for his team members to join him. Yang Yi closed the footage. We're still about 5 days away from reaching the White Mist zone, he said, sending the information to Suna to make sure she was prepared. That evening, after finishing his training, Yang Yi noticed that the latest issue of the weekly was released, so he bought a copy and sold the werewolf information to the newspaper. Since the brain eater information involved witches, he didn't plan to sell it. However, this time, it took quite a while before he received the payment. Just as Yang Yi thought he was being scammed, he received a private message. Would you like to become a VIP customer of our newspaper? VIP. Yes? You killed that werewolf on the island, right? That means you're very good at hunting monsters, so I'd like to ask for your help and improve the quality of our publications. The person went on for a while but basically wanted Yang Yi to send photos and detailed information whenever he killed an extraordinary monster, which would increase the value of the information published. How about it? If you agree, I'll make sure all future issues are free for you, and also give you higher rewards. Yang Yi hesitated for a few minutes but ultimately decided to agree. It was a long-term profitable transaction, and agreeing wouldn't hurt. Furthermore, whether to sell the information or not was entirely up to him. The initiative remained in his hands. After making up his mind, he agreed to cooperate, became a VIP customer, and received a friend request. Captain Song Ying of the newspaper's fleet has sent a friend request. Captain. Yang Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the person he'd been trading information with was actually the leader of the newspaper's fleet. Alright, from now on, just message me privately about the weekly. And remember, take pictures when you kill monsters. That way, I can give you even higher rewards. Got it. Yang Yi replied. Not long after, he received 2 payments, 2,500 plus 100 shell coins, which were for the information fees and the cost of buying the weekly. By the way, I'll mention the source of the information in the weekly. If you don't want to use your real name, you can give me a code name, Song Ying said in a private message. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, just call me Cyclops. Cyclops, alright. After ending the conversation, Yang Yi picked up the latest weekly issue and started reading. The cover headline read, "This weekly is not strictly published weekly, but rather based on the current sea situation. So, there may be early releases or even consecutive issues." Yang Yi skipped the irrelevant information and began browsing the sea storm section, which mainly focused on information about the extreme winter sea region. But after reading for a while, he lost interest. The content was similar to what Suda had mentioned, only more detailed, so Yang Yi suspected that most of this information was bought from Suda. However, after reading through the entire issue, he found some useful information. For example, players dropped a glowing orb after death, containing personal account shell coins and recipes, but the orb only lasted for 2 hours. Ships would disappear 48 hours after a player's death. Although it was unclear who tested this information's validity or how they did it, Yang Yi was certain that someone had paid the ultimate price for it. It seems that apart from the ice flows and low temperatures, there aren't any other risks. As for the White Mist, no players have entered yet to explore. Yang Yi summarized and then continued to check the monster information. He was mainly looking for clues about regenerating flesh. It was something that likely came from an extraordinary monster with strong regenerative abilities. After browsing through some monsters with regenerative abilities, he only found one type. Name: low-level vampire. Description: a twisted creature that feeds on the blood of other creatures, with a certain degree of regenerative ability. It fears sunlight, especially ultraviolet rays, and usually operates at night. The piece of information is accompanied by a picture, but it has been thoughtfully sealed with tape, with a warning written on it. The picture may reduce your sanity. Before viewing, please ensure your mental health is stable. Yang Yi tore it off directly, revealing an expression of surprise on his face. Ugly creature, -3 sanity. It was a creature that had no resemblance to the vampire Yang Yi had in mind. It was an ugly, crude, humanoid being. It had limbs that should allow it to walk upright, but its body had no skin. Instead, its surface was covered in wrinkled mucous membranes, with a swollen belly. It looked like a person severely burned, who had drunk a belly full of water. Its mouth could open like flower petals, splitting into 4 parts, with sharp teeth along the edges. At the center of its mouth, there was an empty, long tongue. According to the description, it used it to suck blood, with enough force to pierce high-quality leather armor and drain the victim's bodily fluids like a pump. The vampire in the soil had already died, cut in half by a sharp weapon. The information provider was Knight of Justice. It was likely a code name used by a VIP from the newspaper. Cut in half and it died? It's not as tough as a glutton. It seems not as good at regenerating. Perhaps I should look for a higher-level vampire. It might have regenerative flesh inside. Yang Yi speculated and then quickly flipped through the trade section. Items for sale were mostly recipes and items for crafting, which sellers could advertise to expand their sales channels. Next were the harder-to-sell relics. Yang Yi didn't have much money and hadn't planned to buy anything, but he happened to find a weapon that seemed suitable for him. Name: willow leaf throwing darts. Type: artifact. Quality: fine. Description: shaped like willow leaves, these are short blades designed for throwing. Made of steel, the center of gravity has been adjusted so the blade always points forwards. It was perfect for Yang Yi because he was very accurate with throwing weapons, especially after using the third eye. The only downside was the price. It was on the expensive end and sold in sets of 10, priced at 25,000 shell coins. After some private negotiations, Yang Yi managed to buy a set for 23,000 shell coins. It worked wonderfully, and the feel of the throwing darts was excellent. When his flintlock rifle was cooling down, he could use the throwing darts to make up for his weakness in long-range combat. Additionally, they were especially effective against small creatures. Yang Yi went to the bow deck to check the surrounding sea conditions using his third eye. He only saw some thin, floating ice, which didn't pose a threat to the Nightmare starship. Once he confirmed it was safe, he turned around and returned to the captain's cabin, ready to rest. He took out a bottle of appetite-enhancing potion from his bag and drank it in one go, then consumed 3 pieces of black bread, 2 dried long-legged sardines, and 1 ell of fresh water. After that, he ate 2 shriveled eyeball fruits, patted his stomach with satisfaction, and lay down in bed to sleep. The Nightmare Star silently sailed across the cold, desolate sea. At the bow of the ship, countless white skeletal arms clung to the captain's bones. Below the captain's bones, there was a giant head of a bobbit worm. After silently sailing for 3 hours, a giant floating ice block appeared ahead of the Nightmare Star. Its visible height above the water was about 2 meters, with a width of about 4. However, its underwater volume was estimated to be several times larger. It was an iceberg. Slowly drifting towards the Nightmare Star, it was aimed directly at its bow. Behind it, even more were approaching. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 43/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Yang Yi was having a nightmare, a tormenting one at that. In the dream, he was engulfed in flames, becoming a living inferno. He could even smell the acrid stench of his burning flesh. Boom! A deafening crash shook the ship violently. The hull of Nightmare Star lurched sharply to one side. Yang Yi jolted awake, rolling off his bed in the process. But he was quick to recover. The moment he hit the floor, he was alert. Sitting up swiftly, he grabbed the flintlock pistol from his bedside and aimed it at the captain's cabin door. The firelight from the hearth flickered warmly, casting an orange glow across the room. There were no signs of any intruding creatures. It seemed the Nightmare Star had collided with something, perhaps a massive iceberg or an unseen reef. Boom, boom, more impacts followed in quick succession. The ship's speed slowed noticeably before coming to a complete stop. Yang Yi immediately checked the ship's interface. The chain collisions had cost the Nightmare Star over 1,500 durability points. Fortunately, the ship was sturdy, with a 2-layered hull reinforced by bone armor and wooden planks. The impact hadn't caused severe damage or leaks. After assessing the situation, Yang Yi attempted to contact Suna. Her cabin was next door, separated by only a thin, broken wooden wall. Communicating wouldn't be difficult, even without shouting. Suna, what's your status? It seems the Nightmare Star hit something. I'm fine, Suna replied quickly, her voice suggesting she was getting dressed. Good. I'll go check it out. Stay alert and watch the door, there's a chance something might have boarded. Yang Yi instructed. In no time, he was dressed, armed, and ready. He approached the captain's cabin window. Yang Yi had modified it, reinforcing it with steel bars to prevent unwanted intrusions. Peering through the gaps between the bars, he scanned the deck. A ghostly green flame floated by, but no other living beings were in sight. He triple-checked using his spyglass before cautiously opening the captain's cabin door and stepping out. Am I just being paranoid? Frowning, Yang Yi surveyed the area, but saw nothing unusual. The entire deck was empty save for him. Still, he remained vigilant, gripping his trusty weapons, the sea serpent's fang and his flintlock pistol. He advanced towards the bow. He wanted to see what exactly the nightmare star had struck. Hiss. Yang Yi sucked in a breath. A sudden chill crept over him. Glancing at the thermometer, he noticed the temperature had dropped to a steep -11 degrees Celsius. Why is it getting so cold so quickly? Moving cautiously, Yang Yi kept low as he approached the bow, speculating about possible scenarios. If it were just icebergs or reefs blocking the way, he could simply navigate the nightmare star around them. But if they'd hit something alive, that would be a much bigger problem. As Yang Yi reached the bow, he suddenly halted. He heard an odd noise, especially unsettling in these circumstances. Slurp, slurp. It sounded like suction, like someone sucking hard on a surface with their mouth. Pressing his ear to the deck, he listened for a few seconds, his brows knitting into a frown. The sounds came from outside the hull, near the bow, a chaotic cacophony of sucking noises, as if numerous mouths were at work. 1. It appeared the worst-case scenario was unfolding. The nightmare star had collided with some kind of living creatures. Not just one, but many. They could even be surrounding the ship. Yang Yi's alertness spiked. He crouched low and crept towards the bow's edge. In his line of sight, he spotted several large icebergs drifting close to the nightmare star, blocking its path. The suction noises came from below the bow, growing louder and more distinct. Peering over the edge, Yang Yi gasped sharply. 5 icebergs were stacked together, separated by uneven gaps. They had completely obstructed the nightmare star's path. And from the base of these icebergs, countless fat, white worms emerged. Their segmented bodies resembled stacked swimming rings, varying in thickness. The smallest had a diameter of about 10 centimeters, while the largest ones were nearly a meter wide, easily big enough to swallow a person whole. They swarmed together, piling on top of one another, their suction cup-like mouths latched onto the head of a giant bobbit worm. Slurp, slurp. The worms wriggled and squirmed as they fed, resembling a mass of fleshy, grotesque straws. UVE encountered an unknown creature. Sanity-And. What the hell are these things? It was Yang Yi's first time encountering such worms, and it sent shivers down his spine. The floating icebergs might actually have been nests for the creatures. From each iceberg, more than a dozen worms emerged. Their sheer number had already covered the head of the giant bobbit worm. Some that latched onto the bobbit worm's head began to suck on the hull of the nightmare star. As Yang Yi contemplated his next move, he noticed a change. The petal-like tentacles surrounding their mouths began to move. They weren't simply decorative appendages, each ended with a glowing white orb, likely sensory organs akin to eyes. The orbs shifted collectively, turning towards Yang Yi. Damn, I've been spotted. Yang Yi reacted instantly, removing the eye patch from his left eye and retreating. In the next moment, the sucking sounds abruptly ceased one after another. It seemed the worms were coming aboard. Thinking fast, Yang Yi manned the helm and manipulated the giant bobbit worm's head to snap its 4 sharp mandibles shut. Crunch! The sound of slicing and splattering fluids filled the air. Several pursuing worms were severed, their remains falling onto the deck. But they weren't dead yet, writhing and squirming as they spilled white slime across the planks. Yang Yi tried to maneuver the nightmare star to retreat, but it wouldn't budge. Something was holding it in place. It didn't take much thought to figure it out. The worms were suctioning the hull, anchoring the ship to the icebergs and preventing it from moving. Suna, the nightmare star has collided with giant worms? They're huge. Watch your cabin door. Yang Yi shouted as he attempted to command the bobbit worm's head to cut through the worms again. But this time, the mandibles wouldn't move. It seemed they were tangled up, rendered useless. More worms began climbing onto the bow, wriggling towards Yang Yi. With no other option, he abandoned the helm and turned to flee. Facing such overwhelming numbers, he had 2 choices. Initially, Yang Yi wanted to use the sea serpent's fang for its wider attack range. However, the vivid memory of his earlier nightmare made him abandon the idea of using fire. He opted for the flintlock pistol instead. Turning his back to the approaching swarm, he aimed at the cluster of worms. Leading the charge was a massive worm, a meter thick. Its suction cup-like mouth opened to reveal sharp, inward-facing teeth designed to ensure anything it sucked in couldn't escape. The sight reminded Yang Yi of a lamprey, but this one was far larger and more terrifying. Moreover, its suction power was immense, giving Yang Yi the unsettling illusion of being pulled backwards. Bang! At the critical moment, Yang Yi pulled the trigger, blasting the lead worm's head apart and severing the bodies of several others nearby. Using the recoil, Yang Yi quickly rolled forwards, landing near the captain's cabin door. He pushed the door open, rushed inside, and locked it behind him. The pursuing worms reached the door moments later. As Yang Yi considered escaping to Suna's cabin, he noticed the worms hesitating briefly before retreating. Are they not long enough? Yang Yi speculated, concluding that the worms might have reached their maximum length and given up the chase. Just then, he was surprised to find Suna already in his cabin. Did you crawl in here? Yang Yi asked. Suna didn't reply, her expression was grave. Fully armed, she carried a bow and arrows on her back, a small round shield strapped to her left arm, and a long sword in her right hand. She stared intently at Yang Yi. What? Why are you staring at me? Yang Yi asked. This slime on me, it's just worm blood. Do you feel any pain? Suna interrupted him abruptly. Pain? No, I'm not hurt, Yang Yi replied nonchalantly. But there's a worm biting your butt. What? Yang Yi's attention shifted immediately. He turned to find a worm's severed head clinging to his backside, suctioning vigorously. 2. Furious, Yang Yi grabbed the half-dead worm and yanked it off. Damn it! No wonder I felt something weird. After inspecting himself, he confirmed he wasn't injured. His chainmail had blocked the attack, sparing him from a nasty wound. 1. Crazy sentence NGL simply. 2. What am I reading simply? This chapter was interesting. Ashka. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 46/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. That half of the worm had already been taken away by Suna. Yang Yi was inspecting his chainmail and found that the part that had been bitten was deformed. If he hadn't torn off the worm in time, or if the worm hadn't been severed in two, the chainmail might have been bitten through. If that had happened, his flesh and blood would be in shreds. After checking his body and confirming there was no issue by looking at his status values, Yang Yi began examining the Nightmare Star's interface. The ship's durability was gradually declining, indicating that the worm's suction was causing damage. If this continued, the ship's hull would eventually breach. Even if the worm stopped clinging to it by then, the Nightmare Star would face major trouble. So, he had to free the ship from the entanglement of the worms while the hull was still intact. The sooner, the better, because Yang Yi had previously spotted other icebergs approaching. Those icebergs weren't just simple icebergs, they were surely packed full of worms. On the other side, Suna was fully focused on dissecting the worm corpse before her. She sliced open the worm with a knife, inspecting its internal structure and organs. Her brows furrowed slightly. Whether it was due to the smell or disgust was unclear. Once the worm was cut open, it finally stopped struggling. Its insides spread out like soft, fatty meat. The surface was lined with sharp teeth and hook-like barbs that twitched occasionally. It also contained a significant amount of white, oil-like fluid, which emitted a pungent odor. Suna made a couple more cuts, and her frown deepened. The creature was odd. Its internal structure was far too simple. It was nothing more than a long, specialized feeding tube. 1. There were no vital organs at all. The only additional functional structure was at the end of its tendrils, connected to sensory organs that could detect nearby objects. How long is this worm? Suna asked aloud. Extremely long. From the sea surface to here, I'd say about 20 meters. Suna gestured with her hand for comparison. It had a diameter of roughly 10 centimeters but was 20 meters long. A feeding tube of such length seemed like a massive waste. Unless it wasn't a worm, but a kind of tendril specialized for feeding. The cluster of tendrils could very well belong to a single organism, which would also explain why their movements were so synchronized. The more Suna thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She explained her theory to Yang Yi. I think this thing isn't a worm, it just looks like one on the outside. Its structure is overly simple, resembling a feeding tendril specialized for consuming prey, much like an elephant's trunk. So, this group of worms might actually belong to a single organism, Suna elaborated. Oh, I see. So, cutting off these worms is like chopping off its legs. It wouldn't actually kill it, right? Yang Yi summarized. Ah, you could think of it that way, Suna replied, somewhat speechless. She dipped her dagger into the worm's bodily fluid and brought it closer to smell. The scent gave her a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of flammable organic solvents in laboratories. She decided to test it by holding it near the fireplace. Sure enough, it ignited upon contact with fire. Yang Yi, this creature's bodily fluid is flammable, Suna exclaimed with some excitement, turning to look at Yang Yi, only to freeze in place. Yang Yi, at some point, had changed into a waterproof sharkskin swimsuit, with his sweater and trousers worn underneath. Over that, he had put on the chainmail and added spiderweb-like gloves on top. Overall, he looked utterly mismatched. What are you doing? Suna asked. Making the most of my time to kill these creatures, Yang Yi replied. He pulled out a gigantic sword from his bag, a massive blade known as the Iron Breaker, which had been wrapped in cloth for a long time. It was finally time to use it. Clang! The Iron Breaker hit the captain's cabin floor, creating a deep dent. Yang Yi hurried to unwrap the cloth sealing the blade. You're using this thing as a weapon? Suna asked in surprise, staring at the massive sword. Exactly. Yang Yi answered decisively. To deal with large creatures, you need a massive weapon. Otherwise, you risk not killing them. He held the Iron Breaker in one hand, urging the spirit of dread to quickly sap his sanity, while holding a crimson potion in the other, ready to drink at any moment. With the combined effects of madness and the crimson potion, he'd finally be able to wield this giant sword. Yang Yi was also quite excited, eager to give it a try. Suna, on the other hand, was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Later, I'll go and chop off those worm-like tendrils. Then you take the chance to move the Nightmare Star away and pull me back up. Yang Yi started outlining his simple and straightforward plan, or in Suna's words, a rough and crude one. These worms are probably afraid of fire. Earlier, they seemed to retreat when they saw the fire burning in the fireplace. So, we could try driving them away with fire, she suggested. But her plan was immediately rejected. It'll catch fire, I've seen it in my dreams. The whole ship could ignite, and I'd end up burning as well, Yang Yi explained. He was relieved he hadn't used the sea serpent's fang to set a fire earlier, otherwise, he might have already turned into a burning man. Suna didn't try to persuade him further because she knew it wouldn't work. Yang Yi was incredibly stubborn. A few minutes later, Yang Yi entered a frenzied state, his eyes glowing red. He immediately drank the crimson potion, and his skin started to flush red as well. His attributes surged, pushing every stat to the limits of human capability. Then, he began attempting to lift the massive sword lying on the ground. Creak, creak. Yang Yi exerted all his strength, his face turning bright red as he clenched his teeth and tightened every muscle in his body. Finally, as his bones groaned under the strain, he managed to lift the heavy sword, even accidentally smashing a hole in the ceiling in the process. The iron breaker began to tremble slightly, emitting a faint humming sound. Whether from excitement or some other reason, it seemed to resonate. The overwhelming weight of the sword began to lighten, as though it had acknowledged Yang Yi after some sort of trial, no longer overly burdening his body. Ha, what a great sword! Yang Yi exclaimed, thrilled. Without hesitation, he slashed through the captain's cabin, creating a hole towards the bow of the ship. Holding the massive sword, he rushed outside. After all, carrying such an enormous weapon made it almost impossible to exit through a normal door. Suna stood in the background, silently observing Yang Yi's every move, lost in thought. A few seconds later, she picked up a piece of wood, dipped it in the worm's bodily fluid, and lit it, creating a makeshift torch. Holding it, she followed Yang Yi outside. On the other side, Yang Yi gripped the massive sword with both hands and strode towards the ship's bow with heavy steps. His pace wasn't fast, but each step was incredibly forceful, causing loud thuds on the deck. Even the sturdy white bone gauntlets cracked under the weight of his steps. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the white worms clustered at the bow of the ship. The sucking noises stopped, and a group of worms aimed at Yang Yi, ready to bite him. But this time, Yang Yi didn't dodge. Wielding the colossal and extraordinary sword in his hands, he swung it back at them with all his might. The destructive power of Ironbreaker did not disappoint Yang Yi. With one horizontal slash, severed limbs flew through the air. Although it looked rough, like a semi-finished product, anyone who had used it would understand. It was the true meaning of cutting through iron like butter. The large, leading worm was decapitated by Yang Yi in a single slash, creating a gust of strong wind in the process. The smaller worms caught in the aftermath were shattered, their severed edges violently ripped apart. After this single strike, the attacks from the dozen or so worms were completely neutralized, leaving only a pile of wriggling severed limbs on the ground. However, the force and weight of his powerful attack left Yang Yi stumbling unsteadily. There was no way around it, the weapon was too heavy. A moment of carelessness could easily pull him off balance. It seems I'll need to increase my weight to use this greatsword more flexibly, Yang Yi said, steadying himself with the sword. If not for the additional coordination granted by the third eye upgrade, his muscles might have been torn apart by that one strike. After a brief rest, Yang Yi dragged the sword and continued forwards. Time was limited, and he had to act quickly to sever more of the worm's limbs. New tendrils attacked sporadically, but Yang Yi cut them down one by one. Before long, the deck was littered with worm parts. Standing near the edge of the bow, Yang Yi looked down. The number of icebergs had increased, rising from 5 at the beginning to more than 10. Moreover, more icebergs were moving towards the area, seemingly drawn by the massive bobbit worm heads, their numbers growing steadily until they threatened to bore a giant hole in the nightmare star. Yang Yi glanced at the ship's durability. It had already dropped by nearly 2,000. At that moment, Suna approached, holding a makeshift torch, her footsteps audible on the deck. Noticing her, Yang Yi turned back and said, "I'll go down to cut them later. But you must also stay safe. These worms won't just target me. And be careful not to set the ship on fire, the deck is covered in worm fluid." With that, Yang Yi pinpointed his position, selected a large iceberg, and hurled the Ironbreaker downwards. Clang! It embedded itself halfway into the iceberg, causing it to wobble and send ice shards flying. Yang Yi remained calm. He knew he couldn't jump down with the great sword, otherwise, his leg bones would likely snap into several pieces. Instead, he devised a different strategy: wait for one of the larger worms to lunge at him. The moment arrived. Yang Yi bent his knees and jumped, evading a worm's bite and landing on its body. The sensation was akin to stepping on soft, fatty flesh, and his feet even sank slightly into it. Relying on the exceptional balance provided by Third Eye, Yang Yi ran along the half-meter-thick worm. Despite constant interference from other worms, Yang Yi deftly avoided their attacks with agile leaps and turns, surpassing even the dexterity of a gymnast. Finally, he leaped onto the iceberg where the Ironbreaker was embedded. "Come on. Let me give you all a haircut," Yang Yi exclaimed with a grin, gripping Ironbreaker with both hands and pulling with all his might. The sword vibrated, and a large chunk of the iceberg, which had been tightly gripping Ironbreaker, cracked apart, revealing a peculiar sphere inside. The sphere was covered with a thin yellow membrane, containing worms of varying sizes intertwined like a ball of yarn. It seemed to be the true body of the creature, its core probably hidden deep within. Yang Yi didn't waste time killing it. His focus was solely on escaping. At that moment, nothing else mattered more than breaking free. Killing it would take too much time. Who knew how deep the core was? He might have even needed to chip away at the ice. But severing the tentacles? That was way faster. Standing on the iceberg, Yang Yi saw dozens of tentacles emerging from below, reaching up as if to welcome him. In just 10 seconds, Yang Yi severed them all. Holding the massive sword with both hands, he ran and slashed along the ice island, cutting off all the tentacles reaching up from below. It was as smooth as giving the iceberg a buzz cut. After finishing, he flung Iron Breaker, embedding it into a nearby iceberg, and ran towards it. During this time, he had to dodge the tentacles' attacks, sometimes even swimming through the water. But thanks to the predictive ability granted by Third Eye, he avoided the onslaught, though it was perilous. On several occasions, he was nearly bitten. Reaching the new position, Yang Yi retrieved the great sword and repeated the process, shaving the tentacles off the iceberg. His efficiency was remarkable. In just 3 minutes, he had dealt with 7 icebergs, severing all the tentacles emerging from them. Yet, dancing on the edge of a blade wasn't without consequences. At one point, while dodging, Yang Yi was bitten on the back by a worm as thick as his thigh. There was no comparison to the half-worm that had once latched onto his rear. Yang Yi's armor was directly bitten through, tearing away a layer of his flesh in the process. Had he not instinctively turned around and struck the creature with his sword, the worm might have completely latched onto him and dragged him into the icy sea. Additionally, wading through water caused severe hypothermia, especially as his feet and head were unprotected, leaving him numb from the cold. After all, in such freezing conditions, once the body got wet, the cold wind would rapidly sap warmth, potentially causing frost to form. However, Yang Yi didn't have time to worry about any of that. He relied on the thick wool sweater he wore under his wetsuit to maintain his core temperature. It certainly lived up to his expectations, providing exceptional warmth. 5 minutes later, the worms extending from the icebergs beneath the Nightmare Star were almost entirely dealt with. Only one iceberg remained in the farthest area, with tentacles stretching up to 10 meters long, gripping the ship's hull tightly. Once that iceberg was dealt with, the Nightmare Star would have a chance to break free. Yang Yi immediately contacted Suna. Suna, I'm almost done here, just 2 more minutes. In 2 minutes, try starting the ship and breaking free from these icebergs. Yang Yi shouted. Meanwhile, on the bow deck, when Yang Yi had dashed down using the worm as a stepping stone, Suna had been so shocked her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Thankfully, despite the risk, he managed to land safely and began severing the worms that were clinging to the Nightmare Star. Suna, on the other hand, tried to operate the ship but found it completely immobilized, unable even to control the bobbit worm's head. Before long, she was surrounded by worms writhing on the deck. However, they only surrounded her and didn't dare come closer. Their tentacles trembled as if they feared the flames. Suna had made the right call. The worms recognized fire and feared it, instinctively avoiding objects that radiated high heat. But that didn't mean they were completely powerless against the flames. Before long, one worm retreated and then returned, its body swollen and seemingly holding something inside. Suna immediately realized what it was trying to do. It planned to spew cold seawater to extinguish the makeshift torch in her hand. She dodged quickly, yet not fast enough, and seawater splashed all over her, extinguishing the torch instantly. The torch, made hastily from worm fluids, was far too fragile. Without the fire, Suna was immediately thrown into a dangerous situation. Unlike Yang Yi, she didn't have superhuman reflexes or coordination. All she could do was instinctively retreat, shielding herself with a small round shield while reaching for the longsword at her waist. She also prepared herself to use magic if necessary. Fortunately, the crisis ended as soon as it began, because down below, Yang Yi was working with terrifying efficiency. The worms chasing her barely had time to squirm before they were cut off, collapsing limply on the deck, their movements reduced to aimless writhing. Suna, drenched in seawater, couldn't hold back a sneeze. Achoo! Editor's note, in case this caused some confusion, worms equals tendrils. Although they have realized the worms aren't actually living beings, they're continuing to call them that. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novelbin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 47/50ths. Suna's clothes were soaked, which could be extremely deadly in the icy snowfield. She had no time to change, as Yang Yi's voice came from below, telling her to set sail in 2 minutes and try to break free from the clutches of these worms. Below, Yang Yi had already reached the remotest iceberg. The massive iron sword in his hand swung with great power, quickly severing all the worms on it. But at that moment, Yang Yi's energy was nearly depleted, leaving only a sliver remaining. For an ordinary person, it would already pose a risk of fainting. In his frenzied state, Yang Yi seemed tireless and even began using his blood energy to replace his stamina. After cutting down the last tentacle, Yang Yi started running back. What he didn't anticipate was that the last iceberg had a hidden move. After he had traveled some distance back, 4 or 5 tentacles stretched out from underwater. Under normal circumstances, Yang Yi would have noticed immediately, especially with the advantage of his 3 eyes. However, his 3-eyed enhancement was running out, and to prevent mishaps, he had already donned an eye patch. 4 or 5 worm tentacles of varying thickness lunged towards Yang Yi, unaware. It wasn't until he heard the sound of wind behind him and felt the suction force that he realized something was wrong. A 1-meter wide circular mouth, lined with sharp teeth like inverted hooks, was closing in on him. Damn! Yang Yi gripped the sword with both hands, trying to turn around and strike it, but it had already gained the upper hand. There was no time. To make matters worse, behind this giant worm were several thinner ones. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The worms appeared to be influenced by some mysterious force, their movements became chaotic, and they became entangled with one another. In no time, they formed a dead knot. The worms immediately abandoned their pursuit, staying in place and writhing in an attempt to untangle themselves. Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Yi put some distance between himself and the danger, making his way to the nearest iceberg. Looking ahead, he saw that the Nightmare Star had already freed itself from the iceberg's entanglement and was just a dozen meters away. Still, the strange phenomenon left Yang Yi puzzled. He didn't think it was a natural occurrence. It had to be someone helping him. Could it be Suna? After all, among those present, the only one who could help him was Suna. There were no other options. He shouted towards the Nightmare Star, "Suna, use the grappling hook to pull me up, quickly." At the same time, he sent her a private message. He waited for over 10 seconds, but the Nightmare Star remained unresponsive, and no one appeared at the ship's bow. Meanwhile, new icebergs began approaching from behind. Yang Yi stopped waiting, checked the remaining duration of the Crimson Elixir, and saw he had 107 seconds left. That was more than enough time to swim over. He retrieved a stomach pouch and a long-legged sardine from his swimsuit. Using the sardine, he opened the stomach pouch and stuffed the iron sword inside. Then, he leapt into the icy sea. With his exceptional physical condition, swimming was as natural as breathing. No swimmer of the past could compare to him. His physical fitness had pushed the limits of human ability. Even the freezing seawater was no threat to him. That was only because he had placed a lightweight, insulating fire fleece sweater inside his full-body sharkskin swimsuit. 30-some seconds later, Yang Yi finished swimming and climbing, successfully reaching the deck of the Nightmare Star. He quickly found Suna at the ship's bow. She had collapsed by the helm, her clothes soaked with seawater and a layer of frost already forming on them. Yang Yi immediately picked her up and took control of the helm, steering the Nightmare Star to retreat, before carrying Suna back to her cabin. The room was still warm, with the fireplace burning and the temperature around 10 degrees Celsius. Yang Yi checked Suna's condition and found that she wasn't injured, just unconscious with a low body temperature. At the same time, the Crimson Elixir's effect ended. Yang Yi felt his throat burn and his body severely dehydrated. He didn't dare drink what looked like water in Suna's room as there was no way of knowing if it actually was. To be safe, he endured his thirst, retrieved the stomach pouch from his swimsuit, and used some leftover black bread on the table to open it, taking out the water inside to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yang Yi drained 2 liters of fresh water in one go, finally regaining his strength. He then quickly dried Suna's body, put a spare sweater on her, and tucked her into the bed. With the room's high temperature, she would be fine. After finishing all that, Yang Yi hurried out of the cabin, as the Nightmare Star was still in danger. The worms were still relentlessly approaching. Without changing his clothes, Yang Yi rushed to the bow deck and drank a bottle of regeneration elixir to recover. His stamina was already depleted, and he was relying on his blood energy to keep going. Out at sea, the 10 or so icebergs had moved a distance away from the Nightmare Star. Without their tentacles, the icebergs seemed to lose their mobility, becoming mere obstacles drifting with the waves. Meanwhile, in the distance, the approaching icebergs were blocked by the 10 or so already there, forcing them to detour. Their target was unified, the giant bobbit worm's head at the Nightmare Star's bow. That thing was a dead object. The worms wouldn't stop unless they tore it completely to pieces. Judging by the situation, the 2 types of creatures had to be mortal enemies, preying on each other in a relentless battle to the death. Yang Yi didn't keep retreating. Instead, he started estimating the speed of the icebergs, which ended up being approximately 20 to 40 knots, with significant variation between each. The Nightmare Star's maximum speed was a staggering 65 knots, meaning the icebergs could only take the hits passively. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star to meet them head-on, preparing to show the worms the true fear of cannons. As soon as they got within firing range, Yang Yi turned the ship sideways, took aim, and boom, boom, the strange cannon sound echoed, without any visible flash of fire. 2 projectiles shot out of the cannon, one hit its target, the other splashed into the sea, sending up a spray of water. At a distance of 200 to 300 meters, hitting the target was still quite challenging. Fortunately, the cannonball's power did not disappoint Yang Yi. The iceberg hit by the shell shattered into fragments. Countless worms emerged from beneath the water, thrashing about wildly. It was a good sign, because it meant the projectile had struck its main body. A few more shots, and he would penetrate the icy layer and deal a direct blow to its core. The worms tried to retaliate, but their length was limited and far outclassed by the cannon's 350-meter range. Thus, the slaughter began. Yang Yi controlled the Nightmare Star, keeping a safe distance from the cluster of icebergs while relentlessly firing cannonballs. The icebergs couldn't match his speed, and their tentacles couldn't reach him. They could only take the blows passively. The first iceberg completely shattered, signaling its death. From the sea emerged a hideous, giant creature. It was a white fleshy sphere, already ruptured and spilling out unidentifiable organs and tissue. The spherical surface was connected to more than a dozen worm-like tentacles of varying thickness. After its death, the tentacles lost control and splayed loosely across the sea's surface. From above, it looked like a grotesque flower. The battle raged on, with the roar of cannons echoing endlessly. The Nightmare Star's cannons fired alternately on both sides, locked in a fierce battle with this swarm of living icebergs. Yang Yi never imagined that his first naval battle in life wouldn't be against humans, but a group of grotesque worm tentacle monsters. The battle raged on until dawn, when Yang Yi finally annihilated the entire horde of creatures. A total of 31 monsters, all dead, floated on the sea's surface. White fluid had even dyed the waters of the area a pale color. Whew, what a thrilling and satisfying battle. Yang Yi wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. Midway through the fight, to prevent himself from running out of stamina, he even went into the cabin to drink a bottle of Vitality coconut water. The worms couldn't catch up to him anyway. After the naval battle, Yang Yi gained a better understanding of the special characteristics of the submerged cannons. In addition to firing cannonballs, they could also launch various types of fish. At one point, Yang Yi even fired an explosively cute seal. 1. That shot was incredibly powerful, blasting away half of an iceberg in a single hit. However, it seemed that such rare occurrences only happened when certain types of fish were caught, likely a hidden mechanism of the cannon. If he could catch more powerful fish in the future, the things fired by the cannon would be worth looking forwards to. After standing at the bow for a while to calm his excitement, Yang Yi walked to the ship's edge, preparing to dismantle the giant bobbit worm head. It was that very object that had attracted the swarm of living icebergs. Yang Yi climbed down to inspect it. He found that the giant bobbit worm head was unrecognizable, its shell riddled with countless holes. If there had been any juices inside, they had to have been completely drained by the worms. And so, there wasn't anything left inside, just some hard bones. Yang Yi stepped on it, causing the shell to crumble away, leaving only 2 sharp mandibles intact, while the other 2 had already broken. He checked the ship's equipment's properties. Name: shattered giant bobbit worm head. Type: ship equipment. Quality: fine. Description: the shattered head of a giant bobbit worm is devoid of protective capabilities, but the 2 remaining mandibles are still sharp. Can be installed at the ship's bow to cut through objects ahead. Its attributes had weakened, no longer providing durability, and 2 of the mandibles were gone. On the bright side, it would no longer attract dangerous creatures, and there wasn't an urgent need to dismantle it either. Just as Yang Yi was about to climb back up, he heard a chillingly familiar sound. Slurp, slurp. The sound sent shivers down his spine. It was the unmistakable noise of worms sucking. Instantly on high alert, Yang Yi drew his sea serpent fang and scanned his surroundings warily. Slurp, slurp. Yang Yi looked around but couldn't see anything. The strange sound persisted, faint but distinct. Switching to his 3-eyed vision yielded nothing either. Slurp, slurp. This time, Yang Yi pinpointed the source. It was coming from below. He carefully climbed down and found a tiny creature in the shadow beneath the giant bobbit worm head. It was a small chunk of floating ice, no larger than a basketball, with a single thumb-thick tentacle dangling from it and attached to the worm head. The reason even his 3-eyed vision hadn't detected it was because it was small and obscured by the worm head. Ah! Yang Yi suddenly found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Time rewinds to the moment when the Nightmare Star had just escaped the entanglement of the worms. Suna stopped the ship, preparing to use the grappling hook to pull Yang Yi back on board, as planned. However, she saw several worm tentacles reaching for Yang Yi, who was completely unaware of the danger. Even if she shouted to warn him, it would likely be too late because the worms had already opened their grotesque maws, attempting to suck in Yang Yi. At that critical moment, Suna used the only spell she knew, Curled Touch. Her target was the swarm of worms squeezing together and lunging towards her captain. In Suna's eyes, the mass of worms began to curl and twist. While her spell wasn't strong enough to destroy them, it was sufficient to alter their trajectory, causing the worms to tangle with one another and form a dead knot. After casting Curled Touch, Suna's magic reserves were completely drained. Overwhelmed by a splitting headache, she lost the ability to move and collapsed beside the ship's helm until Yang Yi came to rescue her. Back to the present. Suna woke up in a warm bed, feeling dizzy and groggy. Where am I? The memories of what had happened earlier came rushing back like a tide. She quickly pieced together her current situation. Yang Yi had carried her into a room and haphazardly dressed her in a sweater. She hadn't completely lost consciousness at the time. She had been too overcome with a headache to respond. Taking a deep breath, Suna furrowed her brows as she looked at the pile of messy clothes on the floor. Those were the clothes she had been wearing earlier, soaked by seawater and now tossed carelessly on the ground. Achoo! She sneezed, feeling her nose stuff up as 2 trails of mucus dripped down. She checked her status. Status: cold. Suna frowned even more deeply. Achoo! She sneezed again. A few minutes later, her door was flung open abruptly. Yang Yi entered, holding an ice sphere. Look, I caught a live worm larva. Do you want to? The air froze for a few seconds. Don't you know how to knock? Suna said coldly. Next time, I promise. Yang Yi quickly shut the door, stood outside for a moment, and then made up his mind to forget the scene he had just witnessed entirely. He lifted the pale worm larva he had captured. When Yang Yi had caught it earlier, he hadn't killed it. Instead, he broke through the ice layer with a few kicks and extracted the worm's body from inside. After subduing it with a couple of punches, Yang Yi obtained information about the creature. Name: pale worm larva. Description: a type of giant soft-bodied organism that lives in cold marine environments. Their bodies are flexible, and their tentacles have extensibility. They use thick layers of ice for protection and typically curl up inside the ice. They feed on marine organisms with their worm-like tentacles and move by expelling seawater. They are known to attack passing ships. Yang Yi placed the worm larva at Suna's door, securing it with a skeletal hand to prevent it from escaping, and then began cleaning up the battlefield. First, he drank a bottle of appetite-stimulating potion, ate 3 black breadsticks and sausages to fully recover his status and fill his stomach in the process. Then, with the help of the skeletal hand, he collected all the worm limbs scattered across the deck. Unlike the larva, the adult specimens could be used in the vending machine. In addition, the sea was littered with the corpses of 31 pale worms. Yang Yi decided to keep one intact for photography and dissection purposes. Unable to resist, Yang Yi started using the corpses on the deck for the vending machine before even salvaging those in the sea. He fed 3 tentacles into the machine, which instantly consumed half of the corpses on the deck. Since many of the tentacles came from the same individual worm, feeding even one caused the entire corresponding body to be processed. Yang Yi turned the wheel to begin the vending. Rumble, rumble, 3 capsules rolled out, and Yang Yi opened them one by one. No he did not. Simply, Ashka. We have a new goal to reach 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Once it's done, we will release 3 bonus chapters. Current progress, 48/50ths. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Yang Yi picked up the vending capsules. Name, Tiny Worm Ring. Type, Relic. Quality, Premium. Description, a tiny pale worm that persistently clings to your body and is difficult to remove. It provides a 1 cubic meter storage space inside. A space ring. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Items like this for spatial storage were always useful and never too many. When he picked it up, slurp, slurp, a pale worm, as thin as a pinky finger and about 1 centimeter long, clung to Yang Yi's right thumb. Shaped like a cone, it resembled a tiny horn snack but moved like a living creature. Yang Yi froze for about 3 seconds before snapping out of it. Actually, this isn't bad. At least it won't get lost easily. It took him considerable effort and the sacrifice of a small piece of skin to pull the tiny worm off. He then placed it around the base of his left pinky and tested it. The effect was decent. It didn't interfere with finger movements and was almost unnoticeable. As long as he didn't look at it. From now on, items like potions, short weapons, and darts could all be stored in it. After wearing the ring, Yang Yi picked up the second vending capsule. He obtained a consumable item. Name, Pale Worm Hand Cannon. Type, Consumable. Quality, Premium. Description, a one-time use hand cannon that can release a massive pale worm tentacle, swallowing everything in its path. However, ensure you don't get sucked in when using it. Yang Yi examined it with satisfaction. It resembled a white plastic toy cannon with a childlike design. But its description mentioned a massive worm tentacle likely with considerable destructive power. Perfect for emergencies. He stored the hand cannon in the worm ring and picked up the third capsule. You obtained 200 shell coins. The vending capsule disappeared in front of Yang Yi, adding 200 coins to his account. Compared to the first 2 capsules, the last one was underwhelming, not completely worthless, but close. From the third vending onward, the rewards became noticeably dull. Just then, Suna opened the door and walked out. Fully bundled up in a sweater, thermal trousers, and a down jacket, she looked flushed, with her head tucked into her collar. Achoo! Suna's sneeze caught Yang Yi's attention. You've caught a cold, he asked. It's not serious, she replied indifferently, crouching to pick up the pale worm larva on the deck. Take it easy. You can handle that later when you've recovered, Yang Yi suggested. He could tell that Suna wanted to take the little creature to her lab for examination. I know. I just want to find a container to hold it for now, Suna responded as she struggled to pull the pale worm larva. But the little creature extended over a dozen tentacles, gripping tightly onto the deck and the skeletal arm with a strong survival instinct. Suna's expression turned cold as she drew a knife, cut off most of its tentacles leaving only one and dragged the pale worm larva toward her lab. The incident with the pale worms came to a close, but there was still much to be done. First, a post-battle review and reflection were in order. Yang Yi felt that he had been too careless. Letting the ship sail on its own at night was far too risky, especially in a special sea area. Thankfully, no disaster occurred, and it could even be seen as a blessing in disguise. From then on, if no one was on deck at night, it would be best to either anchor the ship or have someone alternate shifts to keep watch while sailing. Next was repairing the ship, as the collision had caused its durability to drop by 2,452 points, requiring repairs. Luckily, the Nightmare Star had a self-repair function. Once the damage was reduced to under 2,000 points, the ship could handle the rest of the repairs on its own, and the materials needed weren't excessive. Moreover, repairing it was simple. The ship's free skeletal arms could be given hammers to fix themselves. Yang Yi roughly calculated the repair speed and estimated that by evening, the Nightmare Star's durability would recover to about half. Finally, there was the matter of dealing with the loot floating on the sea. Excluding the 3 vending capsules already consumed, there were still 28 left. Bringing all the pale worms on board wasn't feasible since they were large creatures, and the ship's cargo hold could only fit a few. After some thought, Yang Yi decided to keep 2 of the largest ones and convert the rest into vending capsules. You obtained wood times 2 5. You obtained black bread times 5. You obtained steel times 5. While Yang Yi was salvaging the pale worm corpses, he heard movement behind him. It was Suna, returning from the lab. Judging by her appearance, she had already dealt with the pale worm larva. However, her complexion seemed worse, her cheeks were flushed red, and she was hunched over. Yang Yi opened the crew interface to check on her status. Her stats were stable, but her condition was listed as having a cold, likely from catching a chill. Yang Yi handed her a bottle of transparent liquid. Drink this, it should help with the cold. It was holy water he had picked up on an island earlier, with one bottle remaining. Its effects were all-encompassing, meaning it would be effective against a cold. Suna accepted it, drank it in front of Yang Yi, and then turned back to her room, seemingly to rest. Yang Yi didn't press further and continued retrieving the corpses from the sea. What he didn't know was, after Suna returned to her room, she retrieved a container and spat the holy water back into it. Blessed water. Perhaps this could work. She stared at the translucent liquid in her hand, deep in thought. About 2 hours later, Yang Yi had salvaged all the pale worm corpses scattered across the sea and deck. Most of them were converted into vending capsules, leaving only the 2 largest specimens to be stored in the cargo hold, where they were crammed together. Adult specimens of the pale worms had 30 to 40 tentacles each, with lengths ranging from 50 to 100 meters. Thankfully, many of their tentacles had been severed. Otherwise, the Nightmare Star's cargo hold wouldn't have been able to fit them. Yang Yi took a photo for his log. To enhance its authenticity, he staged the shot by placing a complete tentacle prominently in the frame, focusing on its mouth, its main body, and the internal organs spilling out after it was ruptured. After finishing, Yang Yi felt the effect was great. The captain of the news ship would likely be satisfied. With everything done, he returned to the deck to deal with the remaining vending capsules. He had been too busy salvaging earlier, so there were still over a dozen capsules left unexamined. You obtained cloth times 10. You obtained steel times 5. You obtained black bread times 2. You obtained black iron resource chest times 1. Most of the rewards were materials, food, and a small amount of seashell coins. The black iron resource chest, however, was a pleasant surprise. Similar to one he had obtained before, opening it yielded a large amount of resources. Wood times 200, cloth times 200, fuel times 200, steel times 100, crystal times 100, sulfur times 100. Yang Yi thought that was the end of it, but when he picked up the last vending capsule, it turned out to be a tool, a fishing rod. We have reached 50 ratings on Novel Bin. Laughing face. Name, pale worm fishing rod. Type, gear. Quality, fine. Description, a fishing rod that generates a small pale worm as bait every day. The worm actively seeks a target to latch onto, ensuring a 100% catch rate, often bringing up peculiar items. The bait is effective only for the first fishing attempt each day. When you're skunked, the pale worm will come to your rescue. Yang Yi picked up the bizarre item. Its appearance was quite ordinary, plain white. However, at the end of the fishing line dangled a living, wriggling, small pale worm, identical to the one wrapped around Yang Yi's pinky finger. Never miss a catch. Yang Yi was tempted to try it out, but his current state was far from ideal, as he needed rest. His face, hands, and especially feet, were frostbitten, dark purple, and cracked. Moreover, he had a wound on his back where he'd been bitten, leaving his flesh mangled. Even after drinking a regenerative potion, his vitality had only recovered to 62. He found a suitable spot to dock the Nightmare Star and unfurled the Twilight Shroud. There were no enemies nearby, so the ship wouldn't be attacked. 10 minutes later, the Nightmare Star entered stealth mode. From the outside, the ship and crew appeared to vanish, cloaked within the Twilight Veil. After ensuring everything was in place, Yang Yi walked to Suna's door and knocked. Suna, mind if I sit here for a while? The wall in my room still isn't fixed. Come in, she replied. With her permission, Yang Yi entered, glancing at Suna. She was curled up in her blanket, her cold seemingly nowhere near recovery. Yang Yi didn't disturb her but instead grabbed a chair, reclined comfortably, and prepared to nap for a while. The previous night's battle had drained his energy to 0, he'd only managed to stay conscious thanks to his vitality. Since his energy barely reached 20, he decided to rest for a bit and deal with things after he woke up. A few hours later, Yang Yi woke up, albeit slowly. Checking the time, he realized he'd slept for about 9 hours, meaning night had become day. The sleep quality had been decent, his energy recovered to 83, and vitality to 92, though his frostbite still lingered, now itchy and uncomfortable. Yang Yi stood up, ready to set sail. Suna, do you want something to eat? He asked suddenly, but there was no response from her. Walking closer, he noticed her breathing was labored. Her condition had worsened from a simple cold to a severe one. She drank holy water, so why did her cold worsen? Yang Yi was baffled. Fortunately, Suna's vitality and energy were still above the safety line, so resting in a warm environment would help her recover. He didn't wake her but left the room quietly. In the captain's cabin next door, the skeletal arms tirelessly repairing the ship had nearly finished the job, although the ship's appearance had slightly changed. The previously wooden walls were embedded with bones apparently, the zealous arms had used parts of their own kind as materials. However, that didn't matter, the ship was fixed, which was what really counted. Yang Yi tested the cabin and found it was much warmer than before. The repairs had consumed 207 units of wood, 52 units of fabric, and 92 units of stone. The Nightmare Star's durability loss was reduced to under 2,000, and the skeletal arms would patch up what remained using their own parts. Yang Yi resumed the ship's journey, then retrieved the pot left behind. He moved the campfire from the atrium to the bow of the ship, lit it, and began cooking a hot meal. First, he poured fresh water into the pot and tore up black bread to throw in. After heating and stirring for a while, he added some dried fish, sausages, salt, and a mildly numbing liquid. With limited seasonings on board, Yang Yi simply added whatever he could grab. After the mixture boiled, a pot of half-assed stewed porridge was ready. Yang Yi scooped out a serving for Suna, woke her up, and encouraged her to eat it for a faster recovery. The remaining porridge was naturally his share. He drank a bottle of appetite-enhancing potion and, without minding the heat, devoured the rest of the porridge, achieving a well-fed and hydrated status. After eating, he resumed steering the Nightmare Star forwards. While at the helm, Yang Yi organized the information he had on the pale worm, planning to sell it to a major news agency at the right time. Once ready, he sent a private message. "Brother Song, are you awake? I've got monster intel to sell." Almost immediately, the other party responded. "Send it over quickly." Yang Yi forwarded the prepared information in one go. The other side remained silent for over 10 seconds before replying. "My sanity dropped by 20 points. Let me smoke a cigarette to calm down." "Smoke?" Yang Yi was a bit surprised. He asked out of curiosity and received an explanation. The cigarette was a specialty of the New World Fleet Farmer, rarely sold publicly and available only to a select few players through limited channels. It was a consumable item with effects that restored sanity and sped up sanity recovery. "If you're interested, I can help you contact Shen Guanquan. He likely won't refuse a potential customer with your promise." "No need, I don't need something like that, I was just curious," Yang Yi politely declined. "Your picture is too grotesque. I'll have to mosaic parts of it and add a warning for players with low mental resilience to proceed cautiously." After reviewing all the intel, Song Yingwen sent back a message. Yang Yi didn't mind, after all, he was just selling information. As long as he got paid, it was fine. A creature curled up in the ice layer. From the description, it seems to only attack passing ships. If someone is on deck and caught off guard, survival chances are slim. This intel is very detailed. I can offer you 8,000 shell coins for it. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. It was much higher than the prices offered before. Sure enough, having photos made a difference. Yang Yi decided he should take more pictures in the future. Unless something unexpected happened, the information about the pale worm would be published in the following issue of the weekly under the alias One-Eyed. Yang Yi earned 8,000 shell coins. After handling this, Yang Yi sent Suna a private message. "Is your cold any better?" The message disappeared into the void, receiving no response. It seemed Suna had gone back to sleep after finishing the porridge. Yang Yi checked the crew panel again. Suna's stats were stable, except for her lingering cold. Until she recovered, Yang Yi could only continue steering the ship. Since it was still nighttime, he didn't dare fish recklessly. He kept the Nightmare Star moving forwards. Whenever he encountered large ice floes along the way, Yang Yi would stop and fire a cannon shot at them. Better safe than sorry. He didn't want to risk encountering yet another living ice creature disguised as a pale worm. Yang Yi spent the entire night sailing, blasting apart 3 or 4 icebergs. However, even up until dawn, he did not encounter any more pale worms. It seemed that the living icebergs were quite rare, and their earlier gathering was likely due to the lure of the giant bobbit worm's head. As morning broke, Yang Yi was so exhausted he couldn't stop yawning. He anchored the ship, activated the twilight veil to hide its presence, and then returned to the captain's cabin to rest on the bed. 5 hours later, Yang Yi woke up. He checked his attribute panel and saw that his vitality was almost fully restored, but the frostbitten areas still hadn't healed, itchy and painful. The frostbite was concentrated on his face, hands, and feet, showing purplish-red sores. At the same time, he noticed a message from Suna, "Come to the witch's lab when you wake up." Is her cold better? Yang Yi opened the crew interface and found that Suna's status had changed to mild cold, which didn't seem to affect her mobility anymore. Looks like the holy water worked, Yang Yi thought to himself. He stepped out of the captain's cabin and found that the Nightmare Star was still in stealth mode and hadn't moved. However, the wind seemed even stronger, with fine ice particles mixed in, and the gusts thoroughly woke him up. As for the ice particles, they were likely formed when seawater splashed and froze in the air, and when they hit his face, they stung a little. Yang Yi looked towards the sea and saw that the floating ice had become more abundant. Large sheets of thin ice often appeared but didn't hinder the ship's navigation. He checked the weather. Today's weather. Bone-chilling winds, reduced fish catch rates. Please keep warm. Location, Northern Sea of Origin, extreme winter sea. Remaining daylight, 3 hours. Temperature, -18 to -10 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 4. The minimum temperature is -18 degrees. Just how cold must it be inside that white mist? Yang Yi frowned deeply. He wasn't wearing a down jacket at the moment, and the cold wind seeping through the gaps in his collar made him feel a chill. "Looks like I need to buy a scarf," he muttered. He pulled out a crystal ball and used the scrying skill to check the coordinates of the gale. The target is in a special area and cannot be located. Have they entered the white mist? Yang Yi speculated. It was likely that the gale's captain, Suda, had waited for his crew members to gather before venturing into the white mist region together. Based on his earlier calculations, the nightmare star was still about 3 days away from the white mist. Afterwards, Yang Yi turned to enter the cabin and noticed some changes inside. The corpses of the pale worms were significantly fewer, likely taken by Suna. Not far away, the door to the witch's lab was tightly shut. Inside, there were loud sizzling sounds accompanied by occasional explosive pops, like oil being overcooked. Yang Yi paused at the door for 2 seconds before pushing it open, only to be hit with a face full of irritating gas. Cough, cough. Suna, what are you doing? Yang Yi shouted painfully, using his right eye, which was watering from the fumes, to glance inside. Suna, wearing a gas mask and a white lab coat, was standing on a small stool. She was stirring the liquid in a cauldron with a wooden stick. It was the witch's cauldron that had been there before. The liquid inside was near boiling, and the tentacles of the pale worms could be seen rolling within, extracting oil. Yang Yi finally understood. The firewood beneath the cauldron was burning fiercely, making the temperature in the witch's lab over 10 degrees warmer. Achoo! Suna sneezed and noticed Yang Yi. She hopped off the small stool, grabbed a bottle of white liquid from a nearby shelf, and walked towards him. Let's talk outside, Suna suggested. Yang Yi couldn't agree fast enough. Suna removed her mask, and the two of them entered the cabin. After closing the door to the witch's lab, the irritating smell finally dissipated. Don't worry, the gas isn't toxic. It's just a bit unpleasant, she explained. Yang Yi glanced at Suna and noticed that her complexion had improved significantly. Here. Suna handed something to Yang Yi. What's this? The white one is oil extracted from the worms. It works great for frostbite and burns. Apply it yourself, Suna explained. As for this powder, remember to ignite it before consuming. Let it burn for 5 seconds before swallowing. Make sure it's exactly 5 seconds, not less, not more than 10 seconds, or it won't work. Yang Yi accepted the items and received the following information. Name, pale worm oil. Type, consumable. Quality, premium. Description, refined oil extracted from pale worms. Flammable, odorless, and effective for treating burns and frostbite, as well as preventing cracking. Name, unknown potion. Type, consumable/potion/unique. Quality, description, a powdered potion wrapped in oil paper. Its effects will be revealed once consumed. Light it on fire before eating. Yang Yi found it hard to believe. Can you explain? He asked, sensing the mysterious nature of the item and its potential danger. It contains an extract of the rabid wolf virus. But don't worry, burning it for 5 seconds will deactivate the virus entirely, rendering it non-infectious. So just follow the instructions when consuming it, Suna reassured him. What happens if I consume it properly? Yang Yi asked nervously. It should make you more agile. Should. Yes, should. Can you be certain? No, but I'm always meticulous. And, what happens if I eat it prematurely or without lighting it? Then you'll instantly transform into a werewolf. That, I can guarantee, Suna said with unwavering confidence, clearly proud of her creation. What the heck? Yang Yi silently cursed but maintained a calm exterior. He had already categorized the potion as a must-never consume item, placing it alongside the orange potion he had received earlier. After pocketing the 2 items, Yang Yi prepared to leave. However, before departing, he asked one more question. If I turn into a werewolf, is there a cure? No. Other than extreme heat, I haven't found an effective way to kill this supervirus, Suna replied. Got it, Yang Yi said and left the cabin, heading back to the captain's room. Once inside, he took off his shoes and gloves and began applying the pale worm oil to his frostbitten areas. To his surprise, it worked remarkably well. The itchiness disappeared immediately after application, replaced by a soothing, cooling sensation. He applied the oil to his face, hands, and feet in turn. Suna, do you think this oil could also be used to make incendiary bombs? He messaged her. Of course. This oil is highly flammable. Once it catches fire, it's nearly impossible to extinguish with water, Suna replied. How much oil can you extract? With boiling, settling, and separating, I estimate about 800 liters, she responded. That much? Yang Yi was astonished. But considering the size of the pale worms, this quantity wasn't actually excessive. Moving forwards, whenever he encountered pale worms, he would turn them all into oil. Bonus chapter for reaching the goal. Yang Yi applied grease to the frostbitten areas on his body, feeling much better afterwards. Leaning in to sniff it, he noticed a pleasant aroma that wasn't overpowering, then put on his shoes and sent a private message to Suna. By the way, I'm about to make some bread porridge. Want some? No thanks. Suna immediately declined. You've got a cold. Eating something warm is good for you. Your cooking is terrible. Really? Yang Yi scratched his head. He thought it tasted fine after all, he had eaten most of the pot himself. To verify the claim, this time he didn't take the appetite-enhancing potion and made only a small amount of porridge before tasting a spoonful. Blah. How could it taste this bad? Yang Yi's face darkened. He finally understood why Suna had looked so pained back then. It wasn't because she was unwell, it was because the porridge was awful. Seems like adding Sichuan pepper oil to bread porridge was a bad idea. Yang Yi reflected deeply on his mistake but still ate the porridge in the end. He didn't want to waste it. Glancing at the time, he saw there were still 2 hours until sunset, which was just enough time to cast a few lines and test out his newly acquired pale worm fishing rod. The rod guaranteed a catch with every cast, even in the extreme winter sea. Finding a spot sheltered from the wind on the ship's deck, he began fishing. He cast the line, and the pale worm at the end arced through the air before plunging into the icy waters. What would he catch? Yang Yi was filled with anticipation. About half an hour later, the rod reacted, and the reel spun rapidly. With a quick tug, he pulled a fish onto the deck. It had 4 legs, a slender body, a sleek streamlined form, and intelligent eyes. It was a long-legged sardine? Seriously. Yang Yi couldn't hold back and slammed the rod onto the deck. Not again. Looking up at the sky, he felt a palpable sense of malice. Was he cursed? Could the first catch of the day always be a long-legged sardine? No way. Yet, until nightfall, Yang Yi failed to catch a second fish. Without the rod's special ability, he would have gone empty-handed. After packing up, Yang Yi skeptically checked the fishing net and pulled it up. It was empty except for some scattered bits of ice. In the extreme winter sea, the fish yield was greatly reduced, and fishing nets were practically useless. Relying on fishing for food? Not a chance you'd survive for long. Sighing, Yang Yi browsed the chat channel and spent some money to buy 2 scarves. Name: velvet scarf. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a warm and windproof scarf. It covers your neck and face, providing great comfort. Initially, he wanted a waterproof scarf, but none were available on the market, so he settled for this. The purchase cost 2,000 shell coins. Yang Yi placed them in Suna's room for a day before resuming his journey, steering the ship towards the white mist. 2 days later, Suna fully recovered from her cold. In about a day, the nightmare star would enter the white mist region. The temperature had dropped further, reaching -22 degrees Celsius. The two resumed their alternating night watch schedule, Suna taking the first half of the night, Yang Yi the second. It was a safer arrangement, though it left no energy for physical training. During these days of fishing, Yang Yi caught a new species. A peculiar sea urchin, lured by the pale worm. Name: ice urchin. Description: a unique sea urchin tainted by abyssal pollution. Found only in icy seas, its translucent shell is formed by secreted bodily fluids solidifying. It is delicious, non-toxic, and perfect for eating raw. At first, Yang Yi didn't dare to touch the peculiar sea urchin directly, so when he used 2 sticks to pick it up, he finally obtained its information. This is good stuff. Time to try something different. He melted the ice urchin using a torch and extracted the soft, pale blue roe within. Yang Yi tried a bite. It was sweet, fresh, and melted in his mouth. He saved half for Suna and ate the rest himself. That afternoon, Yang Yi blasted apart an ice block and discovered a pale worm hidden inside. After firing a few more shots to confirm it was dead, Yang Yi dragged the worm into the ship's hold. Compared to the previous 2 pale worms, it was much smaller, but it could still yield about 300 liters of oil. By evening, Yang Yi returned to the captain's quarters to rest. As usual, he browsed the world chat channel to check for updates. Most of the messages were meaningless complaints about the cold or the lack of fish, which Yang Yi glossed over. Resource prices had risen slightly, especially for wood, since it was needed for both heating and ship repairs. Food prices, however, had doubled. Fishing yields had plummeted, and most players' food supplies were running low. Yang Yi wasn't worried. The Nightmare Star had plenty of food and a decent stock of wood. After a while, finding no new information about the white mist, he rolled over and fell asleep. He would need to take the second half of the night watch. A nightmare descended. Just like before, he was burning, transforming into a man made of flames. His skin and flesh crackled, emitting a charred aroma of grease. The terror of being burned alive took a heavy toll on Yang Yi's psyche. Suddenly, he felt a hand touch his forehead and woke up in shock, grabbing it instinctively. You were having a nightmare. The voice belonged to Suna. She had somehow slipped into his room and was standing by his bed, her hand on his forehead. I'm fine, Yang Yi replied, relaxing as he let go of her hand. He glanced at the hole in the wall, realizing she must have climbed through it. The captain's quarters could only be unlocked by the captain, and he distinctly remembered locking the door. You've been having nightmares constantly. If it's just 1 or 2 nights, it won't matter much. But if this continues, you'll go mad. Suna said seriously. Don't worry. If anyone's going mad, it won't be me, Yang Yi said nonchalantly, sitting up. Suna didn't share his confidence. In her eyes, Yang Yi's mental state was already deteriorating, even if he didn't realize it himself. You should drink some of this. It'll help you sleep, she said, handing him a vial of deep blue liquid. It was stunning, resembling a flawless sapphire. Name: sleeping potion. Type: consumable/potion/unique. Quality: rare. Description: a potion uniquely created by witch Suna. Made with holy water and the bile of juvenile pale worms. Drinking it induces a dreamless sleep, restores +20 sanity, and increases sanity recovery rate by 50% for the duration of the sleep. After drinking, you'll feel very drowsy. This is... Yang Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected Suna to create such a potion. And holy water? Where had she even gotten that? Drink it, she urged. No thanks. I just woke up, Yang Yi declined, preparing to get out of bed. Actually, this potion can also be injected directly. It works better that way, Suna murmured as if to herself, rummaging through her bag. Yang Yi froze for a moment before taking the sleep elixir from her. Don't forget to activate the Twilight Veil, she said before leaving. With that, Yang Yi downed the potion. It was smooth and unexpectedly sweet, though overly so, to the point of being cloying. He hadn't imagined potions could taste sweet. Surprised, Yang Yi soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and fell asleep again. Bonus chapter for reaching the goal. Yang Yi had the most comfortable sleep he had ever experienced. No nightmares, no fear, no stimulation, just peaceful slumber. When he woke up, it was already the next evening. He had slept for almost 24 hours. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the colors before him seemed more vibrant, though he wasn't sure if it was an illusion caused by sleeping for that long. He grabbed the crystal ball to check the nautical chart and found that the nightmare star was still anchored at sea, not moving. It was about half a day's journey from the white mist. Getting up, he leaned over to peek through a hole in the wall and saw that Suna was also still asleep. The twilight veil remained deployed, keeping the nightmare star invisible. Yang Yi suddenly felt an intense hunger, understandable after more than 24 hours without food. He quickly put on his gear, pushed open the captain's cabin door, and stepped onto the deck. It was nighttime, and the sea was pitch black. Only the ghostly flames wandering around the deck provided some light. Yang Yi glanced at the weather. It was about the same as before, around -20 degrees Celsius with a level 2 wind. In about 2 hours, it would be daytime. He went to the ship's hold and grabbed 3 loaves of black bread, a sausage, and a moderate amount of fresh water and salt. Then he lit the campfire at the bow, set up a pot, and cooked a pot of bread porridge. This time, he didn't add jellyfish mucus. While it wasn't exactly delicious, at least the taste was normal. After drinking an appetite-enhancing potion, he finished all the porridge and began checking his status. Yang Yi, mortal. Extraordinary path, corruption depth 7% / Book of the Spider. Strength, 6, 14/4000. Spirit, 8+1, 2720/16000. Steel will bonus. Agility, 5+1, 197/200. Pirate outfit bonus. Constitution, 6, 42/4000. Perception, 6+2, 322/4000. Third eye bonus. Sanity, 100/100. Stamina, 100/100. Vitality, 100/100. Mana, 9/9. Talents, Steel Will, Refuse to Die. Spells, Limb Enhancement, Limb Restoration, Limb Explosion, Spider Mother Invocation. Artifact, Third Eye. All stats were full, and his base agility was about to reach 6. Moreover, after his constitution increased to 6, Yang Yi felt his stamina became more enduring. Although still at 100, it functioned like a percentage, meaning his total endurance had improved. Thus, he planned to gradually intensify his training, especially in safe waters, to greatly enhance his attributes. After reviewing the panel, Yang Yi retracted the twilight veil and began steering the nightmare star forwards. The sea breeze was icy, but with the campfire for warmth, it wasn't too unbearable. By dawn, the nightmare star should reach the white mist area. Suna would likely wake up by then, and they could explore the white mist together, assess the internal environment to fully prepare before going deeper. 3 hours later, the sky suddenly brightened, which was unusual since dawn was still some time away. Additionally, a faint mist appeared and gradually thickened. It wasn't drifting in from the surroundings, but rising from the sea itself. Yang Yi immediately became alert, standing up with both hands gripping his weapon, scanning the area. Within seconds, the dense fog engulfed the nightmare star, obscuring the sea and reducing visibility to just a few meters. Only near the ship's bow, aided by the campfire, was visibility slightly better. Moreover, the temperature began to drop. Standing by the campfire, Yang Yi, dressed in woolen fire-resistant clothing, actually felt a chill. The environment turned eerily quiet. Although the wind blew, the sound of waves was strangely absent, as if something were blocking it. Yang Yi removed his blindfold and switched to the third eye. No fog. He was stunned. In the third eye's vision, the white mist didn't exist. The sea was just as it always was, with nothing unusual. He closed the blindfold and checked the weather interface. Today's weather. Fog has set in, and temperatures will drop further. Fish catches will continue to decrease. Be cautious of colliding with icebergs due to poor visibility. Location, extreme northern sea. Daylight duration, polar day. Temperature, -25 degrees Celsius to -18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 2. Polar day, Yang Yi muttered to himself. He felt conflicted because what he saw with his 2 eyes was contradictory. In the third eye's vision, there was no white fog. In his normal eyesight, thick white fog blanketed the surroundings. But Yang Yi trusted the third eye more, believing this fog didn't truly exist. After all, it had never been wrong or missed anything before. Once he confirmed again with the third eye that there were no abnormalities on the sea, Yang Yi stopped the nightmare star. He walked to Suna's door and knocked. "Suna, wake up. Something's happening on the sea." Soon, there was the rustling sound of clothes, and the door opened. What's before Suna could finish, she noticed the thick fog over the sea, a vast, white expanse. Yang Yi quickly explained what had happened. "The crystal ball?" Suna asked. "Useless. The nautical chart in the crystal ball is also blank. It no longer displays the sea chart, only our position and direction. And your third eye can't see this fog." "Exactly," Yang Yi confirmed. Suna frowned, puzzled, and seemed to be thinking. She acted swiftly, using a glass bottle to collect some of the fog. Yes, the fog could be collected since it rose directly from the sea and could even be stored in a bottle. She took a deep sniff but detected no unusual odor, just the salty, fishy scent of the sea and a hint of chill. In the meantime, Yang Yi checked the chat channel. He discovered many players were encountering the same phenomenon, and their numbers were rapidly increasing. Why did it suddenly get bright, and why is there thick fog? Is this happening where you are? Don't scare me. I got up and checked, nothing like that here. It brightened up here too, and there's fog. So cold. Check the weather interface. Daylight duration changed to polar day, and there's thick fog and a temperature drop. Damn, the fog seems to be rising from the sea. Share your coordinates if you're seeing the fog, doesn't need to be exact. Mine is XXXXXXXXXX. Same here. After checking their coordinates, Yang Yi could conclude that the white fog was spreading very quickly. Even players who had said it was still dark soon corrected themselves as it became bright and turned into a polar day. At such a rate, in less than half an hour, the entire extreme northern sea would be engulfed in the white fog. System announcement. A rare polar day phenomenon has appeared in the extreme northern waters, accompanied by thick fog and a temperature drop. Please prepare for the cold. Additionally, due to the dense fog, the ocean map function will be temporarily disabled and will only display your current coordinates. This announcement appeared simultaneously in every player's log, making the chat channel explode. Damn system, always pulling surprises and sneak attacks. Can't see anything? If I crash into an iceberg, it's GG. Damn it, there's black fog behind me too? If I had left earlier, I wouldn't be in this mess. Now I can't even tell how far it is. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and sat at the bow, staring at the sea. He had a feeling that something was lurking within the fog. Other players likely felt the same way. Bonus chapter for reaching the goal. Yang Yi glanced at the world chat channel for a while and saw no signs of danger. Aside from a few reckless players crashing into icebergs, none had sunk and were currently making emergency repairs. However, whether any players had crashed into pale worms disguised as icebergs and been dragged into the sea was unknown. After all, the pale worms moved swiftly, not even giving victims enough time to leave a final message before being taken. A private message flashed. Suna was urgently calling him to the lab. Yang Yi immediately stood up, confirmed the twilight veil was still activated, and then headed towards the ship's cabin. Upon entering, he carefully closed and locked the door before heading down the stairs. Although there was some thin fog in the cabin since it was connected to the outside through windows and gun ports, the visibility was manageable. Inside, there were many wooden barrels filled with oil extracted from the pale worms, totaling about 1,100 liters. The wood alone had cost several hundred units, leaving only about 2,400 in stock. It wasn't wasted, however, since the barrels could be burned and used to provide warmth. Yang Yi entered the witch's laboratory, which was free of fog. Look at this. Suna held up a jar of the white fog. She placed it over a flame, and soon, the fog disappeared, turning clear and transparent. The fog vanishes when heated. What's so strange about that? Yang Yi asked. Watch again. Suna removed the jar from the heat, and within seconds, the fog reappeared exactly as before. Do you still think this is just regular fog? Suna questioned. Yang Yi fell silent. Clearly, this fog was anything but ordinary. It seemed to be a special gas that changed appearance with temperature. I've tested it, but it's hard to describe what it is exactly. It's definitely not water vapor, nor does it resemble solid dust. Yang Yi took the glass jar and switched to his third eye. Nothing appeared. However, when he switched back to normal vision, the fog became visible again. Your mutated left eye can't see this fog, so I think the fog might not truly exist. It could be the result of a large-scale magic spell your left eye is immune to. This explanation should make sense. Suna shared her theory and expressed further concerns. This fog doesn't seem toxic. Inhaling it doesn't cause discomfort or immediate harm. Is it possible that, over time, things might change? If people stay in this dense fog for too long, they'll start to wonder what's hidden inside. They might gradually become anxious, fearful, paranoid, and even delusional. Eventually, they might. Suna didn't finish, but Yang Yi understood. Prolonged exposure could lead to a drop in sanity, resulting in madness or even mutation into monsters, especially for lone players. We have plenty of pale worm oil. Why not expand the fire to drive away the fog and make navigation safer? Suna suggested. It was a reasonable idea. However, Yang Yi still had concerns. He didn't know how vast the frozen sea was or what other dangers awaited. It was best not to burn through resources too quickly. Additionally, he worried that the bright firelight might attract abnormal creatures. I'll give it a try, Yang Yi replied, turning to leave the lab. Just before stepping out, Suna called him back. How was the effect of that sleep potion I gave you earlier? She asked. Yang Yi paused, hesitated for a couple of seconds, and finally replied, the taste wasn't bad. The crafting material requires holy water. 1 bottle of holy water can make about 2 bottles of sleep potion. If you get me some holy water, I can make some for you, Suna continued. Alright, let's wait until we're out of the sea first. Yang Yi left the cabin and returned to the deck of the Nightmare Star. The white fog still lingered, but he didn't rush to set sail. Instead, he brought out the pale worm fishing rod while thinking about his next steps. He cast the line, tossing the small pale worm bait into the sea, and waited quietly. In just 2 or 3 minutes, there was a reaction on the other end of the line. Yang Yi pulled hard and discovered a bronze supply chest. Inside were 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 20 crystals. Not a bad haul, which meant the first cast of the day didn't always guarantee a long-legged sardine. Good to know. After reeling in, he went to the bow and gazed out at the sea. Without using his third eye and relying solely on the campfire for illumination, visibility was about 25 meters. If the campfire was extinguished, visibility would drop to just 4 or 5. Yang Yi gathered some stone and built 2 new ones at the bow. With the pale worm oil, keeping the fires burning and reducing wood consumption was much easier. He lit all 3 campfires, causing a large portion of the white fog to dissipate, increasing visibility to 50 meters. With 2 campfires, visibility was around 40 meters. Relying on the light from the 2 campfires, he navigated the Nightmare Star for a while. Given the ship's performance, it could maintain a speed of 15 knots in this visibility. Even if an iceberg appeared, there would be enough time to dodge or prepare for cannon fire. With just 1 campfire, the safe sailing speed would drop to about 10 knots. He experimented with adding more campfires but found the improvement was minimal. Unless he built multiple large bonfires or set the entire ship on fire, visibility wouldn't improve much. After some thought, he decided to proceed with 2 campfires, sailing at 15 knots non-stop for 24 hours. This setup wouldn't consume much wood factoring in the oil, the daily consumption would be around 30 units. With 2,500 units of wood, he could sustain sailing for over 2 months while keeping some in reserve for emergency ship repairs. As for food, Yang Yi checked and found it could also last about 2 months. If food became scarce later on, Yang Yi could choose to stop taking the appetite-boosting potion, greatly extending his endurance. He sent the sailing plan to Suna to get her opinion. But the reply he got was just one word, okay. And so, the plan was smoothly put into action. Yang Yi carefully steered the Nightmare Star forwards. At the same time, he closely monitored the world chat channel, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. After the initial chaos, players gradually calmed down and began noticing the fog's characteristics. Fire? Campfires can drive away this fog, but visibility is still too low. I don't dare to speed up. Does anyone remember the coordinates of the black fog? Tell me, so I can feel more at ease. Only by expanding the fire can visibility improve. Buying wood, high price. Full speed ahead. The fog can't scare me. This is all about courage charge. After discovering that fire could disperse the dense fog, the price of wood skyrocketed again, reaching 20 shell coins per unit, and it was still rising. After all, sources for obtaining wood were gone. There were only floating icebergs at sea, and fishing often yielded nothing. As for islands, no players had mentioned finding any. Islands in the extreme winter sea were extremely scarce, perhaps non-existent. One day later, the Nightmare Star silently sailed through the thick fog at a speed of 15 knots. The sea was calm, with wind force at level 1. The sound of waves could barely be heard. Silent voyage, your sanity decreases by 3. Yang Yi frowned. Just as Suna had said, prolonged sailing in the fog would reduce sanity. Other players had noticed this as well and found a solution: team up for warmth, whether it be in pairs, small groups of 3 to 5, or larger fleets. As for the matter of trust, that was something players had to judge for themselves. Nomad fleet recruiting? If you're short on wood or food, join us for shelter and 24/7 hot water. Anyone wanting to join this big family, DM me. Is there really such a good deal? I don't believe it. Nothing is more expensive than what's free. Count me in, boss. Yang Yi watched the chat channel for a while, and it seemed no one had encountered sudden dangers other than crashing into icebergs. After sailing for another 2 hours, he blasted apart a small iceberg. Later, Suna took over sailing. This was prearranged between them. Each person would sail for 6 hours before switching. In a 24-hour period, each had 2 shifts, leaving 12 hours free for other activities or rest. After the shift change, Yang Yi headed to the ship's courtyard to start fishing, which proved to be difficult in the thick fog. Yang Yi checked the chat channel and noticed that very few players had caught any fish. Half an hour later, aside from catching a seal on his first cast, Yang Yi caught nothing. To avoid damaging the ship, Yang Yi chose to release it. After all, the seal was too dangerous. Bringing it aboard would only result in an explosion to his face. He glanced at the time and figured it was about right. Soon, there was new activity in the World Chat channel. A new issue of the weekly magazine had been released. It contained information about the white fog and even about living icebergs. As a VIP customer, Yang Yi already knew the general content and release time of this issue, but for the exact details, he still needed to read it himself. Yang Yi walked over to the capsule machine and picked up 2 copies of the newspaper. Suna, do you want to read the Maritime Weekly? He asked. After all, sailing in this dead silence was too dull. Reading the newspaper could be good for mental health. Moreover, Suna had little fear of aberrations, so her sanity loss was minimal. Surprisingly, Suna accepted the newspaper from Yang Yi. How about unlocking my trading rights? She asked. It seemed Suna had realized her trading rights had been disabled by Yang Yi. She had tried to purchase items but had failed. What do you want to buy? Yang Yi asked. Something good. Suna became excited and sent over an item description. Name, collector's contracted item. Type, consumable. Quality, rare item. Description, at night, throw this item into the sea to summon the collector for a trade. The collector will appear on any night within a week. Do not disrespect him. Note 1, the collector only accepts item for item trades. Note 2, the collector dislikes having trades rejected. After completing a trade, the collector will leave behind a contract item to facilitate the next trade. Collector, Yang Yi muttered to himself, instinctively feeling that this collector wasn't some ordinary merchant. Then, he saw the image of the item. It was a withered human head, with a blissful and satisfied smile on its face. Its cervical spine had been finely polished into a smooth handle. Strange head, your sanity decreases by 3. Yang Yi's vision darkened, and he immediately rejected it. Forget I asked. Goodbye. After saying that, he quickly returned to his room, firmly deciding not to unlock this woman's trading rights. She would probably buy all sorts of bizarre and dangerous items and try them one by one. That was far too dangerous. It would surely lead to the ship's destruction and their deaths. On the other end, Suna hadn't given up. She seized the opportunity to send another private message. This thing is really cheap. It was originally 10,000 shell coins, but I've bargained it down to 5,000. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat. A rare item for just 5,000? Who would believe that? Even if it's a consumable, it shouldn't be priced lower than 20,000. The lower the price, the more sinister this item must be. The seller probably knew how dangerous it was, which is why they offered it so cheaply. Maybe the head was even a former acquaintance of the seller? Don't even think about it. This thing is clearly problematic. Yang Yi replied. Also, don't reveal the existence of magic potions to other players. It's not safe. After sending the message, Yang Yi ignored Suna and turned his attention back to the newspaper. The issue must have been rushed out after the fog appeared. There was no trading section, only updates on sea events and new monster information. 2 eye-catching headlines stood out. The Living Icebergs section was actually information about the pale worm, credited to the informant One Eye. It was detailed in the Sea Chronicles to thoroughly explain the danger of this creature to players. The information was largely consistent with what Yang Yi had provided. He schemed it and moved on. In the monster information section, there was a sticker with a warning. Before reading, ensure your sanity is stable. Underneath was a close-up image of the pale worm. Yang Yi peeled off the sticker and glanced at it. It was the photo he had taken himself, though the creature's mouth had been pixelated. The rest was unchanged. Next, he read the other report, provided by the Gale Brigade about the unknown sounds in the white fog. They had encountered a dangerous situation, hearing a strange sound resembling electrical buzzing. At the same time, the surrounding temperature plummeted, dropping to -40 degrees Celsius, causing the sea surface to freeze over. The brigade didn't know what was lurking in the fog, but they escaped thanks to their speed. Yang Yi believed the informant was definitely Suda, the captain of the Gale. As for how they escaped from the frozen sea, perhaps the Gale could fly? After thoroughly reading the information, Yang Yi reminded Suna to be extremely cautious of such sounds, as there was definitely a monster in the white fog. If she heard such noises while steering, she had to wake him up immediately. By the time he finished reading, it was nearly Yang Yi's turn at the helm. He went to the bow and took over the wheel from Suna, ignoring her dissatisfied gaze. It seemed she was still thinking about that collector's contract item. Fortunately, she didn't have permission. Even while he slept, since it wasn't a coma, she couldn't override his authority. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. The expedition to the polar winter seas lasted far longer than anticipated. 15 days had passed, yet the ocean's appearance remained largely unchanged. Aside from floating ice, white mist, and the occasional iceberg, there was nothing else in sight. During this time, the Nightmare Star encountered 2 more pale worms. However, having prior experience, they dealt with them with cannon fire, avoiding any losses. The remains of the worms were converted into 500 liters of grease. The Nightmare Star's storage holded as much grease as it could safely accommodate. Any more would block all pathways and compromise safety. If they encountered additional pale worms further on, Yang Yi would consider selling some of it. The substance was in high demand, it ignited well, could treat frostbite and burns, and could even be mixed with wood to reduce fuel consumption. Since the secret of the living icebergs was exposed, pale worms had become a coveted target among players. Not only could they yield capsules, but their remains also made excellent fuel. Plus, they weren't particularly difficult to deal with. After all, the creature's greatest strength was the ability to disguise itself. If you knew about them in advance and fired a cannon at any suspicious iceberg, the head start they had would be rendered useless. Thanks to this, the reputation of the one-eyed leader who shared this information gained traction in the chat channels. It was Yang Yi's turn at the helm. Bored and listless, he stared blankly at the ocean. Perhaps he had adapted, as steering the ship through the fog no longer drained his sanity. Instead, he found it dull. In fact, he began to hope something unusual would emerge from the mist. But he quickly snuffed out the dangerous thought. That was close. The white mist almost led me astray, Yang Yi muttered, feeling a twinge of fear. His apprehension wasn't without reason. The chat channels were occasionally filled with bizarre, unverifiable messages. Some claimed there were enormous monsters in the fog and that they were being hunted by one. Others said the ocean was actually the stomach of a giant beast, and everyone was sailing on its stomach acid. One person even claimed to have found a way out of the polar winter seas and was currently parked at the exit. Yang Yi tried privately messaging the last individual for details, but they didn't respond. After some time, he discovered the account had been deleted. Suicide, Yang Yi speculated. A faint breeze blew past, carrying barely any force yet cutting through like a knife. The chill made Yang Yi shudder. He noticed the nearby campfire had grown smaller and immediately added more wood and grease. The flames flared up, pushing back the surrounding mist. The temperature had dropped even further, nearing -35 degrees C. Without the campfire, staying outside could lead to death from the cold. Even wearing a down jacket wouldn't be enough. Luckily for Yang Yi, beneath his down jacket, he wore a set of firewool sweaters, which allowed him to endure the cold. As for wearing 2 down jackets, few players would do so, it would make them too bulky. Elsewhere in the winter seas, the advance team of the New World Fleet was on a mission. 5 ships sailed in formation, apart from the Ironhead, the rest were standard vessels. The ships were lined up neatly, with the Ironhead at the front, half a ship's length ahead, resembling the tip of a spear. Why did I have to run my mouth like that? Captain Zhao of the Ironhead muttered to himself in frustration. Wearing 2 heavy coats, he stood in the biting wind, shivering. Among everyone present, he was the most heavily dressed. Others wore a combination of sweaters and down jackets, but only he, the captain, had donned 2 bulky coats. Their task was to ensure the safety of the route for the larger fleet behind them. They patrolled the route back and forth to minimize risks, such as missing a living iceberg. The ships moved quickly, averaging 40 knots. Leading the charge, the Ironhead was fearless with its massive, sharp ramming prow. Even if it collided with an iceberg, it would be fine. Moreover, large bonfires burned brightly on each ship, illuminating the mist and keeping it at bay. Ironhead, once we're done patrolling this route, let's grab a drink, messaged a nearby crewmate. Don't count on me to pay, Zhao replied. This was their 3rd patrol of the route, and so far, they hadn't encountered any dangers aside from 2 icebergs that had already been blown apart. On their return trip, Zhao was chatting merrily with his crewmates when he suddenly heard a strange electrical sound. ZZT, 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 ZZT. The noise grew louder and more persistent. Crap, run. Zhao practically roared his command, his voice so loud that even the nearby ships could hear him. The Ironhead quickly turned its bow around and activated its skill, Charge, boosting its speed by 50%. This skill lasted for 5 minutes, pushing the ship's maximum speed from 50 knots to a blistering 75 knots. After that, Zhao began fleeing for his life. Behind him, startled cries began to echo one after another. Zhao glanced back and caught sight of faint blue lights in the distance. Yang Yi added more firewood again, ensuring the campfire stayed strong and bright. He glanced at the logbook. It was about time for Suna to wake up and take over her shift. But suddenly, he noticed that the area to his left seemed to brighten. Yang Yi's nerves tightened instantly. He drew his gun and aimed towards the light, switching to his 3-eyed scope. Through the mist, about a nautical mile away, a burning ship sped past. The vessel was about 30 meters long, a regular ship moving at approximately 40 knots. Its deck was covered with numerous bonfires, set up at the bow, midsection, and even the stern. Practically the entire ship was alight. Even the sails had caught fire, but the captain seemed completely unbothered. As for what was burning, Yang Yi immediately recognized it: pale worm corpses. These corpses were tied to pieces of wood, forming makeshift bonfires. With the 3-eyed scope, which ignored the mist and offered zoom functionality, Yang Yi observed the ship and its captain clearly. The captain stood at the bow of the ship, stark naked, surrounded by roaring flames, laughing loudly as he steered the ship at high speed, his mouth moving continuously. Yang Yi attempted to read his lips, murmuring the words as he deciphered them. It's burning, it's burning. Ha 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 ha, what polar winter seas. Nothing to fear, I'm sweating bullets. The captain then grabbed a large ladle of water from a nearby barrel and splashed it over himself. The water, clearly hot, scalded his skin until it turned red, sending up clouds of steam. And so, the captain, stark naked, drenched in sweat, was essentially taking a sauna while navigating his flaming ship, leaving the Nightmare Star far behind. Yang Yi watched the strange figure disappear into the distance, with no intention of chasing after him. After all, this man was clearly insane and would soon burn himself to death. There was no need to interfere. What are you looking at? Suna's voice sounded from behind as she arrived to take over her shift. Nothing. Just a lunatic setting himself on fire while sailing past, Yang Yi replied. What? Where? Suna's eyes lit up as she turned eagerly toward the direction Yang Yi had been looking, her gaze brimming with curiosity. Has he mutated? Maybe he's become heat-resistant, or can he breathe fire? She asked excitedly. No, not quite there yet, Yang Yi responded. A moment later, Suna was steering the ship. Yang Yi, holding a fishing rod, walked to the deck to fish. The pale worm bait he had for the day was almost finished, but it had brought him a whole sand shark leg earlier. From there on, fishing would depend purely on skill and luck. Yang Yi was following the chat channel, where some avid fishers were sharing their tips. They had been constantly testing various types of bait to see which worked best for fishing in this fog-covered extreme winter sea. The final test result: pale worms. Using fragments of pale worm corpses as bait significantly increased the catch rate in the extreme winter sea. Yang Yi was now verifying whether this conclusion was true. He had tried for several days already but hadn't caught anything. Then, he changed his approach and asked Suna for a piece of absolutely fresh bait, a tiny tentacle segment from a pale worm larva, one that was still wriggling. These little creatures were tenacious, with tentacles that could regenerate infinitely and an appetite for anything. They were kept in the witch's laboratory as live specimens. Yang Yi fished for 3 hours but still hadn't caught anything. Are these fishing guys messing with me? Yang Yi began to doubt. Suddenly, the Nightmare Star stopped. From the bow, Suna's voice called out. Yang Yi, come take a look. Yang Yi's expression tightened. He set the fishing rod down and rushed over, already drawing his weapon. This is... Yang Yi stopped, a look of surprise on his face. Ahead of the bow, a vast sheet of ice had appeared, its extent unclear because of the dense fog. It wasn't a thin layer of floating ice on the sea but a solid glacier, blocking the Nightmare Star's path. Which way should we go around it? Suna asked. She couldn't see through the fog and didn't know how large the glacier was, so she turned to Yang Yi, expecting him to use his third eye. Yang Yi understood immediately and removed the eye patch over his left eye. Instantly, the fog vanished from his view, revealing a far-reaching vista. 2 nautical miles away, he spotted a ship frozen within the glacier. It was an ordinary sailboat he had seen not long ago, its deck once filled with bonfires. The ship was charred, as if scorched by intense flames. All the flames had been extinguished. A layer of frost covered the ship's surface, as though it had been left overnight in an ultra-low temperature freezer. The entire vessel was frozen solid. Yang Yi was just about to take a closer look when he noticed movement on the deck behind him. The fishing rod was being dragged by something and fell into the sea. Damn it, a bite now of all times. He scanned the entire glacier with his third eye but found no immediate danger. Without hesitation, he sprinted back, quickly shedding his boots and down jacket before diving into the icy sea. If he didn't act fast, the fishing rod could be lost for good. Fortunately, Yang Yi moved quickly and was a strong swimmer. Once in the water, he immediately spotted the fishing rod. After letting the reel spin freely, he bit down on the rod and climbed back onto the ship. Suna, he called out. She got the message instantly and ran over to grab the fishing rod from him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi grabbed his down jacket and boots from the deck and rushed into the captain's cabin. He changed into a backup set of woolen clothes at record speed. Standing around soaking wet in this sub-zero environment was too dangerous, he needed to change immediately. As for his underwear, it was made from coarse fabric crafted using a simple synthesis function that required only a small amount of materials. Once he finished changing, he pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and stepped out. By then, Suna was still struggling with the fish in the sea. It looked like she had hooked a big one. Yang Yi immediately took over and prepared to draw his gun just in case. If it turned out to be a seal, he was ready to fire. After nearly half an hour of tugging, Yang Yi finally reeled in the fish. Judging by its shadow, it seemed to be a 3-meter-long creature covered in black seaweed. Yang Yi had never seen a fish like that before, so he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the fish's head, and some black, tar-like blood floated to the surface of the sea. Then, a mass of black, hair-like seaweed emerged from the water and lunged towards Yang Yi, trying to entangle him. What? Yang Yi was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected the fish to control seaweed, let alone move so fast. By the time he dropped the fishing rod and pulled out his sea serpent fang, the black seaweed had already wrapped around his hands and neck. Fortunately, Yang Yi was strong and had been on guard, so he wasn't dragged into the water. Once Suna joined the fray, the black seaweed was quickly severed, and Yang Yi broke free of its grasp. Ugh, gross. The slimy, cold seaweed had made its way into Yang Yi's mouth. He took aim at the fish's shadow and fired again. Bang! The target shifted to the fish's body, and the result was extraordinary. A strange screech echoed from the sea as waves churned violently, and then the fish stopped moving entirely. Yang Yi gave the fishing rod a tug and finally saw the fish in its full form. It was truly a skeletal fish, with no scales, made up of several tightly interlocked pieces of white bone armor. There was no flesh on it, only hollow eye sockets, and its fins were just skeletal structures, as if it had been dead for a long time. However, from its empty eye sockets and the gaps between the bone plates, numerous fine, black thread-like strands emerged, resembling strands of a woman's long hair but much tougher. Yang Yi's first shot had left a hole in the fish's head, but it seemed he hadn't hit a critical point. The second shot, however, had successfully killed the unknown creature hidden within the skeletal fish. After confirming its death, Yang Yi pulled it onto the deck. When he pried open the shield-like bone plates, he finally saw its true form and goosebumps ran all over his body. Inside was an enormous, plump caterpillar. The black threads were actually its hair, and they were shockingly long. The creature used its hair to manipulate the fish bones, imitating the movements of a living fish, making the skeletal fish seem like it had come back to life. Yang Yi's first shot had pierced through the fish's head but didn't harm the main body. Instead, it severed many of the black threads, which oozed black liquid at the breaks. The second shot, aimed directly at the fish's body, had struck the caterpillar curled up in the skeletal fish's chest cavity, killing it. Name: black thread parasite worm. Description: a unique parasite from the abyss. It typically prefers to infest marine creatures with hard shells. Once it matures, it kills its host, consumes the host's flesh, and uses the black threads on its body to manipulate the host's bones, mimicking its movements to hunt other fish. The black threads are edible, highly nutritious, and considered a delicacy with hair growth properties. The internal organs are mildly toxic. Delicacy. Yang Yi looked at the grotesque caterpillar, unable to connect it with the word delicacy no matter how he tried. He threw the fish bones and the parasite worm into the ship's hold, deciding to deal with it later. There were more pressing matters to attend to: the glacier and the frozen ship on it. Yang Yi explained everything he had seen to Suna. This glacier is massive, about 4 nautical miles in diameter, Yang Yi said. His third eye didn't rely on light for sight, so a telescope was practically useless to him. Thankfully, his unique vision extended up to 10 nautical miles. At the center of the glacier rested a ship, completely frozen. It seems like something happened to that ship, and it got trapped in the ice, Yang Yi continued. And its crew, they're all dead, he confirmed after one last look before putting his eye patch back on. Thank you for reading, I hope you're enjoying the story. Yang Yi shared all the information he knew with Suna, including the glacier's area and the frozen ship trapped within it. I'm planning to take a closer look at that ship. There should be more clues on it. It couldn't have ended up in the glacier without reason. It must have been sailing when something happened, and then it got frozen in place, Yang Yi explained his reasoning. He wanted to figure out the cause so he could be prepared if he encountered a similar situation. Suna didn't object and even expressed her desire to go along, but Yang Yi firmly refused. His reasoning was solid and direct. Suna wasn't agile enough and was likely to get lost in the fog, and her archery would be difficult to use effectively in such conditions. It would be much safer for Yang Yi to go alone, especially since he had plenty of safeguards to ensure his survival. After deciding, Yang Yi tested the terrain first by launching a few stones with a catapult. They hit the glacier's surface, creating small craters and scattering ice shards. This showed the ice layer was very thick, making it completely safe to walk on. The main concerns were the dense white fog and any potential hidden dangers. The fog severely obstructed visibility. Without using the third eye, visibility was limited to just a few meters. Using a torch extended it to over 10. Finding the frozen ship in the fog was nearly impossible without a clear target. Only Yang Yi, with his ability to see through the fog using the third eye, could manage it. Yang Yi checked the temperature. Near the glacier, it had already dropped to minus 33 degrees Celsius, and venturing deeper into it would only bring colder temperatures. The environment inside the glacier was likely to be extremely harsh. With this in mind, Yang Yi began preparing. He checked his current status. Sanity, 98/100. Stamina, 92/100. Health, 100/100. All values were close to full. He geared up with his fire-resistant woolen suit, sharkskin wetsuit, down jacket, scarf, spiderweb gloves, and fur-lined boots, layering chainmail beneath the down jacket. As for the captain's coat, once covered by the hood and down jacket, its attribute bonuses became ineffective, so there was no point in wearing it. Once ready, Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star to a suitable spot to dock. The ice protruded slightly, making it ideal for landing on the glacier. After double-checking his potions and essential supplies, Yang Yi climbed down. As soon as his boots touched the glacier, a chilling wind blew from the front, carrying fine ice shards that stung his face. Yang Yi adjusted his scarf to cover his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. The temperature had dropped to minus 35 degrees Celsius, but he could still bear it. Whoosh! A burning arrow landed at Yang Yi's feet. It was a wooden arrow shot by Suna, coated with the oil of pale worms, which allowed it to burn for a long time without extinguishing. The purpose was to provide Yang Yi with a fire source. Yang Yi pulled out a pre-prepared torch from his worm ring and lit it. The torch, which he had made 5 of, was wrapped in fabric soaked in pale worm oil, allowing for an extended burn time. Since Yang Yi couldn't rely on the third eye indefinitely, carrying a torch was necessary. Without it, his visibility would shrink to just 2 or 3 meters. Once everything was in order, Yang Yi signaled an OK gesture towards the Nightmare Star behind him and, holding the torch, walked into the fog. The icy wind howled. The wind on the glacier was stronger than that on the sea and bone-chillingly cold. Yang Yi pressed onwards cautiously, keeping a close eye on the temperature. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature dropped. Soon, it was nearing minus 40 degrees Celsius. The source of the extreme cold seemed to be the frozen ship, located northeast. Remaining vigilant, Yang Yi moved slowly. His limited visibility made it essential to avoid any sudden threats, such as creatures lurking in the ice. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way, though the cold and wind made him uncomfortable. At temperatures below minus 40 degrees Celsius, even his fire-resistant woolen suit and down jacket couldn't fully keep out the cold. When Yang Yi finally approached the ship, the temperature had dropped to nearly minus 45 degrees Celsius. The ship itself likely harbored temperatures below minus 50 degrees Celsius. I need to act quickly, Yang Yi murmured. He lifted the eye patch covering his left eye and began climbing the side of the ship's bow. He had chosen that spot because the ship's captain had died on the bow's deck. The man's body was frozen solid, completely naked, clutching the helm as he had in life. His expression was one of defiance, as if frozen in time, his arrogance undiminished even in death. It must have happened very suddenly, as there was no sign of pain on the man's face. He seemed to be continuing his fiery determination even in death. Surrounding him were 3 large, extinguished bonfires, their surfaces frozen over. Among the remnants were pale worm tentacles, partially burned but now encased in thick layers of frost. Yang Yi stood on the bow of the ship, not moving immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze across the deck for a quick survey. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he launched a dart directly into the eye socket of the ship's captain. There was no blood, only the sound of shattering, as if the dart had struck a stone statue. The impact caused half of the man's head to crack open, scattering a shower of icy fragments. The captain, frozen solid into an ice sculpture, had become as brittle as fragile porcelain. Yang Yi waited for 5 seconds in place, ensuring that nothing else would emerge before cautiously approaching the corpse. As he moved closer, he picked up 2 glowing orbs lying on the ground. They had only just dropped, leading Yang Yi to a surprising realization. Though the captain had been frozen, he wasn't actually dead until Yang Yi's dart delivered the killing blow. You have obtained 3,300 shell coins. You have obtained the thick cotton coat recipe, requires cloth times 50. Yang Yi retrieved the glowing orbs and pulled the dart from the ice sculpture's head, causing another portion of the captain's skull to shatter and fall to the ground. At the same time, he gained more information about this individual. Name, Maho. Description, frozen corpse. Yang Yi glanced at the frost forming on his gloves. The temperature of Maho's body must be unimaginably low. The entire deck was covered in ice. Even with his fur-lined boots, Yang Yi felt as if he were barefoot on the frozen surface. His earlier estimation of -50 degrees Celsius was likely incorrect. If anything, the ship's temperature was probably even lower. Yang Yi carefully inspected the deck but found nothing particularly unusual. It appeared as though it had encountered an extraordinarily frigid cold wave that extinguished the bonfires, froze the ship solid, the captain, and even the surrounding sea. As for the source of the cold wave, Yang Yi had yet to uncover any clues. You have claimed ownership of the Courage. Deconstruction is now available. The notification about deconstruction indicated there were no other players on the ship. Yang Yi headed towards the cabin. The door was ajar and bore scorch marks on its surface. Suddenly, a faint, peculiar crackling sound came from inside the cabin. Zzzt. Yang Yi had mastered the use of his third eye ability to perfection. After confirming there was no danger on the deck, he put on his eye patch and kept it on until he received word that the area had been secured. Then, he removed it again and headed towards the cabin to inspect the ship's interior. Just at that moment, a streak of blue light shot out from the cabin at incredible speed. Using the dynamic vision of his third eye, Yang Yi got a clear look at the object. It was a winged, footed chunk of ice, only 2 centimeters in size, with a severed human finger embedded inside, glowing an eerie blue. The buzzing sound it made came from its vibrating wings. Due to their unique frequency, the noise resembled electrical static. Yang Yi had been on guard. He raised his right hand and fired a single shot, instantly shattering the bizarre insect-like ice creature. Bang! The ice fragment exploded into a cloud of frost, spreading a deep chill. The frost near the cabin door thickened, making creaking sounds as it expanded. But that wasn't the only one of these strange creatures. To Yang Yi's side, 2 more of them flew up from beneath the ship's railing. It seemed they had been dormant on the other side of the hull and were disturbed by the commotion. These 2 were different from the first. One was larger, containing a frozen eyeball inside, while the smaller one held a chunk of human skin. As soon as they appeared, they shot towards Yang Yi at high speed. His right hand flintlock was still cooling down, so Yang Yi immediately abandoned his left hand firearm and pulled out throwing darts, swiftly nailing the 2 creatures midair. The only reason he managed to kill them so easily was that their actual target wasn't him, it was the flames. The extreme cold they carried instantly extinguished the fire. In the blink of an eye, 2 more creatures emerged from the cabin. This time, Yang Yi only had time to kill one with his left-hand dart before the other was already upon him. And his gun still hadn't cooled down. It had been less than 10 seconds. Yang Yi countered with his right hand, where his flintlock had already transformed into the sea serpent's fang. A precise stab landed, and another icy explosion erupted. The creature shattered easily. It was so brittle that a single touch turned it into icy debris. At the same time, a wave of piercing cold erupted from the explosion. Yang Yi's right hand, along with the sea serpent's fang, was instantly frozen solid. Even his down jacket was coated with a layer of frost, and his face went numb from the freezing cold. If one of the ice creatures had latched onto him, his fate would have been no different from the ship's previous occupants. And at that moment, a string of information appeared in his mind. Name, Ice Nest Worm. Description, a crystal-lizard fusion of flesh and soul from ice nest cultists. These worms are drawn to heat and light, freezing everything in their path to spread the ice nest's gospel. Upon death, they emit a high-frequency signal undetectable to the human ear, summoning all nearby ice nest worms. Shit. Yang Yi's eyes twitched. These creatures were likely the true culprits behind this ship's frozen demise, and killing them would only draw more of them. His vision revealed countless eerie blue glows appearing in the northeast direction. Something was there. When they weren't moving, they emitted no light, blending perfectly into the ice like ordinary frozen chunks, making them nearly impossible to detect. But now that they had received the signal, they were all waking up, coming straight for him. The closest ones were less than a kilometer away. Suna, extinguish the flames on the nightmare star immediately. He sent the message. What's going on? Light attracts an extremely dangerous kind of worm. Yang Yi transmitted the ice nest worm's data over and didn't even bother retrieving his throwing darts. After taking only 2 steps, he stopped. The creatures were too fast. Running blindly would only get him caught. He had to do something first, like reigniting this fuel-drenched ship. Using a fire starter would take too long, several minutes at best, especially with all the frost covering the surface. However, if he used the sea serpent's fang's ability, that was a different story. Yang Yi immediately tried to move his frozen right hand to reclaim the sea serpent's fang, but his hand was completely numb, beyond his control. Crack! With a ruthless motion, he snapped off one of his own fingers. There was no blood, no pain. It was as if the finger wasn't even his. Even his spiderweb gloves cracked apart from the sheer cold. Damn it! He didn't have time to snap off every frozen finger one by one. He was racing against death. So, he raised his right hand and smashed it down onto the deck. Like shattered glass or porcelain, his hand splintered into pieces, leaving only the palm somewhat intact, though now covered in cracks. He quickly grabbed the sea serpent's fang and used his worm ring to store away the larger fragments, then activated the weapon's ability Blazing Jet. A 3-meter-wide fan of flames spewed out, igniting multiple tightly packed bonfires on the ship, as well as the deck beneath him. The once burning vessel was set ablaze once more. Without looking back, Yang Yi leapt off the high deck, rolling across the ice before sprinting forwards. As for the supplies and equipment, he couldn't care less. Staying even a second longer meant certain death or worse, becoming a frozen, eternal monument. I just hope this fire buys me some time. Yang Yi ran at full speed, pushing his body to its limits. Meanwhile, he used his third eye to keep watch behind him. The worms were too fast, outpacing even his sprint. The closest ones had already reached the ship and plunged straight into the flames. The fire wavered but didn't go out. One worm alone couldn't extinguish it, yet with more swarming in, it was only a matter of time. Still, the distraction was working. Yang Yi shut his eye patch and stopped looking back, dashing towards the nightmare star. At the same time, his mind raced for a solution. The creatures wouldn't let him go. Once they finished smothering the fire, he would be their next target. With his body temperature at 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, he was practically a beacon compared to the -30-degree surroundings. He had to find a way to eliminate them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had already noticed that while the worms chased heat, they were also vulnerable to it. Flames could melt them, kill them. So, what if he could set fire to these living chunks of ice? Suna, quickly dismantle the life fireplace and place it in the most visible spot. The worms throw themselves into flames without hesitation. They'll definitely charge into the life fireplace too. And then, their souls will ignite. Yang Yi sent Suna a private message. After all, according to the ice nest worms' description, they were transformed from the flesh and souls of ice nest cultists. That meant they were flammable. The moment they entered the life fireplace, their souls would be set ablaze. This furnace could ignite living beings, using their very souls as fuel. After all. Got it. Suna's reply was as brief as ever. But Yang Yi remained cautious. He instructed Suna to leave the nightmare star once the setup was complete. He didn't want her caught in the inferno. It was a race against time. Yang Yi didn't dare stop for even a second, sprinting at full speed towards the nightmare star. Behind him, the raging fire had already died out, and the ship had reverted to its frozen state. He had to keep moving. If he slowed down even a little, he might end up as frozen meat. When he was about 400 meters away from the nightmare star, he suddenly heard the buzzing, crackling sound of static, chaotic and disordered, signaling that a massive swarm of ice nest worms was closing in. Without hesitation, Yang Yi ripped off his blindfold and used the third eye to glance behind him. The swarm was close. There were thousands upon thousands of them, an uncountable mass. The crackling noises grew louder as the distance between them rapidly shrank. 200 meters. 100 meters. The worms were flying 3 times faster than Yang Yi could run. At that rate, he wouldn't make it in time. His eyes sharpened. He reached for the pale worm hand cannon, intending to use it to buy himself some time. But just then, a burst of blazing fire erupted ahead of him. The flames burned intensely, piercing through the thick white mist, and even radiating warmth towards Yang Yi. A few seconds earlier, a flaming arrow had struck the nightmare star's bow, igniting the oil spread across the deck and triggering a massive fire. The ship's bow was engulfed in flames, lighting up the surroundings and cutting through the fog. It was Suna's handiwork. She had poured pale worm oil over the front deck. Upon hearing the crackling static, she had immediately fired a flaming arrow, setting the bow ablaze. And the life fireplace, the key to their plan, was right in the middle of that fire, installed outside the captain's quarters, facing the front of the ship. If the flames weren't extinguished in time, the bow would be reduced to ashes. But things wouldn't progress to that point, because the ice nest worms wouldn't allow the fire to spread unchecked. They had been chasing Yang Yi, but the moment the fire ignited, they immediately changed course, gaining altitude and swarming towards the nightmare star instead. Yang Yi noticed this as well. He dropped to the ground, listening to the whoosh of the air being torn apart above him, as the swarm of ice nest worms threw themselves into the flames without hesitation. The scorching chaos must be purged. What a vile and wicked heat. Embrace the cold, for it shall grant all things peace. Eternity. Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock. He could hear whispering voices, chaotic and fragmented, coming from above him, from the ice nest worm swarm. These worms had consciousness, and when gathered in large numbers, they could even speak. Strange whispers fill your mind. Your sanity decreases by 10. A battle against the flames? At the bow of the ship, an intense firefighting war erupted. Massive swarms of ice nest worms crashed into the flames like living grenades, shattering on impact, and exploding into clouds of frost. The first line of fire was instantly extinguished, and the flames were steadily pushed back closer and closer to the life fireplace. It had to be said, when enough of these ice nest worms gathered, their fire suppression efficiency was insane. In just a dozen seconds, more than half of the flames had been smothered, and in some areas, a layer of frost had formed, preventing reignition. Eventually, the fire was completely under control, with only one remaining source of blazing light: the life fireplace. The open maw of the furnace was like an endless abyss, pulling in a flood of ice nest worms. Yang Yi stood up, staring at the spectacle before him. Countless ice nest worms formed a single, unbroken line, surging forwards like a blue river of light, diving headfirst into the life fireplace, fueling a towering inferno. The fire burned so intensely that flames even spewed out of the chimney, scattering a shower of embers into the sky, resembling fireworks. These ice nest worms were like zealous, fanatical martyrs, blindly following their doctrine to eradicate heat, freeze all in their path. No fire could make them hesitate. They would extinguish it. They would freeze it. Except this time, because they themselves had become fuel. The first ice nest worms to enter the furnace ignited instantly, their bodies radiating blazing white flames. And that very light attracted even more ice nest worms, who in turn ignited, drawing even more, creating a vicious, never-ending cycle of death. After several minutes, the furnace itself was starting to overheat, glowing dark red, on the verge of melting. But the ice nest worms clung to its surface, melting themselves to cool it down. And thus, a deadly loop was born. The life fireplace had transformed into an ice nest worm crematorium, an exceptionally efficient one. Those who entered were instantly incinerated, reduced to ashes, and expelled through the chimney. At the same time, frantic, piercing voices echoed from within, a sound like ice scraping against ice, sharp and unbearable. I have done it. Praise be to the ice nest lord. I bring eternity. The fanatical voices gnaw at your mind. Sanity.And. Yang Yi felt a sharp headache, his heart tightening in unease. He immediately began searching for Suna. The furnace's chimney was spewing a storm of embers, clearing the white mist within a 100-meter radius. Finally, Yang Yi spotted Suna. She stood just a dozen meters away from the nightmare star, even closer than he was, staring blankly at the raging fire. Shit. Yang Yi immediately checked her sanity value. Suna. Sanity, 47/80ths, madness obsession. She was taking determined, unwavering steps towards the nightmare star, seemingly fascinated by the battle of ice and fire. Yang Yi sprinted and tackled her to the ground, the two of them rolling several times across the icy terrain. What the hell are you doing? Suna frowned. What am I doing? Look at your damn sanity. Yang Yi growled, pinning her down with his left arm, preventing her from moving. What's wrong with my sanity? What's wrong? You. Yang Yi froze mid-sentence. Because Suna's sanity had suddenly increased to 52. What the hell? Had he misread it earlier? How long are you planning to stay on top of me? Suna's voice turned cold, snapping Yang Yi out of his thoughts. Shit. My bad. Yang Yi quickly got up and helped her to her feet. Those ice nest worms make an unbearable noise when they burn. We should keep our distance. The two of them moved farther away, finally escaping the tormenting voices. But just then, Suna muttered something strange, her tone rhythmic, like a chant. She was speaking in human common tongue, a language she had spent 500 shell coins to learn. In the still, frozen palace where all has ceased, the ice nest lord invites thee to embrace eternity. Yang Yi's hair stood on end. What did you just say? I heard the ice nest worms repeating those words as they burned. Suna replied. You must have misheard. Yang Yi immediately dismissed it, but he stole a glance at Suna's sanity value. Seeing that she was still stable, he let out a breath of relief. This ice nest lord was probably just another vile, eldritch entity akin to the spider mother, grotesque and repulsive, attempting to recall the shadow of a great being. Sanity-10. Just the mere thought of it cost Yang Yi 10 sanity points. Your right hand. Suna suddenly noticed that Yang Yi's right hand was unnaturally tucked inside his sleeve. It's nothing. My right hand froze off. Yang Yi revealed his severed wrist. The stump was blackened, with no blood flow. Suna reached out and touched it. It felt like a popsicle, hard and ice cold. You'll need to amputate this properly. She frowned. It's fine. I can heal it with magic. The fire had been burning for over 40 minutes and showed no signs of stopping. Countless ice nest worms were incinerated, their remains ejected into the air, turning into ashen white dust that drifted down like snow. The deck of the nightmare star and the surrounding area were already covered in a thick layer of ash snow, which even clung to Yang Yi and Suna's faces, hair, and clothes, making it impossible to clean off. The two could only stand farther away, using scarves to cover their mouths and noses to avoid inhaling any. After about 10 minutes, Yang Yi suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly checked his status and found that his health had dropped to just over 40 and was still declining. It seemed that the frostbite on his right arm was getting worse. In his frenzied state, he couldn't feel pain, but that didn't mean his injuries would stop worsening. If anything, they were deteriorating faster. He took out a bottle of regeneration potion and drank it to stabilize his health. Then, he looked back up at the sky, following the endless blue streak of light all the way to the northeastern horizon. What exactly is over there? Yang Yi murmured to himself. The fire had been burning for nearly an hour now, and he estimated that the number of worms consumed had reached hundreds of thousands. Converted into believers, that would be tens of thousands. If this continued, he wasn't sure how long he could last. Taking out a second bottle of regeneration potion, he kept a close eye on his health. Meanwhile, Suna stood beside him, looking at his frostbitten, dark purple right wrist. A rare trace of concern flashed across her eyes. Finally, 10 minutes later, the life fireplace consumed the last batch of ice nest worms. The ashen snow in the sky also ceased. But the price was. The nightmare star was now frozen to the ocean, fused with the ice sheet. Even though the life fireplace still burned fiercely inside, its flames were trapped within the structure, unable to warm the entire ship. The extreme cold left behind by the ice nest worms had seeped into the deck and hull, causing the temperature on the nightmare star to plummet, likely below -100 degrees Celsius. As a result, the surrounding sea had frozen over, merging into a vast ice sheet. Yang Yi and Suna made their way toward the nightmare star, where the ash snow was already knee-deep. As they prepared to board, Suna grabbed Yang Yi's arm. The ship's surface is extremely cold. Avoid direct contact, or it'll rip your skin off, she warned. She then rummaged through her enchanted storage bag and pulled out 2 pairs of wool gloves, handing one to Yang Yi. This is? Yang Yi asked in surprise. I knitted them using leftover spider silk, she explained. Name, fire silk gloves. Type, treasure. Quality, premium. Description, a pair of gloves knitted by witch Suna using fire spider silk. Lightweight, warm, and does not hinder finger dexterity. It seemed that with exceptional craftsmanship, one could create equipment without relying on blueprints. Both of them donned the gloves and climbed aboard the Nightmare Star. Despite having only his left hand, Yang Yi's physical fitness allowed him to scale the ladder with ease. The deck was also covered in a thick layer of ash snow. Yang Yi commanded his skeletal arm to start clearing it away. The extreme cold had little effect on the skeletal arm, aside from making it slightly more brittle and prone to freezing. Before long, the soft ash snow was cleared, revealing the deck beneath. Along with it, several frozen skeletal arms were uncovered buried beneath the snow, each clutching an ice nest worm in its grasp. There were about 15 of them, all shattered. Suna approached curiously to examine the worms, but Yang Yi stopped her. Be careful. Their body temperature is extremely low. Don't touch them directly. Let the skeletal arm carry them to the lab instead, he warned, feeling himself sway slightly. His frostbite was becoming unbearable. Half his body felt ice cold, and he couldn't stop shivering. He needed to use limb restoration magic as soon as possible. Yang Yi asked Suna for help moving the life fireplace back to their quarters before preparing to regrow his severed hand. He retrieved the severed fragments from his storage ring, laid them out on the table, and counted 5 fingers intact, the crucial palm present, though some small pieces were missing, and there were visible cracks. He then asked Suna to help retrieve the long-legged sardines that had been frozen inside the ice blocks. After decapitating them, he laid them out on the table. These were the long-legged sardines he had previously been raising in the captain's quarters, but due to the extreme cold brought by the ice nest worms, they had all turned into frozen sticks. Suna spent quite some effort handling them, preparing a total of 13 decapitated long-legged sardines. By this time, Yang Yi's complexion had worsened significantly. His lips had darkened, his face was deathly pale, and blackened blood was starting to seep from his severed left wrist. Are you sure this will work? Suna's expression turned serious. You should just amputate your right arm, at least that way, you'll survive. I'm sure. Yang Yi's voice was weak, but his confidence was unwavering. He carefully arranged the largest fragment of his severed palm in the correct position to avoid reattaching it incorrectly. He also lined up his fingers in proper order before activating limb restoration magic. Mysterious symbols suddenly materialized in the air, crawling along Yang Yi's severed wrist before transforming into tiny spiders. Suna's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched. The spiders began spinning silk, carefully stitching Yang Yi's severed hand back together like master tailors. The missing portions were replaced with flesh and blood from the long-legged sardines. The entire process took about 5 minutes longer than any previous spellcasting session, possibly due to the frozen flesh affecting the magic. But the result was remarkable. Almost otherworldly. Yang Yi's right hand was fully restored. There was a slight difference in skin tone, likely due to the long-legged sardine material, which made it appear a bit paler. His 5 fingers were all normal human fingers, their length and proportions natural except for one extra addition. At the base of his right pinky, an extra long leg from a long-legged sardine had sprouted, like something out of a grotesque horror story. It was about the same length as an index finger, and Yang Yi could even control its movement, extending, retracting, and even kicking with it. Yang Yi looked slightly embarrassed as he stiffly turned his neck to Suna. Could I ask you for a bit of surgery? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Suna couldn't hold back her laughter, bursting out in amusement. It was probably the first time Yang Yi had seen her laugh so freely. An hour later, the surgery was successfully completed. Suna helped Yang Yi remove the extra long leg and bandaged the area. Though, in reality, the bandaging wasn't necessary under the effects of regeneration potion. The wound had already begun scabbing over and was essentially healed. Yang Yi's right hand was now fully restored. The only unfortunate part was that his gloves had been destroyed, leaving him with just one. While the gloves weren't particularly warm, they were waterproof, slip-resistant, and excellent for climbing. Yang Yi put the remaining glove on his right hand to conceal its paler tone, making it look more natural. Meanwhile, after finishing the surgery, Suna was fully immersed in studying the ice nest worms. These creatures were extremely fragile and had an incredibly low body temperature, so much so that touching them directly would cause severe frostbite or even freeze one's fingers solid. Thus, Suna handled them with extreme caution. She wore a protective mask and thick heat-resistant gloves, the kind used when handling hot ovens. Using glass tongs with rubber-coated tips, she picked up a broken insect limb and placed it over an alcohol lamp. However, the liquid inside the lamp wasn't actually alcohol, it was oil extracted from pale wrigglers. After several minutes of heating, the ice-like insect limb finally began to melt. She then dropped the slightly melted limb into a beaker of hot water. Instantly, the entire beaker froze over, turning the hot water into solid ice. Next, she placed the frozen beaker back onto the alcohol lamp for further heating. It seems these worms' bodies absorb heat. The higher the temperature of the object they touch, the faster and more heat they absorb. Once they reach a certain threshold, their bodies melt and eventually turn into seawater. Suna shared her discovery. After burning the beaker dry, all that remained inside was a small amount of sea salt.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.